administration's deportations, saying it can't use the Alien Enemies Act to do so, but this time it's a Trump-appointed judge. Oy. Of course, when it comes to illegal immigration, it's often a matter of supply and demand. The demand comes often from businesses looking for extremely cheap labor, and now the Trump DOJ has fined several of them in Denver for hiring illegal aliens knowingly and repeatedly. We already knew this wannabe martyr was no angel, but wait until you hear what the 16-year-old phony undergrad, and by 16 years I mean 16 years in school, that undergrad from Columbia had to say about his bloody, murderous past. Oh my goodness. And another punk is getting off the hook. A judge is excusing a college student for committing a serious attack on a Tesla store. And wait until you hear the reason. American Sunrise Early Edition begins now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Your good deeds and bad deeds. That's how we're going to judge you.
Join host Jake Novak as he breaks down the stories that matter.
We will be letting the public know regularly what we have found.
American Sunrise Early Edition with your host, Jake Novak, starts now.
Welcome to this No Tie Friday here on American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. There's a lot of breaking news overnight, not the least of which being that China has signaled that they are getting ready and they do want to have actual, formal, real trade talks with the United States. So a lot of things to talk about. I'll talk more about that a little bit later in the program. But joining me right now is the great Grace Curley. She is the host of the Grace Curley Show out of Boston, but you can hear it and you can even see it nationwide on the internet. And Grace, I'm not going to ask you why Mike Waltz was reassigned, because there's going to be a million different stories about that, and I know we aren't spies in the White House. But I am going to ask you your take on all the news media experts who are suddenly very, very interested in that position. I mean, one of the things about National Security Advisor is it's an important position, but it's not one that you hear about a lot in the news. But all of a sudden, we were told overnight, we were told in the afternoon, Grace, that this is a terrible thing, that for 5 minutes we don't know who's in charge of his portfolio. Boy, those David Muirs out there, you know, when they get out of the gym and they dry their hair, they suddenly become national security experts. I'm really enthralled.
Yeah, we have an expert crisis in this country. Everyone's an expert on everything. And it cracks me up, Jake, because it's so quick. I'm like, oh, the same guy on my X feed who was an expert on Ukraine and Russia is now an expert on national security advisors. Listen, Marco Rubio is the interim NSA person. And I have complete confidence in Marco Rubio. He's actually, and I know you've been following all the work he's been doing as well. He's not the flashiest. He's not getting the most attention from the media because there's no scandals there, but he's doing an incredible job. And I have no doubt that he'll be able to handle this in the meantime. I'm sure he's kind of thinking to himself, I saw a meme yesterday of Marco Rubio, and it was the picture of him when he was exasperated with Zelensky, and it said, when you find out at work that you have another job you have to do. So I'm sure that he'll help them figure out who to put in that position. But I will say that watching everyone in the media and everyone on social media immediately be in the know about what Trump was really trying to do here is pretty laughable. I think if we learned anything over the last 10 years, it's that it's hard to read Trump's mind. I think it's obvious that Signalgate did play a factor. And I would encourage people, if you are intrigued by this saga, to remember the fact that Trump spoke with Jeffrey Goldberg last week from The Atlantic. He invited him into the Oval Office and he had a sit down and they talked about Signalgate. They talked about Mike Waltz. And so it could have been a situation where Trump, forward facing, was telling people he's fine, you know, we're going to give him another chance. He knows what he did wrong. And then maybe it was just something that it really was under his skin, that this was a mistake that he made and this is his way of figuring it out. I think one thing is clear. This was never the plan. Like, you don't pull Mike Waltz from his congressional district in Florida, make him the head of National Security Advisor, and then move him as UN ambassador. It doesn't it doesn't seem like something that was planned out. But the reasons why, you're right, it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, people who play fantasy football make more moves than this. The Trump chaos, everything's in chaos. It was the news media and the Democrats who decided to make this a chaotic event and to drone on and on and on and actually shriek on and on and on about the whole thing with Signal. I'm not saying it was nothing, but it turned out to be not really that big of a deal. And of course, they decided to make it chaotic. And then when Trump does something about it, they complain about the Trump chaos. It's a form of bullying. It's a form of a term. It's overused, but it is a form of gaslighting when you drive someone to do things that are drastic and then you say, oh, you're crazy. That's really frustrating. All right. Speaking of frustrating, Grace, Judge Fernando Rodriguez, he's a Trump appointee, the latest federal judge to get in the way of what I believe are very lawful deportations, the lawful right of the President of the United States to protect the borders of this country from foreigners. Can't do it to American citizens without a lot of due process, but these are foreigners. These are illegal foreigners. And yet another judge getting in the way of this. Grace, I have a theory. I know it feels frustrating when we see this, but here's my theory. Every time immigration is in the news, whether it's a victory in the courts or a loss in the courts for President Trump, I think it's a victory for President Trump. Remember, this is a country that was told for 2.5 years that there was no border or illegal immigrant crisis. Every time this story gets into the news, I think it's a win for President Trump. What's your thought?
I think you're on the money, Jake, and I'm not just saying that because I'm on your show. I agree with you. I think that this is a case that Trump is winning in the court of public opinion. And you see that on CNN and their polls with Harry Enten. You see it on all of these polls. The people have actually had a shift since 2016 of supporting this kind of mass deportation of illegal immigrants. And I think that what you're seeing now and the moves by these judges is actually, to your point, really harmful to the Democrat Party because it's just keeping this fresh in the news for people that, oh, who's he trying to deport now? Oh, Venezuelan gang members. And oh, they can't do that because of these judges. It doesn't reflect well. It pushes the Democrats further into this corner of defending the Kilmar Abrego Garcias of the world, which they really can't walk away from now. Like, they're so married to it. They've put so much time into it. It's like you invite someone to the prom or something and, you have to dance with the person you brought. This is who they brought to the prom, and it's kind of turning into a complete disaster. So I would agree that these stories all help Trump. And I think it was actually, I could be confusing the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal here on this one, but I think it might have been in the Washington Post where they talked about how Trump is winning this in the court of public opinion, and that does matter. I mean, you're looking at these polls, and as much as Chuck Schumer, I'm sure you saw that cut, Senator Chuck Schumer, as much as they want to cite Donald Trump's low approval ratings, the fact is that the only thing lower than Trump are these Democrats. Their approval ratings are in the tank, and it's because of common sense issues like this, which they just can't seem to get out of the way and keep their mouths shut. Senator Kennedy from Louisiana said something, and I know he goes viral all the time for his more colorful statements and crazy things that he says, and they're all amazing Southern expressions that I've never heard of. But one of the things he said that I thought was really simple and really true, he said it's Operation Let Them Speak. And that's what we're seeing. And to your point, it's Operation Let these judges make these decisions. Let's show the American people how radical our judicial system has become. Let's show the American people how radical this Democrat Party has become. And I think that when you see these polls, when you see what people's reaction, I mean, there was an amazing on-the-street interview, I think it was Fox, with the people in Maryland citizens, and they just couldn't believe that their senator was going over to support an illegal alien gang member. So all of this stuff is a boost for Trump. Every knock a boost.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to get to the polls again in just a second. But first, Grace, I got to get to your neck of the woods because we have a UMass student who committed a really serious act of domestic terrorism on a Tesla store. Actually, the attack was in Kansas City, but still, this is a UMass student, and the judge has completely let this student off the hook because he's trans. Please make this make sense, Grace.
Oh, I can't do the impossible. I can't make it make sense. But what I can tell you is I'm used to, since I'm in New England and since I cover a good deal of stories, not just here in Massachusetts, but also in Maine specifically, I'm used to this kind of craziness where if you commit, for example, there was a teenager who killed her parents and her dog, and then he decided that he wanted to become a she, and it was, I think it was Andrew Balsar wanted to be Andrea Balsar. The Maine Wire did a lot of coverage and reporting on it. If you have a situation like that, then you can get moved to a different prison in certain states like Maine. You can get moved to a prison that accommodates you as a woman or as a man or whatever you're identifying as. I'm used to that craziness. I'm not used to identifying as a different gender, getting you out of any sort of getting you out of federal release from the jump. This is a new one to me. And I know that Owen McIntyre, who is the Tesla vandal in this case, I know that his court date, I believe, was yesterday. But this is a whole new level of craziness where now you're making excuses for people for their bad actions. That's something where if your gender affirming care, which is, I know, the euphemism that the left loves to use, if it's so vital to you and it's so important to you, and I'm not saying that facetiously, like if it's something that you really care about and that it's a huge part of your life, then I would argue you make that decision, you weigh those pros and cons before you throw 2 Molotov cocktails at Teslas and charging stations. I would say you say to yourself, hey, there's a chance I might be separated from my hormone therapy, or I might, people do this all the time. I want to throw a brick through that window, but I don't want to have to not see my family for 6 years. So they don't do it. This is how societies tend to survive, is based off that kind of pro and con situation. So it's very strange to me that we're accommodating this. And it's also, I think at some point we do have to have the conversation about, are these things that they're talking about, that they're trying to make the exception for Owen McIntyre so that he has access to all of these things. But do we ask ourselves, are some of these things that we're now making sure he's accommodated for actually part of this issue of why he would be so enraged and so unstable to throw Molotov cocktails at Teslas? Like perhaps the two things are actually connected.
Yeah, only got about 30 seconds left, but I want to ask you, this is obviously the first time you've joined me since the 100-day mark, and I wanted to get back to those polls again because this is my theory. You notice all the mainstream news media outlets had massive, big first 100-day specials this week. They went crazy on it. That's because the last couple of weeks of those first 100 days, Trump's polls did take a dip because of the tariffs. I don't think they were as low as advertised, but they definitely took a dip. Had that not happened, they would have absolutely blown past it. They wouldn't have talked about it that much. They would have focused on the specific issue instead of Trump being the issue in the 100 days. It had a lot to do with the timing of the polls, and that's what I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with you because there's no question that he has accomplished so much in his first 100 days. And, people can say, oh, she's just MAGA team. That's the only reason she's saying that. But, to bring down the border crossings 95%, Jake, is unbelievable. Like no one's talking. No one's. Terry Moran, he wants to brush past that. All these people, with their specials, they want to brush past the fact that this was an issue they told us time and time again could not be solved without legislation, without a new border bill, without Trump getting out of the way because he's killing the bills. This was an issue that they told us was really almost impossible to solve without oodles and noodles of cash and more time and more whatever. And Trump managed to fix it in the first 100 days, essentially. And the fact that that is not the banner headline on all these networks, it really tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, well, that is it's about timing and trying to dance on people's graves. The polls change pretty quickly, folks. And right now, of course, there's no Democrat who's polling very well either. So maybe they shouldn't focus on the polls all that much. Hey, Grace Curley, thanks for joining us. Have a great weekend. And next time you're on, we got to talk more about Maine. I got my start in this business producing at WVII in Bangor, Maine. I don't know how I survived it. I don't know how Bangor survived it, but I think Maine is still a beautiful state. So thanks for joining us, Grace.
Thanks, Jake.
All right, coming up, some Denver businesses who love that cheap, illegal alien labor are learning the hard way that there's a new sheriff in town. I'll have the details. And are there people who dream of telling the hard truths to the news media as well as Stephen Miller? Because he's in a class by himself. You'll hear his latest hard uppercut to the jaw when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back. That's a live look at Las Vegas, Nevada. It's Nevada, by the way, for those of you who want to know. Do not use the other pronunciation. I've known enough people from Nevada, and they get upset if you don't say Nevada. There it is. Those lights never turn off in Vegas. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. A special welcome to all of you on Getter and Rumble who are up and commenting, especially the Getter crowd. A number of you asking some good questions already. Hey, ICE Denver is charging 3 local businesses a total of $8 million for knowingly employing illegal aliens. Listen to this. 2 of the businesses had illegals as 100% of their employees. So that's not an accident. They're looking for these people. They're cheap. They probably, some of them get paid less than minimum wage. Again, with any crime or anything that's going on, whether it's above the board or below the board, under the table, you have to have supply and demand. The Trump administration's working very hard on supply, securing the border, deporting some of the most egregious illegal aliens. But let's not forget that business and some of us have some responsibility here. Not just the politicians who are giving out the debit cards and welcoming people into sanctuary cities, but these businesses that are doing this. We have all the tools that they can use to find out if someone is an illegal alien. It's called E-Verify. It should be used. And unless you hit demand, this is true with the drug war, by the way, also. Unless you hit the demand centers, you won't be able to stop the problem. So if you're a small, mid-sized business deliberately going after this cheap labor, listen, go ahead and petition your congressman for making it easier for people to come here legally so that you can get workers if you can't find workers. But don't deliberately go after illegal aliens. That is not going to fly anymore. Speaking of illegal aliens, senior White House policy advisor Stephen Miller took the news media to the woodshed for its regular defense of some very violent illegal immigrants. Check it out.
And each and every one of you that sides over and over again with these MS-13 terrorists, to the extent that you have the financial means to do so, you all choose to live in condos or homes or houses as far away from these kinds of gangbangers as you possibly can. If I offered any one of you a rent-free home with no taxes to pay in any of these gang neighborhoods, and I said your neighbors are MS-13 terrorists or Mexican mafia or Sinaloa cartel or Tren de Aragua, I couldn't pay you to live there. But yet you, with your coverage are trying to force innocent Americans to have these people as their neighbors, and that one day their daughter may be abducted from their home and raped and murdered. So you're not going to get an ounce of sympathy from this administration or President Trump for the terrorists who've invaded our homes and our country.
All right, Stephen Miller is really the best at this. Learn from him. That's all I can say. And it's clear the Trump administration is going to unleash him a little bit more to deal with some of these media narratives. Checking out your comments on Getter just now as I was leaning over here. You guys love it too. All right, this July, there is a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollars in your savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move decisively from theoretical possibility toward inevitable reality. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. Birch Gold can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free info kit on gold by texting America to 989898. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold arm you with a free, no-obligation info kit on owning gold before July and that Rio Reset. Text America to 989898 today. Coming up, the company that pretty much dominates all retail business in America is showing everyone its report card for the year so far. So how did Amazon do? You may not love Amazon, but we got to check how they do. Their numbers will be revealed to you just ahead. And it's a live look this morning at St. Paul, Minnesota. One of the few times of the year we can actually go outside in that city. No, they have a lot of nice weather. But actually, it's either pretty much in Minnesota, it's either freezing or burning. They have very hot summers, by the way. Very hardy people up there in Minnesota. They have a strange governor, though, but that's the way it goes. Let's take a look at where the markets are going to begin today. We are on I like that little cash register noise. Excellent. We are on a 7-day win streak for the Dow and the S&P 500. Looks like we're going to open strong again. I want to take a look at crude oil. There we go. That 50, that still got a 5 handle there, 58.97 on crude oil. That is despite the fact that President Trump made another warning to anyone who buys Iranian oil. You know, usually that kind of a warning, taking a certain amount of oil off the market, boosts prices pretty high. But there we are, still below the $60 mark on crude oil. Gold back up again this morning at $32.67 an ounce. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin. You know, we're waiting for that 100th. There we go. We're at 97 now. We're just slowly but surely, I think we may be seeing that 100 handle on Bitcoin next week. Now, a big reason for all of this, by the way, is that China said overnight that they are interested in serious trade talks with the United States. They didn't get into too much detail there. But again, folks, of course they're interested in trade talks. They're going to talk, and they'll try to wheel and deal, and I'm not saying they're going to give us a great deal or anything else like that, but this narrative that's out there that China isn't even talking to us, first of all, that was debunked earlier this week. I showed you that picture of the Treasury official, the trade officials from China walking into the Treasury building, and the Chinese government literally told the newspaper in South Korea that took the picture to cover up their faces. Some South Korean website here in the United States with a reporter here. I mean, covering up their faces literally with like blocks or something like that would stop the truth. They're going to make some kind of a talk. This idea that there's no talks going on at all is just ludicrous. Again, if you want to go after President Trump or the tariffs, there's plenty to go after if that's what you want to do. Stop talking about how things are, the Chinese aren't even going to talk to us. Okay, that's not true. Here's another hard truth in America. It feels like it's Amazon. Amazon just owns this country and we just live in it. I don't understand, again, preamble. I don't understand why this company has not been broken up. It is the biggest obvious monopoly of my lifetime, but okay. It dominates about all commerce in this country. It also has a big hand in cloud computing. They do defense contracts. It's unbelievable. But okay, they announced that their profits and sales for the first 3 months of this year were better than expected. But their shares are down in the pre-market right now because they are telling everyone they don't know how the next few months are going to go because of the tariffs. Now, obviously, there's some truth to that. No one really knows for sure, I don't think. But this is what I want all of you to understand. This is a not that sophisticated idea that a lot of these businesses get away with, and the reporting on it, they get away with it. It's called gaming the system. Every 3 months, if you're a big company in America, a public company, you have to announce your results. And the way that they measure how you did is whether or not you beat the expectations. So what Amazon is doing is lowering expectations. It's like lowering the bar before you jump a hurdle. It makes it easier to clear the hurdle. Don't fall for this. I don't think that Amazon is really as worried as they said they are, but that's the way it goes. Now, Apple pretty much is the same story. It also beat the estimates yesterday. They announced for the first 3 months of this year, the estimates for their profits for January through March, profits and sales. But it also issued lighter estimates than expected for the rest of the year, blaming tariff uncertainty. Again, there is some truth to that, but it's also lowering the bar on purpose. We don't have to fall for it. You can let the folks on Wall Street fall for it. We don't have to. Amazon and Apple are going to do just fine. This is about trying to get some more of our essential manufacturing back to this country. And I am very willing to listen to arguments about how tariffs aren't the way to do it. But so far, the only people arguing against the tariffs are Trump deranged people who don't think anything he does is right, and they don't have any idea of what middle America, blue-collar America has been going through. So spare me the Trump derangement syndrome. Give me another economic pathway to more homegrown manufacturing and blue-collar jobs in America, and I'll listen. Okay, enough with these boring earnings reports. Let's get to the real interesting gossip. Kohl's, that department store chain, dismissed their CEO, Ashley Buchanan, yesterday. He was just hired 4 months ago, by the way. That was a short term. But in that short time, he reportedly was so obviously favoring one particular vendor to the business with massive amounts of money and business that the company accountants knew something was up. Well, it turns out they were right. That vendor, according to a Wall Street Journal report, her name was Chandra Holt. And yes, folks, it is what you're thinking. She was Buchanan's former girlfriend when they both worked at Walmart together. I don't know. I would have waited more than 4 months before I started shoveling her tons of money. That's just me. But to me, the headline here is that there is romance at Walmart. This sounds like a Kelly Clarkson song. But anyway, that romance at Walmart led to this guy losing his job. So now it really is sounding like a country music hit. The tariff scapegoating, by the way, that's going on isn't just a big tech thing. Let's talk about that when we start our engines. Check it out. Got ahead of myself there a little bit. It is moving America here, and I just want to say something about the big tech thing that's going on with that lowering of expectations. First of all, I want to remind you that this is our beautiful, beautiful Moving America segment, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company, Artillery Tea Co., and you text America, and that's when you get the 25% discount off of your first order. We got some of the artillery teas there looking for you right there on the screen. I really like the containers they come. Are they supposed to look like they're coming from artillery shells? I think they are. Anyway, that's very cool. You can text Artillery Tea Co., and that's where you get the 25% discount. All right. It is not just a big tech thing. GM is also doing this lowering of the expectations deal when it comes to the hit it's going to take from tariffs. In fact, GM was a little bit more specific. I got to give them credit for this. They said that there's going to be a $5 billion hit in April through June because of the tariffs. So they were a little bit more specific. Of course, that's believable. But remember, GM is probably setting the bar lower on two counts. One is, again, they may not lose that much money. People might fork over a few extra bucks and buy their SUVs especially. But listen, the tariffs may not last. We also know that the auto industry is getting a lot of exemptions from President Trump, not just on autos, but also on some parts. So, here's a very not courageous prediction for me. In 3 months, GM is going to beat their sales and their profits expectations because they've set the bar low and the Wall Street analysts seem to be buying it. Okay, now for some tariff-related good news. Ford reported a record sales month in April. U.S. sales climbed 16%. That's big for 1 month, folks. Now, that was thanks to the employee pricing deals that were extended to everyone. That had a lot to do with it. And the large number of customers who were probably buying up some of these SUVs and trucks because they were worried about the tariffs coming into play this month. So Ford sold, let me give you the exact number because this is pretty interesting. Ford sold about 209,000 new vehicles in April alone compared to 180,000 sold in April of 2024. That's a big jump, again, 16%. Okay, it's almost the weekend, so let's really have some fun right now. Ford brought its newest 815, this is a 815 horsepower Mustang. They brought it to a place called the Nürburgring in a place called Nürburg in Germany. The Nürburgring, or Nürburgring, is a very tough lap. It's like a lap, but it's more than a mile, and it's a very tough mile. It's got a lot of twists and turns in it, and putting up a good time shows that your car is not only fast, but it has incredible handling. Now, last year, the Mustang set the record for the quickest American production car ever to lap the legendary circuit. It did it in 6 minutes, 57 seconds. Ford wasn't satisfied with that. The company took it back there, and it posted a new record just this week, 6 minutes, 52 seconds. Ford says it shaved that 5 seconds off through a number of improvements to the car, updated powertrain calibration, revised chassis, a reworked ABS and traction control system, and they got someone less than 300 pounds to drive the car this time. Okay, just kidding about that last one. That is impressive. Mustang is not going anywhere, folks. They really, really have a lot of pride. And see that movie Ferrari versus Mustang, Ferrari versus Ford, I think it was called, with Matt Damon. It's a pretty good movie. Gives you an idea of the culture at Ford. They still want to make the best sports cars. Okay, the fun's over. Coming up, let's take a serious assessment of where we really are now in the Middle East. And that starts with some new clarity we're getting from Benjamin Netanyahu. American Sunrise Early Edition is coming right back. It's Friday, May 2nd. Here are some of this morning's top stories. Shakeup at the White House. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz steps down from that job and gets nominated as ambassador to the UN. The reasons for the changes aren't so clear, but there you go. Another federal judge tries to block the Trump administration's deportations, saying it cannot use the Alien Enemies Act to do so. But this time it's a Trump-appointed judge who made this decision. This is going to go to the Supreme Court anyway. Hey, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sets the record straight. The war against Hamas is not ultimately about getting back to hostages. It's about making sure no more hostages get taken again in the future. That's clarity. And we already knew this wannabe martyr was no angel, but this guy who's been an undergrad for 16 years at Columbia and some other schools, it turns out he has a bloody, murderous past, at least according to his own words. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Thank you so much for joining us, especially those of you on Getter and Rumble. The Getter chat is filled with exciting ideas about the next Ford Mustang. Someone wants a V10 Mustang. Now that I would sign up to see in person. Thanks for that comment. Hey, joining me now is Dr. Eric Mandel. He is the director of the Middle East Political Information Network and senior security editor for the Jerusalem Report, but he's also a doctor, and his mother would be very angry at me if I didn't also mention that. Let's start with some new truths the public is just learning about some of these campus agitators, specifically Mohsen Modawi, this guy at Columbia who a judge just freed from detention. Our viewers here are very familiar with his story because I've been talking about it. I can't get over the fact that he's been an undergraduate student for 16 years. Of course, you're not an undergraduate student for 16 years. This is a phony. This is someone who's brought into this country to give us a problem. But we learned just yesterday that while trying to buy a gun here in New York, he boasted to the gun owners, to the gun shop owners, about all the Jews he killed when he was back in quote-unquote Palestine. This is the person who has been given the angelic treatment by the news media, the angelic treatment by Vermont Senator Peter Welch. Eric, you're not a 16-year undergrad in this country. This guy is basically a political mouthpiece for terrorists. What have I said that's wrong? What have I said that's wrong?
Listen, these students who claim that their freedom of speech is being taken away, problem is what we're dealing with is conduct. It is not freedom of speech to threaten people, to intimidate people, to barricade yourselves in a dean's office, to vandalize. That is by a law and also against the university policies. These are just cowardly administrators that don't want to stop them. And it goes really back. We want to get to the core of this. We're talking about billions upon billions upon billions of dollars that have come in from foreign sources. The most nefarious is Qatar, and they have created a system on college campuses that brings in anti-Israel, but I would really call them pro-Hamas faculty who indoctrinate generations upon generations, and we're dealing with that not just with this young terrorist supporter, but we see that as in young people who've come through colleges, elite colleges, who are now in Congress, corporations, organizations. And the problem is they're not just anti-Israel and pro-Hamas. They're anti-American. And that's really what we have to look at here. Freedom of speech, absolutely. We're not dealing overall with freedom of speech with these people.
Yeah, again, it's so disingenuous. Everybody knows that freedom of speech doesn't include, as you said, disrupting classes, stopping people from getting to class, getting right in their face. I had video that I showed this audience last week of that same guy with a very loud alarm shrieking in the faces of people who were just standing there memorializing the Bibas family, you know, that family with the two redheaded toddlers who were killed. This is a very sick individual. And by the way, I didn't mention, in addition to the gun charges, to that gun thing that he talked about, he also has members of his immediate family who are known terrorists. Look, folks, I'm going to say it. This guy is associated with terrorists. He is not some kind of student who's just doing this out of his own volition. It's just not how that works. And I wish the people who talk about this First Amendment stuff knew what they were talking about, but they just don't. All right, let's talk about something many of us, and especially I know this is true of you as well, knew all along from October 7th on. And that is the real reason for the Israel-Gaza war. Now, of course, everyone wants to see the hostages returned. Every decent person wants to see the hostages returned. We've seen the posters of the hostages. There's been a lot of talk about returning the hostages. Israel's been willing to stop the fighting if Hamas returned the hostages. But we know Hamas would never do that. They never would. They would never return, certainly most of, or like all of the hostages. We knew that. And so really, Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday made it really clear for the first time, something that a lot of us already knew, but I think it needs to be clarified. The point of this war is to destroy Hamas. If Hamas would return the hostages without being destroyed, maybe we could say the point of this war was to get the hostages back. But Hamas cannot be allowed to live, not because they took hostages, but because they killed 1,200, 1,400 people on October 7th, incinerated children. That kind of group must be destroyed. It's not about just returning hostages, even if that were possible.
Right. I mean, you think about this. I think the analogy, you had a radical philosophy after World War II, Shintoism in Japan. And what did we need? We needed unconditional surrender. We needed that to defeat the Nazis. Hamas is a Nazi radical Islamist sect. That is what they believe. They follow. They are the child of the Muslim Brotherhood, its leading outfit. They, in this part of the world, especially in the Middle East, you must show strength, power. The people who want Israel to defeat Hamas, but they won't say it out loud, are American allies, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. Hamas is an organization of terror. And the people, if you are truly pro-Palestinian, you should be anti-Hamas. And so these, going back just to the college demonstrators, they're not pro-Palestinian. They're pro-Hamas. They're pro-terror. They're anti-American. So I think what Bibi did, Netanyahu, is say something that is, I'll say, controversial. And the reason is because Israel, being a citizen army, where the majority of the people were fighting in reserves, and I was on the front lines many times, you always are taught and believe that nobody will be left behind. And so that when people are left behind, especially civilians, it really tears at the Israel unity. And so on one hand, Bibi is right. You must defeat Hamas in the greater purpose. But Israel is a society that everybody is only a half a degree of separation from somebody else, knowing a hostage's family. And so it is torn. But the Hamas are never going to give up all the hostages because that is their source of leverage. But Israel is also a country that's dealing with 18 months of war. And also even before the war, there was disunity between what a future Israel should be. And Bibi is a polarizing figure now in Israel, although the majority still approve of what he's done. So Israel, first and foremost, they defeated Hezbollah. They have to allow it to be continued to defeat Hezbollah. They have to defeat Hamas. They have to be disarmed and not only a governing authority there. And then it all ties into their big patron, which is Iran, who must be defeated also.
Yeah, Dr. Mandel isn't just whistling Dixie there when he calls Hamas a Nazi organization. Again, check your history. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is the parent of Hamas, was funded by the actual Nazis. I'm not talking about skinheads on the old Geraldo talk show. I mean the actual Nazis in Germany in the 20s, in the 30s, into World War II. They are very much an outgrowth of Nazi ideology. They should be labeled in that way, and that's very important. Lastly, it just looks like the terror never really ends. We had some serious wildfires going on, mostly around the Jerusalem area, just yesterday and the day before in Israel. Now, the good news is that these fires seem to be now under control. There are some people who have been arrested for it. Yes, it is terrorist arson. And sadly, it did seem to interrupt greatly the Independence Day celebrations in Israel, which are more than a 4th of July-like thing. Obviously, there are a lot of parties and things like our 4th of July, but Independence Day in Israel comes after Memorial Day for the soldiers, comes a few days after the Holocaust Memorial Day, where people talk about the combination, that correlation. The state of Israel is needed because of things like that. And then, of course, they also do something really interesting in Israel. They give out the Israel prizes. These are like their local Nobel prizes. It's a very, very big deal. They also have competitions. Very sad that this stuff was precluded. What can you tell us about the importance of that day and how these wildfires really put a damper in just one respite. You said Israel's been at war for 18 months. It could have been a day of respite, and it was kind of stolen from the people. Another piece of victimizing.
Well, the first thing here is this was environmental terrorism, and where were all of those campus protesters being upset about innocent trees, if you will, being destroyed, only if they're in a Jewish state. As far as the dichotomy between a country that first memorializes the 25,000 people since the 1860s that were killed and the thousands more that were injured, and then within a 24-hour period goes and celebrates its independence, especially during a war, is very unique to this society. And yet this society is always within the year in and year out within the top 10 in the happiness index, even during war. So taking away from some celebration, the celebration would have always been somewhat muted because the war is going on. But Israelis know they always have to go forward. And it is fantastic as Americans that we have an ally that's like that, that is willing to put its soldiers, its children in harm's way so we don't have to put our American soldiers in harm's way. It saves us in the Middle East that we can have influence there. So celebrating Israel Independence Day is really celebrating a pro-American day for our American national security interests. So Israel, according to Ron Dermer, as somebody is known as Bibi's brain, his basically most important advisor, said that he believes that all the seven-front war will be over within the next 12 months. That will be fantastic. But that means that 2025 is the year not only of defeating Hamas, but that means 2025 is the year of finally dealing with Iran. And we should I want to leave just saying what Marco Rubio's words were that regarding Iran, that it not only must stop enrichment, stop missile development, stop supporting its proxies and terrorism, and allow U.S. inspectors in. I've been to that office through many generations, and he really gets it on Iran and on Hamas and on Hezbollah. I hope that that Secretary of State Rubio and now National Security Advisor Rubio has the president's ear, because he really understands that appeasement does not work in this part of the world, and Iran is a master manipulator, and let's hope that they're not manipulating our negotiator.
Yeah, it's certainly a Marco Rubio moment. We talked a lot about him during this program, and I know there's a lot of hardcore Trump supporters who were a little bit lukewarm about him being in the cabinet. Most of them that I've spoken to in the last 48 hours have really talked about how he's really growing on them to the point where they really don't have any misgivings. I know that's not all of them, but I think we can all agree this is his chance to prove himself, not just to the domestic audience here in the United States, but on the world audience. And, there's a lot of people vying to be President Trump's successor. This is one heck of a test to take on to get there, but he's taking it. So I agree with you. He's on the spotlight right now. He's on stage. Dr. Eric Mandel, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great weekend.
You too. My pleasure.
All right. The first rule of Democrat Illegal Immigration Fight Club should be, don't talk about Democrat Illegal Immigration Fight Club. What the heck am I talking about? David Brody and I are going to talk about it. He's going to help me when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. It is No Tie Friday. It is a tradition on this program. For most people, this is still very formal attire. But this is how kids used to go to class in college. Did you ever see pictures of students going to class in college like all the way through the 60s? They're wearing either coats and ties or maybe just a sport. It's amazing how things have changed. Hey, listen, I know it's frustrating to see so many judges blocking President Trump's rightful deportation policies. I know it's maddening to see senators going and visiting dangerous illegal aliens, either in this country in a deportation situation, a detention center, or overseas. But here is my theory, and I don't think it's that hard of a stretch, and I'm going to ask David Brody to join us in a second about it. Here's my theory. Remember, we are just coming off of an administration in the Biden team that told us for 2.5 years that there was no problem at the border, that there was no illegal alien crisis. You're crazy. Go back to bed. And finally, they had to admit there was a problem. And as soon as people started talking about the immigration issue, again, people other than just Trump supporters and patriots, that was when I think things really turned around in this country. So here's my theory. As long as we're talking about illegal immigration and illegal aliens, it's a win, not only for the Trump administration, for the Trump agenda, but I think it's a win for this country because it forces people to start talking about it. Now, this is a variation of what some people used to call the Streisand effect. Barbara Streisand years ago was accused of some kind of property damage or some kind of criminal activity, and she complained about it, which was a mistake because then people heard that she had maybe done something bad. All right, David Brody's with us now. David, that's my theory. Anytime immigration is in the news, even if it's bad news for President Trump, I think it's actually good news for him and bad news for the Democrats. What do you think?
Well, absolutely. And here's the thing, Jake, to be clear, what the Democrats, the reason they want to keep bringing it up, they know immigration is not good politics for them, okay? They're not stupid. But what they're trying to do here is play the due process card. In other words, play the king, Trump is king card. And how has that worked out for them exactly? You know, they've been trying to do that since he glided down the escalator in 2015. And 2 terms later, it's not working out too well. So this idea that you're going to win on the due process issue, you're not going to. You're just not going to, for a couple of reasons. One, from the king standpoint, it hasn't worked. But 2, the guy has had due process. It's not like he didn't have any hearings at all. I mean, he's had due process. And if you want to argue over the particulars, you can do that. But that is not a winning argument politically, Jay.
No, it's not going to work. Look, folks, it makes Trump look strong, or it makes him look like he's being persecuted by a judiciary that doesn't have the concerns of mainstream Americans in their hearts and minds. All right. Something that does have America in its mind is the American Sunrise Show from 8 to 10. That's about to start. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'm Jake Novak. I will see you on Monday.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. Hey guys, look, the country is celebrating National Prayer Day today. It's obviously a big day. This particular day was set in stone by Congress in 1952. They designated one day a year when people are asked to turn to God in prayer and in meditation. That's the quote.
Lord, we just thank you so much for this day, for this show, for this audience, bringing us all together for such a time as this. We just thank you, Lord, that you're in control of all events, even though when it doesn't seem in control, we know you are. We pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
The House Armed Services, Homeland Security, and Education Committees each held markups on their parts of the reconciliation recommendations. This is the main piece of getting President Trump's agenda passed.
There is some funding there, obviously, for the border and defense, things that we would want there. And there are some Republicans that are calling for additional cuts. Mike Turner, former Intel chairman, Republican, anti-Trumper, was a no, one of the 2 no's on the oversight committee.
1 in 5 voters are reportedly registered as unaffiliated. The New York Campaign Finance Board says more than 1 million people are registered to vote, but not as either a Republican or Democrat. New York officials are recommending that those voters join this thing called the Electronic Registration Information Center in New York, or some are calling it ERIC in New York.
ERIC takes data from state departments of motor vehicles. They search for what they call eligible but unregistered voters. and encourages states to send out registration mailers paid for with your tax dollars. But what they don't tell you is ERIC, by its own documentation, does not require or verify citizen status in the DMV data it collects. So think about that. ERIC is literally flagging people with no way to verify if they're even citizens and prompting states to add them to voting rolls. So this isn't theory. This has already happened.
How about LA's Karen Bass out there on the left coast? She's now saying, wait for it, it's worth it to risk federal funding in order to protect illegals.
It is worth it. It is worth it to protect all Angelenos, regardless of when they got here.
It consecrates their attitude toward their own citizens. This is a bipartisan issue. When your elected officials care more about people that didn't elect them, that they're not even answering to, right, who are not even citizens of this country, than they do you, then something's really off there.
Ahead on American Sunrise, a Trump-appointed judge blocks the Trump administration from using the Alien Enemies Act for deportations in Texas. Stick around to find out the reasoning. Plus, President Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, gets a bit of a promotion, or is it a lateral move? Either way, he's in line for a new job as Marco Rubio will now do double duty. Details on all of the moving parts coming up. And the White House is launching its own version of Drudge Report. Those stories and so much more, all ahead as American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
We have breaking news to share with you.
politics,
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
we've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome to American Sunrise. As always, it is good to see you here. I am Terrence Bates. I'm coming to you live from our Denver studios. Let's bring in David Brody. He is live in Washington, D.C., the swamp. David, happy Friday to you. We have made it through a full week. It's been such a full week that President Trump taking a bit of early time off. He is in Florida this morning after speaking at the University of Alabama. He let the tide roll last night.
He did, and we'll play some sound from what he said. later in the show. And of course, there's so much going on, especially that executive order he signed last night regarding PBS. I know you can give us the details on that, T. So tell us about that, because there is also another piece of breaking news here I want to get to. But go ahead, T. Let's talk about the PBS.
Yeah, so the PBS thing, basically, PBS and the public broadcasting just in general, President Trump is going to be pulling some money from those agencies. Of course, there's been lots of talk about that really over the last 100 days. See what I did there, David? That's how long, obviously, he's been in office. But he's talked a lot about public funding for those agencies, particularly because the administration doesn't feel like they serve the public good and that they are partisan in their reporting. So some of the money is going to be pulled from that. Also, as I mentioned, President Trump speaking at Alabama last night. I am going to get you to your breaking news momentarily, but quickly, we do want to play at least just a clip of some of what he had to say to the graduates there at the University of Alabama. Roll Tide, roll.
If you want to change the world, you have to have the courage to be an outsider. In other words, you have to take certain risks and do things a little bit differently. Otherwise, if that weren't the case, everybody would be successful. It doesn't work that way. Progress never comes from those satisfied with the failures of a broken system. It comes from those who want to fix the broken system. And you'll make the bigger money, you'll make the more success by acting that way. The other way may be more secure, but if you want to go to the top, you're just never going to do it unless you break the system. Change is never easy, and the closer you get to success, the more ferociously those with a vested interest in the past will resist you. They want to resist. So I just say, trust me on that, because I know you really do. You have to break the system a little bit.
And David, I want you to play that soundbite even in advance of any further reporting on breaking news, because that really has, I think, been indicative and defining of President Trump's second presidency, is breaking the system to fix it again.
Yeah, no doubt. And Trump is all over the news cycle because there's that. There's the PBS situation we talked about, the executive order, which, by the way, to be clear, about 16% of the funding for NPR and PBS comes from the federal government, 1/6. So that would basically dry up. So I'm sorry, there's not going to be any more queer animal behavior documentaries on PBS. And you might say, ha, that's funny. No, actually, there's a documentary called Queer Animal Behavior on PBS. And it's that type of stuff that Trump is like, you got to be kidding me, back to common sense. Hey, some breaking news real quick in the last 25 minutes or so. And I'm looking here. President Trump has gone up on Truth Social to say, quote, "We are going to be taking away Harvard's tax-exempt status." That is what he just posted on Truth Social here about 25, 30 minutes ago. So we're going to monitor that. We got a lot going on. So I guess it's time to get to the Bible verse. Should we do that, T. Bates? Should I read the Bible verse?
Absolutely. Please, sir.
Why not? All right, here, let's go to Proverbs. Proverbs 29:25 says, "The fear of man brings a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord shall be safe." Boy, we sure need to trust in the Lord for sure. Now, all right. Absolutely. So speaking of Trump news, I mean, T, a Trump-appointed judge has blocked the Trump administration from using the Alien Enemies Act to deport suspected Nicaragua members in South Texas. So this is Judge Ferdinando Rodriguez Jr. He says the Trump administration exceeded the scope of the statute and the law does not support that position. Now, there's been a flurry of litigation filed, associated with the Alien Enemies Act. The Supreme Court previously blocked the use of the Alien Enemies Act for suspected TDA members in northern Texas. All right, for more on this and, quite frankly, everything under the sun and all the breaking news, he can choose whatever he wants to talk about. Let's call it the RAV Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn Potpourri Morning of the Day. Brian, good to see you. Your choice, correspondent's choice. Do whatever you want. It's just television. We don't care.
Good morning. For 10 points and control the board, David Brody. What topic would you like for me to talk about this morning? No, it's interesting to note that these judges, let's just keep moving it. Let's go into Louisiana. Let's see if there's a judge in Louisiana that will allow these deportations. And also what's interesting about this is a judge claims there's no organized event going on by the Venezuelan country or by these gang members to group together to launch a, quote, war against the U.S. people. I don't know what, gang activity he has not been watching that's happening on the streets of America. But these excuses these judges are pushing out, obviously it's political because they're not using any common sense in this.
So, look, we're expecting the federal budget to come out today, or at least the framework for it. That will really start the reconciliation. Well, I guess it's underway, but it will really push the reconciliation process forward. House Speaker Mike Johnson has said he'd like to have a bill passed in the House by Memorial Day, which is about 21, 22 days away. Can you talk about the White House's response, or how closely, if you will, the White House is watching all of this play out? Because we're within a couple of months now from getting this thing hopefully on President Trump's desk.
We are just a couple months away. And of course, I think, the end goal was to have it, I think, by July 4th, if I'm not mistaken, ultimately done. But the White House is paying close attention to this. There's a lot of things, the one big, beautiful bill. Remember we were talked about, we don't care how many big, beautiful bills it is. It could be 5, 6, 7, 8. We just want to get it done. We want the funding that needs to go to the different departments. We want to make sure that we have enough money for these deportations, for our military, for the defense. But we also want to make sure we make the necessary cuts. And I think, with the Medicaid, when they say, Republicans are cutting Medicaid. Yeah, we are. We're cutting from people who should not be getting it. That's what we're cutting. We're taking it away from people that probably should go back to work, or they're unlawfully getting it. So I think ultimately they will work out everything. It's going to be tough, though. As you guys know, we have Republicans that just simply don't want to get on board. But I think some arm twisting, I used that term yesterday, I think a little bit of arm twisting. And when their constituents weigh in on this and say, let's get it done. We need a win. Like, if there's ever a time for us to be in control of things, it's right now. As the sun comes up behind me, by the way. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. American sunrise. There you go. It's perfect. God knew.
Right on cue.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, speaking of the Trump administration, I mean, just to show you how wild it's been, we haven't even gotten to the Mike Walls story yet. Can we get to that?
Right.
So let's go ahead and do that. Here's the Trump. Here's the Trump Truth Social post. Where he says, I'm pleased to announce that I will be nominating Mike Walls to be the next United States ambassador to the UN. Wait, what? Okay. From his time in uniform on the battlefield in Congress and as my national security advisor, Mike Walls has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he'll do the same in his new role. In the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to basically do everything under the sun. He'll serve as national security advisor while continuing a strong leadership of the State Department, and he'll do dishes and windows. Together, we will continue to fight tirelessly to make America and the world safe again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I love the way he ends that, by the way. Real quick, let's play Vice President J.D. Vance weighing in on what happened to Mike Walls because he's no longer National Security Advisor. Here it is.
So he wasn't let go. He is being made ambassador to the United Nations, which, of course, is a Senate-confirmed position. I think you can make a good argument that it's a promotion. But we brought Mike on to do some serious reforms of the National Security Council. He has done that. I like Mike. I think he's a great guy. He's got the trust of both me and the president. But we also thought that he'd make a better UN ambassador as we get beyond this stage of the reforms that we've made to the National Security Council. You saw the president announce that Marco Rubio is going to step in as interim leader of the National Security Council. So I think the media wants to frame this as a firing. Donald Trump has fired a lot of people. He doesn't give them Senate-confirmed appointments afterwards. What he thinks is that Mike Waltz is going to better serve the administration, most importantly, the American people in that role, and I happen to agree with him.
Okay, listen, I'm not the brightest bulb in the shack, but this ain't a promotion, okay? And let's just be very clear about this. Well, I'm curious to see what you were hearing there, but my sense is Walls was more of a neocon. He's had neocon leanings. His staff wasn't all that great from the neocon standpoint. And Signal was the straw that broke the camel's back. I don't know. That's my take. What do you think, Brian?
David Brody for 10 points and control of the board once again. I happen to somewhat agree with you. And yeah, it's a good game show. I happen to agree with you, but I also think that Trump did a brilliant move here because you know what the narrative would be from the media if he was officially fired. It was like, well, here we go again, a revolving door and Trump 2.0. Everyone's getting fired for not, kissing the ring of the king there. So by redeploying him to a different position, keeps him in the administration, keeps the narrative that he's firing people and that nobody wants to work with him. It's a toxic environment. He avoids all of that. So he's got to go through Senate confirmation. But, a colleague of mine yesterday brought it up and said, well, how easy would it be for him to be confirmed by the Senate? They're going to be pretty harsh on him, I would think, on the signal issue. So, I think the bigger picture, he avoids the scrutiny of the media of making it look like there's a conflict in the Trump administration. It was signal every day in the briefing room. We're not going to have that now. There will be a couple questions, I predict, the next time we get together about Mike Waltz. But at the end of the day, he's still in the administration. He's serving the American people. And I think J.D. Vance's comment there is spot on.
Hey, Brian, is Marco Rubio the president's most trusted advisor? And I ask that because it seems like every time something changes, it gets thrown under the State Department. It gets thrown to Marco Rubio. In this particular case, he's going to be the interim, national security advisor. Even in the early days, when certain agencies and departments were shut down, they were put under the State Department. It seems to beg the question, okay, Marco Rubio has the trust and the ear of the president. Am I misguided there?
No, I don't think you are, actually. I think that's a good assessment. I mean, it seems as of this last 100 days, he's just had so many different hats. I mean, Elon wore 2 hats in the cabinet the other day. I think, Marco Rubio should have about 6 hats stacked up on top of his head. But that's the position that he's in right now. He seems to be in agreement with accepting this responsibility. The president obviously trusts him. That's a good thing. It is. I think if we had an entire cabinet filled of people that were willing to do as much as they can to help and serve this country, that's a good thing. So I think your assessment of Marco Rubio is spot on. I do, however, think it's interesting, the optics, and this is just me being from a television guy. In the cabinet, the optics from the primary camera had Marco Rubio to Trump's right-hand side the entire time. So that lead camera always had Rubio and Trump in the same shot. J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, was sitting on the opposite end across the table from President Trump. 95% of the time was out of camera shot. So I think the optics of having Rubio close to Trump, is it just a coincidence the way they sit in the cabinet room? Maybe. I don't know. But it surely looks like when you go to camera one, when the producer says go to camera one, that shot is President Trump, Marco Rubio, and of course, Pete Hegseth was on the other side. But I thought that's interesting to point out. Whether it has any relevancy or not, I don't know.
No, I think you're right, Brian. It's a great astute observation for sure. Yeah, Rubio's like secretary. He's Secretary of State. He's secretary. He's now National Security Advisor. He is running USAID, and he's also the head of the National Archives. So, I mean, my gosh, he's the secretary of everything. He's the secretary of everything. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Brian.
And that's why I asked that question, because I was like, he's got, there's this new hat, but it seems like a lot got pushed under his department. Yeah. Sorry.
That's right.
By the way, I know we're running short on time.
All right, we got to run.
The NPR thing is really interesting. So, all right, we'll see you. See ya.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel horrible. All right, I got to run. I'm going to anchor jail. We're always going to anchor jail. All right, we're going to check out the hottest headlines from the RAV newsroom. T-Base will be back in a moment. We all will be back. We got to go. Back in a moment.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
The biblical city of St. Paul. St. Paul, Minnesota, everybody, on a Friday. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. All right, coming up, President Trump and negative media coverage. It all goes in the same sentence, and we're going to unpack it because there's a new study out that shows just how negative the coverage against him has been from those guys. We're going to talk about it in a moment. First, though, T. Bates standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom. It's all sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Just over 100 days in, and President Trump is reshuffling the talent he's assembled in his administration. He's moving National Security Advisor Mike Waltz from that position to the United Nations after nominating the former Florida congressman to be the next UN ambassador. But for the time being, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as Waltz's interim replacement. This will mark the first time since the 1970s that one person will serve both as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Both positions, by the way, are top administration assignments. Taking to Truth Social on Thursday, President Trump clearing up reports that Waltz was forced out of the White House following his part in the Signalgate controversy. Quote, from his time in uniform on the battlefield in Congress and as my national security advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role, he writes. President Trump, meantime, back at Mar-a-Lago this morning for a long weekend away from the White House. He made his way to Florida after addressing graduates at the University of Alabama, whom he calls the first graduating class of the golden age of America. The president delivered the commencement address Thursday during a special event in advance of today's graduation ceremonies at Alabama.
I think you have a chance to be the greatest generation in the history of our country because we're turning it around and you happen to be available. You're available. I'm absolutely confident that the Alabama class of 2025 is up to the task. Are you up to the task? You learned a lot about winning here at Alabama, and now we need you to help win for America.
President Trump is also set to address graduating cadets at the U.S. Military Academy during this graduation season. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'll have more headlines coming your way shortly, including President Trump signing a brand new executive order cutting federal funding for NPR and PBS. Ahead, a closer look at why the administration doesn't see the dollars making sense at those agencies. First, though, a quick look at this day in history.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men.
It was on this date in 2011 that the United States carried out a covert operation that killed the leader of al-Qaeda and the mastermind of the 9/11 terror attacks, Osama bin Laden. The operation was carried out in Pakistan during a raid on his compound. Bin Laden was responsible for the deaths of thousands of people on September 11th of 2001. More American Sunrise coming your way after this break.
breaking news from Real America's Voice.
Well, more breaking news, everybody. Welcome back, by the way, to American Sunrise. Here's the breaking news. The Telegraph in the UK is reporting that the United States is withdrawing from peace talks with Ukraine and Russia. That's all we have. That's all they had. We don't know much more than that, but trust us, we are working on it, and we will bring you the latest as the hour and the next 2 hours proceed. All right, let's move on. President Trump has been fighting an uphill battle with the mainstream media now for nearly 10 years, ever since he came down that escalator in 2015. Such a beautiful escalator. And it's been no different. There it is, by the way. Oh, what an iconic shot. It's been no different since Trump came back to office for his second term, obviously. And now Newsbusters is reporting that during Trump's first 100 days, the coverage from ABC, CBS, NBC has been 92% negative. 92. On the flip side, when Joe Biden was in the Oval Office, the coverage was 59% positive in those first 100 days. All right, for more, let's bring in the managing editor of Newsbusters, Curtis Houck. Curtis, I guess this really shouldn't surprise us, but you look at the polling for Trump and everybody's like, oh, the polls are down. Well, what do you expect when 92% of the coverage says you're the devil?
Yeah, doom polling is the word, David and Dr. Gina. You think about it. The liberal media, at a certain point, you just wonder, are they rooting for economic ruin in this country? Because, I mean, they're almost gleeful in talking about the poor earnings reports that have been coming out. I mean, you look at the way the coverage has gone. I looked here, 89% negative in his first 100 days of his first term. So the negative coverage has gone up. And as Secretary Hegseth has noticed, and we appreciate it, 100% negative coverage of him. And just a few ticks lower for folks like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. So the liberal media are stacking the deck. And even though their audiences are smaller than ever, we always say at Newsbusters, every viewer counts in terms of swinging public perception.
Yeah, that's so true. And I think that's why he continues, President Trump, to talk to some of these outlets that make the rest of us just scratch our heads. Like, why is he dignifying them with an interview? But he has now pledged to sign an EO to cut PBS and NPR funding. Curtis, what will this mean? How long will it take? Will it be codified? Sorry, I'm literally putting 4 questions in here. And what does this mean, if anything, regarding Voice of America, Carrie Lake controlling what she's going to control, et cetera? Can you just frame this all up for us?
So this is separate from Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Liberty, Voice of America, PBS and NPR, Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Their parent company is kind of separate from that. So this executive order last night by the president directs all funding to be cut off to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And it also directs other relevant government agencies who have given grants to PBS and NPR to cease those as well, particularly HHS and the National Endowment for Humanities. I've talked with you guys about this before. The Media Research Center has been working on this. Brent Bozell and then my boss, Tim Graham, their professional careers have been in part focused on doing this for over 30 years. And it's about time a president actually followed through on a campaign promise, a Republican president followed through on this campaign promise. This is one of those things that Republicans campaign on doing, but they don't actually do. So to see President Trump actually do this is really refreshing. Unfortunately, this is going to be challenged in the courts because we all know those leftist judges, those are the people that love buying those PBS and NPR tote bags. So
that's right.
Stick with us on that.
All right. Let's talk about CBS and 60 Minutes. So we've got Sherry Redstone, first the head over there, and asked CBS to delay sensitive stories about Trump until Paramount Skydance merger closed. Just fascinating. So she wants this merger with Skydance to go through, and she's obviously worried about some retaliation from the Trump administration. This whole thing, to me, is just so fascinating because Trump just continues to winning. Talk about sick of winning, right? I mean, ask George Stephanopoulos and ABC News if they won or lost against him. They lost. And now 60 Minutes and CBS and Paramount, they're about to lose and going to cut a deal. And the folks at 60 Minutes and CBS are apoplectic that Paramount's cutting this deal.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, David and Dr. Gina, all of these people are probably going to get fired once the deal actually goes through. So all this sanctimonious talk about Bill Owens, the lead producer, head honcho there, he's acting like some hero, like he sacrificed himself for the First Amendment by quitting. No, he was going to be fired anyway. And 60 Minutes is already preparing a story for Sunday's show about these far-left law firms that President Trump has gone after for their political bias and their decades of working against presidential administrations with whom they disagree. They are almost at this point giving a middle finger to their bosses. They're saying, oh, we're being interfered with politically. Well, they haven't been prevented from airing any stories. It's almost like they've stepped on the gas since they've come under fire for their Kamala Harris interview. It has just been one negative Sunday after another. So I don't think they're being oppressed at all. They're simply asking questions. And I should add the other thing. It's not just anti-Trump. It's a series of anti-Israel stories. And Sherry Redstone, that is something that she is concerned about as well, the coddling of anti-Semitism in the news media.
So, Curtis, just a quick follow-up. Who are you referring to, all these people? You mean the folks at 60 Minutes? Is that what you're talking about? And why exactly? Like, why do you think that would be the case?
Well, I mean, I think so. Bill Owens, as I said, is like the lead executive producer. Sherry Redstone is currently at the top of Paramount, and she's the one who's kind of asked about these stories as well. And Skydance, run by the Ellison family, is looking to buy them as well. So I just think 60 Minutes, they can be as biased, networks should be allowed to be whatever they want to be, but they're pretending to be something they're not. They insist and foist upon us that they are America's premier news magazine, and they are not. And this isn't just something within the Trump era. They have been biased hacks for decades, and it's about time that there's actual reform there. And finally, I'll just note, CBS, of the 3 broadcast networks, they are in 3rd place by a lot.
Yeah, it's such a good point. I would rather 60 Minutes come out at the top. I'm Leslie Stahl. I'm this person. And we're biased. And we're 60 Minutes. I would literally love for them to say they're biased, because, and I mean that in a serious way, because I know they're biased, but there's a lot of people that have they just watch 60 Minutes. I'd rather them say it, and then at least we can start from an honest playing field. So
yeah, they're not.
All right. No, they're not. Curtis, great to have you with us. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Curtis.
You too, gang. Thanks.
All right, coming up, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has new plans for vaccine testing here in the United States. When can we see the changes? We're going to take a look at that next, right here on The Big Show on Freedom Friday, Puppy Friday, Everything Friday, right here on American Sunrise.
That's hot, Lana. Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us. It is now time for today's health news, sponsored, of course, by the Wellness Company. And under the microscope today, a new report on changes to vaccine testing. You're going to love this, guys. It just gets better. We're so back. The Washington Post reports that HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will require vaccines to be tested against placebos to determine efficacy. Now, this change would mean that study groups will be given either the experimental vaccine or the inert substance, or placebo as it's called, to see what side effects might occur and to later test titers to see if one is perhaps more effective than the other against the targeted disease. HHS did not clarify how the change would be implemented or which vaccines in particular will be tested, but RFK is moving forward with these efforts to make America healthy again. It's a new day in America, a new administration in Washington, D.C., a lot of excitement and optimism about the future. But the reality is there's a lot of work to do, too, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The forces that are responsible for breaking it are not going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. Now, more than ever, you want to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals. You can trust them, and their line of prescription med kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. So whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of the meds. From the flu to strep to COVID to bird flu, a trip to the beach, a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again. You guys, it starts at home. Do your part, protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/RAV. Give it an order. That's twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV. That'll save you 10%. David and Terrence.
Hello. We're back.
Hello. We are back.
Oh.
Exciting stuff, right?
Hey, guys.
Real changes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it is.
No, I was just going to say there's so much to talk about. Just this morning, President Trump saying that he is going to pull Harvard's tax-exempt status, which is kind of just the latest, if you will, in a face-off between the Trump administration and that university. You may remember just a few weeks ago, President Trump said that he was going to freeze about $2.2 billion in funding to Harvard, now pulling the tax-exempt status. I mean, that's major stuff, David.
It is. And, you know, it's really making me think about something a bit more broader than just Harvard, right? And more broader than even what he's doing writ large in these first 100 days, because he's being strong, he's being forceful, he's being aggressive and assertive, and knowing that the time is now, kind of strike while the iron is hot, if you will. And that scares the bejesus out of the left. And why so? They're saying he's going to be this king, or he's a king and all that. It's ridiculous. What they're really, the truth of the matter is, if I can just put on my Dr. Phil hat here on for a moment, they don't like alpha males. They are threatened by someone that knows what he thinks, and not just says what he says, but does what he says. And I really believe that when the left has gone, the Democrats have gone to the far left, what's come with that is in essence kind of a feminization, if you will, of the Democrat Party. And Trump is everything against that type of thing. So this idea that he's doing this and he's doing that and he's doing that, we always talk about it's a mandate of the American people. It's all of that. Don't get me wrong. But I think there's something deeper going on, Gina. I don't know. I'll turn it over to you as the doctor of the show. But I think that they are not, they cloak it in the king stuff, right? Oh, he wants to be a king. No, I think they're threatened because they don't like strong men.
I think it's just a battle of good and evil. I think it's just the classic battle of the ages. I agree with you that it has nothing to do with him wanting to be king, because that doesn't even make sense, because all he's done since he got there is decentralize government and hand it back to the people. That's not what a king does. A king takes more power for himself. It's fundamental in politics. We talk about that all the time. For more, let's bring in the nation's health, more on the nation's health, rather. Let's bring in the chief of pediatric medicine for the Wellness Company, Dr. Alejandro Diaz. Dr. Diaz, the McCullough Foundation covered a fascinating news study that shows that, and this stuff coming out, I mean, I just can't even wrap my head around it. Testing vaccines against placebos, getting to the root of what any side effects might be, as we discussed earlier. So much exciting stuff happening. Now, we hear that these studies are starting to come out that have never been allowed, right, in media before. If you would have written about these studies, your accounts on social media would have been shut down. You would have been absolutely just made fun of, really ridiculed, right, for even saying things like this. But there's a new study that we're seeing all over that ivermectin, particularly when used in concert with mebendazole, is showing promise in combating cancer. Also, we're seeing that if it's used topically, ivermectin can be used for perhaps to battle skin cancer and other skin diseases. Talk to us about this.
Thank you, Gina, for having me on. Yes, definitely. Dr. Peter McCullough and McCullough Foundation, they have been researching extensively among other scientists about the benefits of ivermectin and mebendazole of off-label uses. And, the results has been tremendous in the benefit of different diseases like cancer.
People worry about safety. People think, well, if you're taking it for off-level reasons, I mean, we're used to a day where doctors gave a prescription for a medicine and we could count on it. That really isn't the case anymore. So how safe are drugs like ivermectin and mebendazole for off-label uses?
They're very safe and effective for the purpose of they were discovered. But they are also safe and effective for off-label uses. And let me tell you something, Gina. For example, mebendazole, let's talk about ivermectin. Ivermectin, the regular dose for certain protocols is 1 milligram per kilogram. The safety and toxicity studies in monkeys, it was up to 25 milligrams per kilogram. So imagine it's very effective and very low toxicity.
The promise of ivermectin, of course, one of the super drugs made famous again fighting COVID, has been promoted by doctors like William Mackus and by prominent celebrities like Mel Gibson even. Why is the biopharmaceutical complex so opposed to using these drugs?
Gina, very simple answer, because they work.
Yeah, well, that's a simple answer, all right. Finally, will the government limit access, do you think, to ivermectin during, like they did during the pandemic, for people who are interested in stocking up? Should people worry? Should people go ahead and stock up before we have another health crisis and the government tries to ban it?
Many diseases like cancer, they're rising everywhere, specifically in the United States. And at the Wellness Company, we have the compound of ivermectin, 25 milligrams, and mebendazole, 250 milligrams, combined in one pill, worth of 3 months of treatment, 90 tablets. And I think that's a wonderful source to getting the wonder drug that it's called by many scientists, ivermectin, and as well as mebendazole.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Diaz. It's exciting times to be sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, former vice presidential candidate Tim Walz speaks out about why he was picked to be Kamala Harris's running mate and what he says will shock you. We have those comments just straight ahead. Don't go away.
Welcome back. I'm American Sunrise correspondent Emily Finn. Time now to stay awake, not woke, brought to us by the 1775 Coffee Company. 1775 just launched Rejuvenate, the first anti-aging coffee of its kind. It's the first coffee infused with CAAKG, a clinically studied ingredient shown to support strength, energy, and healthy aging at the cellular level. As we age, CAAKG levels drop, leading to a slower recovery, less energy, and feeling older than we should. 1775's Rejuvenate brings longevity support without changing a thing. Just better coffee that does more for you. And right now, for a limited time, you can get their longevity bundle. Over $250 worth of premium coffee and gear for just $99. But here's the catch. They only made 1,000 of these bundles, and when they're gone for good. You get 2 bags of their Rejuvenate anti-aging coffee, a rare pea berry roast, one of the most elite beans on earth, less than 5% of coffee crops worldwide, and exclusive 1775 merch that you won't find in stores, made for people who still believe in America first. This is small batch, single origin, roasted fresh every week in Miami. Just real coffee with one powerful, proven ingredient built to help you feel your best longer. Head to 1775coffee.com/Rav and grab your longevity bundle while it's still in stock. All right, now that we are caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke. And former vice presidential candidate Tim Walz says race was part of the reason that he was picked. Take a listen.
I was on the ticket, I would argue, because we did a lot of amazing progressive things in Minnesota to improve people's lives. But I also was on the ticket, quite honestly, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck, doing that I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. And you look across those swing states, with the exception of Minnesota, we didn't get enough of those votes.
Yikes. All right, let's bring in Dr. Gina and David here. You guys, I thought his debate with J.D. Vance was the worst that we were ever going to see from Tim Walz. He wasn't going to make any more terrible, stupid comments until this. I mean, someone should tell him he's not supposed to say the quiet part out loud, that they play identity politics.
Yeah, but we all know that they play identity politics, Emily. And the worst part, though, is the level of the racism inherent in this entire situation. Not only is it completely racist to say, hey, I was out there to manipulate white guys and their vote, and I wasn't successful, by the way. That's the other part of that he said. But how racist is that against white people? But even perhaps more insidious, do you really think this was Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream to make sure that perhaps a black guy who might have been picked to be vice president, if he was the best, most capable person, wasn't chosen because of their racism, right? Do you understand the level of racism involved here and the message this sends to their people? Look, we didn't think you were smart enough to vote for the best guy, so we were just going to manipulate you, right, by using a white guy to get white guy votes. And, oh, by the way, forget about you black guys. This is the epitome of racism all the way around, David.
Well, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, yes, and I'll get back to that in a second. But first of all, let's be honest. I mean, Tim Walz was right. I mean, what he was saying was correct. That's exactly what they thought. I mean, that is. Yeah. I mean, so what he's saying is not like crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. I mean, they thought that they could appeal to white voters in the heartland by running a white progressive liberal from the heartland. Well, it didn't work. It's just that simple politically. Now, on the racism stuff, Gina, I think you're spot on this. I mean, look, what the Democrat Party is basically saying here is, you know what? We'll have a white guy speaking white language. I'm talking about, that's what they're thinking. Well, you know, to the folks in the heartland and all that, and that'll be good enough. No, maybe Byron Donalds has something to say about that. You know, like, in other words, you know, MAGA folks don't look at color at all. And this ridiculous, lazy narrative coming from liberals and the liberal media and all of them, Democrats, it's ridiculous. Right. They don't care if it's Byron Donalds. There's so many more. Oh my gosh, the guy we have on the show all the time. What's his name? Elder. Larry Elder. My goodness. Larry Elder. I can just go on. Alan West. I mean, I don't have time. The point is that it's not about the color of your skin. It is literally about the content of your character and the content of what you're saying. So Walz's problem was, yeah, he was white and running through. He was the football coach and doing his whole thing. But who cares about any of that when your policies are out of touch with the heartland of America?
And the very idea that you vote based only on your skin color is so demoralizing to the American voter. American voters, no matter what skin color they are, they vote based on their families, their ideals, their principles, their values. They completely eliminate all that and say, oh, we expect everyone just to vote by their skin. It is ultimately as racist and as inauthentic as anything I've ever seen happen in politics. And the fact that they are not even embarrassed about it is even worse. Emily, sorry, I could go on all.
No, you're absolutely correct, Gina. And you guys, let's remember, this is not the first time that we've seen this. When Joe Biden was running, he said the same thing, that he was going to pick a woman. It was Gretchen Whitmer. It was Kamala. There was a couple women in the running, and I remember being so offended, thinking, this isn't right. This is identity politics. You're not picking the right person for the job. You're just picking someone based off of a standard of what they look like.
And one last thing real quick. The thing is, they embrace the far left. The Democrat Party embraces the far left, and they want to run a white guy from the heartland and think that's going to work because it's smoke and mirrors. Give me a freaking break.
Well, let me say, I hope Republicans are taking notes, because we better not try playing this goofy identity politics game that we are guilty of playing.
That's right.
All the way up, conservatives, moderate Republicans, all the rest. We've done it. It's ugly. It's racist. It's inauthentic. Don't do it. Take a lesson learned out of what happened to Kamala in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Really sad to see from Tim Walz there, actually. But I will say, David, you're right. He did tell the truth. He may not have been in Tiananmen Square, but he was picked because of his race. All right. Coming up, you guys, CBS News can't get out of their own way. They somehow bring President Trump into an intro for a report on Catholic charities. We have their comments next on American Sunrise.
God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise correspondent Emily Finn. It's time now for our Moment of Faith, brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, political bias hiding behind religion. Take a look at this CBS News report on Catholic charities. The famed Tiffany Network couldn't help but attack President Trump for an off-the-cuff remark he made about wanting to be the next pope. Obviously a joke. Take a listen.
Candidate Donald Trump said he would be a dictator, but only on day one of his presidency. Well, now on day 100, he had a different idea. He said he'd like to be Pope.
That was his joking response when a reporter asked if he had a preference as to who should succeed Pope Francis.
Francis was quite serious when he rebuked the president on more than one occasion over his treatment of migrants. The Pope was the biggest champion migrants had on earth.
All right, we want to welcome in Billy Hallowell, a digital journalist at CBN News, for comment on all of this. I mean, Billy, it's so obvious to me, and I think so obvious to our viewers, that the president was joking about this. How did they actually try to take this seriously and try and attack him?
Well, it's funny because they even mention, oh, he said it jokingly, right? And you say to yourself, well, why is this news? And the answer immediately follows. It became news because it was an opportunity to note, oh, they didn't get along. The Pope, didn't really like Trump, essentially. They're using it as this opportunity to sort of go after the president on his immigration position, right? And so they take this joke and it becomes sort of the inroads to really a very sort of serious matter, which is sort of pitting Trump up against the Pope. So really strange, but I think it shows, again, the media have not learned a lesson. And you would think after everything that has gone on, specifically in the last 6 months, the media might say, you know what, we need to take a back seat. We need to do a better job. We need to be fair-minded. And we just do not see that happening yet again.
Well, you certainly don't see that happening in the mainstream, but definitely, with the Real America voices of the world, the people that we've been seeing on social media platforms, that's where the real truth is going these days. Now, Billy, I want to get your take on this. The Papal Conclave is going to be starting next week. What have you been hearing? We know Cardinal Sarah, his name has been thrown around as one of the front runners. Definitely a lot different than Pope Francis. He takes a more conservative view of the Bible's teachings. What have you been hearing about what we can expect to see next week?
Yeah, I think nobody really knows what it's going to look like, but I do think, to your point, the idea that somebody a little more conservative might come in. When you think about equilibrium, that would probably be the smart move after a lot of the critique that Pope Francis got for some of his positions. There's different worldview, there's different context and culture, and all of that comes into play. So I'm actually expecting and thinking we may see somebody a little bit more conservative, help sort of provide that equilibrium that would probably, again, be a healthy thing for the Catholic Church in this era. And it's also where culture is going in many ways, ironically, not just in America, but around the world. There's a real move back, at least at this moment, towards cultural sanity.
Towards cultural sanity and, in step with that, towards faith in general. A lot of people coming back to the church, really practicing their faith again. It's great to see. Billy Holloway, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate you giving us some of your insight. We'll be back with the second hour of American Sunrise in 2 minutes. Stick around.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Coming up right now on this second hour of American Sunrise, President Trump's national security advisor Mike Waltz taking some heat for the Signal chat controversy and being reassigned. Waltz will now head to the United Nations in a surprise move. But ahead, find out what all of this means for Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Also, a courtroom bombshell. In a first-of-its-kind ruling, a Trump-appointed judge says the president has no right to invoke the Alien Enemies Act to deport dangerous illegals who have made their way into our country. We'll have a full report ahead. And the president continues his assault on Joe Biden, pointing out that Wall Street's recent woes are old Joe's fault. We'll discuss those stories and so much more ahead right now on American Sunrise.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody, coming to you from D.C. Let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm, T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. You know, good morning to both of you. And you would think on a Friday we could just have a bit of a rest from the news. No, Dr. G. There's just news galore this morning. Oh, yeah, good point. If it was Biden, well, Biden 10 to 4. That's right. So we could just only work 10 to 4.
News is dropping like hot cakes on a griddle, and I'm hungry, Terrence.
That's funny.
Me too. And I've been having some stomach issues today, but you just made me hungry with that one, Dr. Gina. Hotcakes on the griddle. I would love that. But you're right. I mean, there are all kinds of headlines. Obviously, on the national front, NPR as well as PBS, President Trump pulling funding from those two agencies, but also abroad. There's new reporting out about the United States and potential withdrawal from formal Ukraine peace negotiations. Again, all of this is just coming in. And so there are reports out there, and we're working to try to confirm them. But apparently the U.S. State Department is saying that Kiev and Moscow have to submit some concrete proposals for ending the war. Otherwise, the Trump administration is out. Trump administration has also approved its first arms exports to Kiev. All of that kind of on the heels of having signed that rare earths mineral deal. So there's a lot happening, both domestically as well as internationally. I could go on, but I'm out of breath. And like I said, my stomach is kind of messing with me. So Dr. Gina and David, I'm going to leave it to you guys. I'm going to yield, David.
Yeah, well, look, it seems to me, T, what's going on this Ukraine-Russia situation is that the Trump administration said, look, enough of you guys. You know, you figure it out, you know, and get back to us when you can come a little closer, because, you know, this is ridiculous. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. And also there's this story about the judge down in Texas that barred the deportations of Venezuelans from South Texas under that 18th century wartime law, the Alien Enemies Act. You got this Judge Fernando Rodriguez Jr. He's the first judge, Gina, to rule that the Trump administration cannot use the Alien Enemies Act in this scenario. He is a Trump-appointed judge. So, you know, I'm waiting for the Truth Social post to come out against this judge, unless I missed it.
You know, it is really ridiculous if you just put into perspective. I think it was Chris Ann Hall on this show that pointed out, you know, you have these local judges really overruling national American people mandated law. Right? That is the EO out of the White House. And it really is. It's just almost unbelievable. Something has to be changed about this. I wish I understood our judiciary a little better than I do. I understand there are checks and balances, but I just don't think that there's any way that one local judge should ever be able to decide that, you know, what the president wants to enact based on a mandate from the American people can be overcome with their ruling.
He's a federal judge, but he's a federal district judge.
Right,
there's
a district
difference, obviously, between a district judge and an appeals judge. You know, the way I see it,
wasn't elected by a mandate of the American people.
Well, sure, but even if they're not, for example, the Supreme Court's not elected by anybody, right? And the federal appeals judges are not elected by anybody. But I think that is where, if you're going to do the nationwide injunctions, either obviously the Supreme Court will have the final say, but do it at the federal appeals level, not the federal district level.
Exactly.
District level judges are for process, T. Bates. But anyhow. I don't know if you want to say anything about
sense.
that.
What seems like common? No, I mean, I fully agree with you. You're dropping common sense. Unfortunately, I think many of these appointed judges are feeling themselves, as they would say back in my day, and they're trying to take their position and elevate it beyond what they should be.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, let's move on to this amazing game of political musical chairs. Mike Walls not in the national security chair this morning. President Donald Trump announcing late yesterday that he's actually nominating Mike Walls to be U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. So while Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as interim national security advisor, he will remain as Secretary of State. There's just a lot of stuff going on. Taking to Truth Social, the president said the following: "I'm pleased to announce that I will be nominating Mike Walls to be the next United States ambassador to the UN. From his time in uniform on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my national security advisor, Mike Walls has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role in the interim. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as national security advisor and do everything under the sun while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Together, we will continue to fight tirelessly to make America and the world safe again." All right, well, let's talk about this with Steve Gruber, the man never shy to share his opinion. He's the host, of course, of America's Voice Live. Steve, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, everybody's talking about the Signal chat and the Signal issue. That clearly seems to be the straw that broke the camel's back. But look, he was doing he's a neocon, and he was bringing in some neocon people. I think he also got on the bad side of Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, and that's never a good thing. Your thoughts?
No, but here's the real signal. The signal is Donald Trump likes this guy, Green Beret. Didn't throw him out of the administration. In fact, some would argue, as J.D. Vance did yesterday, that this is an advancement. This is a promotion to be the UN ambassador.
I don't buy that.
I mean, he has to go through Senate.
Buy that.
Well, that's just telling you that's what was said.
You know what, Steve, wait, hold on. Here's the thing.
Hold on. I don't disagree with you. I think being the UN ambassador is a bigger job. I think UN ambassador is a bigger job. I do.
Yeah, but that's not the job that Walls wanted. That's not the job Walls wanted. And more than that, here's the thing, Steve, is that what this really was about is that Walls was a voice that wasn't simpatico with the other voices inside the room where it happened, if you will, in terms of national security. And they had to get him out of there. And so he's over now going to do the UN. That's great, but he's not going to be in the four walls of the White House talking about national security policy. I think that's what's really going on here.
Well, there's some truth to that. Obviously, I mean, the Signal thing was a bit of a stub toe for people there. There's no question about that. Something for the left to glam onto. Let's be honest, they don't have much to glam onto. Here, we just got the jobs report a few minutes ago, 177,000. Once again, good news for the White House as it comes in higher than expected. There's a lot of good news for this White House. Look, I was in Michigan this week in Macomb County as the president came to celebrate with the faithful in Michigan on his 100th day in office. They've got to find something. And okay, say maybe Walsh didn't sync up quite right. I still think the UN job is a bigger job. Maybe he's not in the White House here all the time. But with everything that's going with reshaping the world, you've got the Ukraine deal, right? You've got potentially peace in that war somewhere on the horizon. I don't know how close it is, but it's coming. You've got everything that's going on in Gaza. You've got the Houthi rebels that's going on with Yemen and what's going on with Harry Truman misplacing a jet, by the way, to the bottom of the Red Sea this week. But the point being is the UN job and how we connect with the rest of the world, incredibly important right now, especially when you look at war and peace, you look at the tariffs, you look at everything that's going on. Mike Waltz, he didn't get tossed out of the administration. He got a pretty damn good job from where I sit. And so you can mince that however you want, but he's still there in a high-profile position. So that's where I come down to this. True. I think that he is liked by the president. You know, and look at everything's going on, whether it's tariffs or war or how we deal with people. I mean, this is high-level stuff right here that he's going to be dealing with. And so then you take Marco Rubio, who's going to be the interim advisor there for national security advisor. Man, Marco Rubio, let's just say, we don't talk about him much, right? Marco Rubio's doing a hell of a job from where I sit. I mean, he's out there, he's outspoken, he's got the president's back. You know what you don't have this time around in the White House? You don't have any mealy-mouthed nonsense. You don't have that mealy-mouthed nonsense where you've got people that are just in there hoping they can write a book later and cash in on the deal by stabbing Donald Trump in the back. I don't see that like I did in the first term. And I think that's a refreshing change. Don't you?
Well, I guess no one's speaking to you except me.
Where'd
Steve, can you hear
everybody
me? There we go. Steve, have you got me?
Gina's there.
I guess we're alone now. Okay.
Yeah. Somehow a discussion, but I think it's a refreshing change here, Gina. I do. You don't have all these people that are there, taking the president and taking whatever he says and going out and writing books and cashing in. It feels refreshing to me that Walsh didn't get kicked out, that Marco Rubio is doing a great job. You look across the board. Every place I go, people say, make America healthy again. They love that initiative. And this deal in Michigan was with thousands of people turning out. I feel this energy in this administration being very positive. People like what they voted for. They have not. There's all this talk about buyer's remorse. There's no buyer's remorse. The Trump people are getting exactly what they voted for, and they like it. The only buyer's remorse alleged is from people like the Washington Post, New York Times, and these others that try to put out these garbage polls. Look, I talked to Mark Mitchell a fair amount from Rasmussen. Today, you look at Rasmussen. He's got Donald Trump 50-49 on the approval scale, +1. He's in the positive. He has always been the positive. These polls from CNN and others that show -14, these are garbage polls. America likes what they're getting. This new jobs report I just mentioned, this is more good news for the economy. You wait till interest rates come down. You wait till we get some of these tariff deals signed with some of these big trading partners like the EU. Or Mexico, or South Korea, or Taiwan. This economy is going to go, it's going to go big. And by the time we get to the midterms, my guess is the American economy is going to be in very good shape, and people are going to be very pleased with where we are.
Yeah, and I guess the days of little Marco are gone.
Yeah, and again, you have to wonder. But Marco Rubio is as loud of an outspoken supporter of Donald Trump that there is. I mean, he is vocal. He's clear. He does not waver. You see him in a number of these Oval Office get-togethers now, right? He's right there all the time. And he will take on any reporter anytime that tries to denigrate the policies of this administration. And I appreciate it.
Could MAGA forgive him, and could he be a presidential candidate?
That's a good question. JD is so popular now that I don't know. He could be a vice presidential candidate. That's for sure. He could be a running mate, but JD is so popular with the base of the Trump crowd that I think that's going to be hard to overcome, especially if the Republicans can put together a win in the midterms, which is possible. But in order for that to happen, the Trump voters, the only Trumpers, have got to go vote in the midterms. People say, well, I only vote if Trump's on the ballot. Well, you're not helping the guy if you do that. You're not helping the country. He needs the House. He needs the Senate. He needs your support in the midterms as well. This country needs you to turn out and vote. And if he does well in the midterms and is able to continue to deliver on his agenda, that by the time you get to 28, J.D. Vance will continue to be popular. And I can see a Marco Rubio, a viable running mate. Tulsi Gabbard gets a lot of exposure right now. I'm not sure she's the one. I like her. I like the fact that she has come across and is also she's also one of those people that the reporters will come at them and she slices, dices, and makes julienne fries and sends them around their way. I think that's just beautiful, right?
Could be a crowded field, Steve. You got RFK who could run. You got Stephen Miller. I don't know. I'm making stuff up. It could get interesting, David.
For sure. Well, Steve Gruber, great to have you. By the way, I disappeared for a little bit. I was literally frozen like Mitch McConnell. I was like this. But anyhow, I'm back. Steve. Yeah, oh no, you're not frozen. And Steve, we love us some Steve Gruber. We love us some Steve Gruber here on the show. Great to see you.
Thank you, David. Steve. Thank you, Dr. G. Right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Coming up, why can't the Democrats and the mainstream media admit they purposely ignored the story on Joe Biden's mental decline and inability to lead the country? They didn't miss it. They ignored it. We'll discuss. Also, forget the skeptics. Elon Musk still thinks DOGE can save American taxpayers $2 trillion. Detailed ahead. We're back in a flash.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise correspondent Emily Finn. It's great to have you with us this morning. Time now to drain the swamp, and this morning we are flushing out two swamp monsters today. First up, Pocahontas, or should we say Senator Elizabeth Warren, and NBC's Chuck Todd, who are both now admitting, way too late by the way, that former President Biden's mental decline was covered up from the left during his presidency. No duh. During a recent interview, Warren says it doesn't matter what we saw in 2023 and 2024 with President Biden. All that matters is eliminating President Trump's agenda now. Take a look at how she stumbled through her response.
Saying that President Biden had a mental acuity, he had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline.
You went on to say you hadn't seen decline at that point. Does that mean that you later did before the debate?
So, look, it's all clear. We saw what Joe Biden did at the debate, and it was really sad to see. But I made clear what I had seen when I had met with him individually, when I'd seen him up speaking.
And Warren isn't the only one trying to divert attention from the massive cover-up into former President Biden's mental decline. NBC host Chuck Todd is pushing the same narrative, saying the establishment media, quote, didn't miss the story on Biden. Take a look at how he bizarrely justifies this.
And then there's the other thing that I have a real sort of problem with is this rewriting of history about whether the traditional media, whose fault is it that Joe Biden was politically stupid? Whose fault was it that a whole bunch of people around Joe Biden were numb to the fact that their candidate was even more unqualified in the public side than Donald Trump? This is not a media failure. This is a failure of the Democratic Party. And I just sort of the virtue signaling that some people have done to try to say that the media missed this story. They didn't miss this story. David Ignatius wrote, I just refuse to accept this stupid premise because it's a manufactured right-wing premise.
All right, we want to know what you think. Let us know on Rumble or Getter. Hop on and let your voice be heard. Coming up on American Sunrise, why are Democrats trying to liberate an illegal alien with your tax dollars? The details ahead. Then it's not a goodbye, it's a see you later. Elon Musk takes a step back from the White House and DOGE. That story ahead on American Sunrise. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. Cincinnati, Ohio, the Queen City, that is the nickname. Yes, it and Charlotte, North Carolina share the same nickname. We're getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's going to ring here in about 8 minutes. I can tell you that the markets are looking good right now in pre-market trading. As you can see, pretty much the entire board is in green. We'll see what impact the U.S. jobs report that was just released for April will have on all of that. Employers added 117,000 jobs. It's a slight dip in hiring from March as 185,000 was, I'm sorry, it's 177,000. I apologize, that number is wrong, but 185,000 were added 2 months ago. So it's a slight dip from what we've seen, but still pretty solid. Unemployment, by the way, remained the same at 4.2%. So we'll continue to monitor that and again, see how that ultimately impacts the markets once they officially open and the opening bell rings in New York here in just a few minutes. But now let's get you over to David. David, good morning.
Good morning, T. Bates. Appreciate it. All right, so the Democratic Party, they're in disarray. Some House GOP congressional leaders are mocking the Dems for being totally lost and adrift. Here's this town hall article. The House GOP trio of Sherry Biggs, Pat Harrigan, and August Lugar were recently interviewed on a podcast to discuss Trump's first 100 days in his second term in the White House. And the conversation moved to the Dems, quote, insanity when it comes to immigration. That's what they were talking about. The trio says they cannot believe Democrats are trying to sell Americans the fact that deported Maryland man, I'm putting that in air quotes, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, suspected MS-13 gang member. Okay, let's drop the suspected, but I guess I got to do that. Being held in El Salvador should be returned to the United States. For more, let's bring in the host of Last Call on Real America's Voice, Mike Crispy. Mike, good to have you here. These Democrats, let me get this straight. They're arguing due process. Give me a break. First of all, the guy had due process, number one. And number two, really? This is what you're going to go to die on a hill for? Give me a break, Mike.
Yeah, and the Democrats have more access to information than we do, everyday people on the street. So they knew exactly who Kilmar Abrego Garcia was more than we did when this story first broke. And it's come out, as you've seen, David, that the story's even worse than anybody had ever imagined. Kilmar Abrego's wife's ex-boyfriend filed a police report a couple of years ago and said that he was a gang member and that he feared for his life. So this is just a piece of a litany of things that have come out to make this guy, I call him the 2025 George Floyd for the Democrat Party. Another person who is a bad guy, not a good person, criminal, thug, and the Democrats put these people on a pedestal. They don't learn, David. They don't learn. They keep making these same insane mistakes.
Yeah, and now they just needed the riots to complement the whole George Floyd situation, for sure. Hey, but here's the thing on immigration. The Democrats, I mean, they're insane. Literally, they want to keep talking about immigration. Now, they know politically that immigration is not good for them, but I think they're trying to make the case that, Trump is this king that's going to, go run roughshod, if you will, over the judicial system. Here's the problem with that, Mike. They've tried this to call Trump a king since 2015. And how has that worked exactly? Well, I don't know, maybe 2 terms of Trump. It's not working too well for them.
No, not at all. And, there is judicial precedent for what Trump is doing. The last time that a judge at the state level faced consequences from the federal government was in 2018, okay, when another judge, a left-wing judge, tried to help an illegal alien. And then there is precedent before that. The Supreme Court has precedent for the federal government to basically come in and say, listen, even though you're a state judge, it doesn't give you the authority to just make your own rules. We live in a country of laws. So just because you're a judge doesn't mean you're above the law. This has been going back to Reconstruction and desegregation and Jim Crow, where the federal government will come in at the state level and restore order if there's runaway people at the state level like these judges. So they're acting like this is a constitutional crisis like we've never seen, that Trump is punishing a runaway left-wing state judge. But in reality, this is something that has been needed whenever radical local lunatics at the state level do not follow the law, David. I don't think it's controversial. The left is losing it.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, let me quickly move to Elon Musk and let me play this quick soundbite where he's talking about DOGE's effect and the future of DOGE. Have a look.
Is DOGE just getting started? This is a long-term enterprise.
It's a long-term enterprise because if we take our eye off the ball, the waste and fraud will come roaring back.
they can doge when Democrats get back in power?
We're trying to have it be such that the funding is removed, so the grants are gone. So there's a lot of work required to restart the waste and fraud.
Mike, we've got about a minute left. I mean, he's trying, but I mean, this is just it's like, I don't know, moving a tanker out there. It's not easy to do.
No, absolutely not. And, they talked about how they've cut $160 billion of waste, enough for every single American to get about $1,000 back in return. And I'm just amazed that we have accrued such a large, wasteful budget in this country. Like, how did it get to this point? It's unbelievable. So, I think Elon Musk's work has just begun. I know he's going to be stepping away because he had the 130-day employment thing, going to go back to his company. But I was watching him and his DOGE crew last night. I think that big balls should be the new head of DOGE. Make him the head of it. Keep the cutting going. It's what the American people want, and it's going to save us a lot of money in the long run, David.
Yeah, it was pretty funny to hear CNN and MSNBC anchors using that moniker for sure. Mike Crispy, great to have you. Of course, remember, everybody, you can watch Last Call. That's the big show on RAV every Saturday night, 8 p.m. Did I miss anything, Mike? That's correct, right?
No. Thanks for having me, David. You're a legend. Thank you so much.
I'm a legend. Yeah, I'll tell my agent. Oh, wait, I don't have one. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And there's the nice JPEG image of Mike Crispy. All right, time for T-Bait. Speaking of great JPEG images, I mean, he's not even a JPEG. He's like an MP4 file. He's literally moving. And he's got the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Thank you, Legend, for that introduction. We're getting you ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's going to ring here in less than a minute. And I can tell you that pre-market trading is looking really good right now. The Dow, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ all up over a full percentage point. You can see ring there at the podium. The applause is underway, which means we are moments away from the opening bell ringing and then the markets being officially open. We also have just gotten new information about the jobs report for April, and so that very well might impact how the markets ultimately fare for the day. We'll continue to watch that throughout the day for you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The bell is ringing, which means the markets are now officially open. And as you can see here, there's been some change from less than 10 minutes ago. All the major markets, the major indices, the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ, all remaining in the green. Gold is down slightly. Silver is up. And as you can see there, crude oil is down. It has been down for much of the morning. So that's something that you can be talking about as you start your day and as you plan to invest today. Let's bring in David, though, to talk about the jobs market, the jobs report that I just discussed. About 177,000 jobs added, David. It's a little bit less than was expected, but still unemployment stayed at the same rate as it had been, which I think is probably a win, particularly given the GDP numbers from earlier this week.
About the unemployment number. It's staying steady, 4.2%. Also in March, it was 185,000 jobs. So this month dipping to 177, but not too much. Really everything relatively steady. Relatively is the key word. Of course, you're going to have the pundits on the left and the right both kind of spinning this, but it's relatively stable. I think the big question to watch at this point, T, and we'll see, is about those interest rates. Are the interest rates going to be cut by the Fed? I mean, this is what Trump wants. We've talked about this. He wants those interest rates cut. Come on, Jerome Powell, let's get moving. He believes that those interest rates are cut, the more people will start to buy, whether it be homes or other things, and that will speed the economy along. We'll see. But the economy has to get worse, apparently, if in terms of those cuts to come. So we'll see. I don't know.
And, David, you and I have been saying this all week. The first quarter is some indication, but the real indication, and I think the fair quarter to assess President Trump and his administration on, will be the second quarter. What happens moving forward? I think then we can truly have an indication of the impact of his policies. Go ahead.
What's interesting, I believe I saw with Trump yesterday, he said he doesn't even want to be held responsible for quarter two.
Right.
Actually, he says quarter three.
Yeah, he did say that.
Quarter three. Talk to me in quarter three, which is interesting.
Yeah, but we're still going to, I mean, I think most people are still going to assess quarter two and say, okay, you had 6 months on the job now. What have you done? We shall see, though. We'll be talking about it. Guys, in the meantime, this July, there is going to be a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollar in your savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move decisively from theoretical possibility to inevitable reality. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. The Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free information kit on gold by texting the word America to the number 989898. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, let the Birch Gold Group arm you with a free, no-obligation information kit on owning gold before July and the Rio Reset. Text America to the number 989898 today to get that free information kit. We're back in a moment.
You guys, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. We are so glad you joined us this morning. Want y'all to hop in, join our conversation on Getter and Rumble in our chats. It is time now to take the political pulse of America. And the beat today, a former J6 prosecutor seems to have a major case of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. Michael Romano was a supervisor on the prosecution team that saw more than 1,500 protesters charged for the events that unfolded around January 6th. Romano says when President Trump decided to pardon the J6 protesters on his first day back in the White House, I would call them more like freedom fighters than protesters. But anyway, that's another topic. He knew it was time to leave the Justice Department. Now, Romano believes these pardons could inspire future political violence. Listen to this.
I certainly do fear that the pardons could embolden right-wing extremists or encourage political violence in the future. To recognize that if you support the president and if you commit violence in support of the president, that he might insulate you from the consequences of that. He might protect you from the criminal justice system. And so that might encourage people to commit these sort of acts again. I do worry about that.
Let's bring in David and Terrence to discuss. Guys, I wonder if that collar is so tight like that on that dude, so that that everything kind of bulges out all around, because he has so many scars from clutching his pearls so tightly. He doesn't seem concerned about other protesters. Oh, I don't know, like BLM, like Antifa, like, I don't know, the people that we see grazing around the Capitol every single day, causing problems and violence. He doesn't seem concerned about them at all. He doesn't seem concerned about things that really are a threat to our democracy, as opposed to some people that went to a speech and then merrily sauntered through the Capitol like they were on a tour, and some of them ended up killed or imprisoned, and all the rest. He doesn't seem concerned about any of those injustices, does he, Terrence?
Yeah, I mean, it should be a two-sided thing. I hear his point. I'm not saying I agree with it. I hear his point. But to your point, he very well should have also said, when you talk about political violence, it does go on both sides. And he should point that out, that there's political violence, perpetrated on both sides. And if he has a concern about people being insulated, I think that concern should be raised for both sides of the aisle, because there's a fair argument to be had that the Biden administration didn't go after other political protesters as vehemently and as aggressively as it should have. I think he just wanted some attention, though, all in all. I think his point falls flat in general, David.
Well, I'm sorry, David. I'm gonna just jump in for 1 second, because I love Terrence so much, but I completely disagree. I can't find the violence on our side. Where is it? Where is the violence on our side? We know that they were infiltrated on J6. We know that there's no proof that a single MAGA patriot harmed a single anyone at all. There's lots of proof that Capitol Police and others, and infiltrators and others, actually committed brutal crimes on MAGA patriots. So I would love someone to show me one example. We see praying grandmas arrested for praying next to an abortion clinic. We see, horrible things happening just to our families for just wanting to be conservatives. I mean, really, for just wanting to maybe pray at home, have a baby at home, school their children at home. We see horrible things happening to conservatives. I really don't see the conservative violence. I just can't see it, Terrence. And if you have evidence of that, please tell me right now where you've seen a MAGA patriot commit violence, because I haven't seen it.
Well, I don't know what their political leanings were. I don't know if they were MAGA patriots, but I think we've all seen video of people moving barriers and some of the pushing back and forth. Who perpetrated, who started, I have no idea. I wasn't there. But I do have questions. I can't say that it was all peaceful. Were there people who were at the Capitol who were peaceful, who just went in and who may have been approached by others? Absolutely. But I don't think it's fair, and I think it's somewhat disingenuous to say that there was no violence at all. Again, who perpetrated, who started it? I can't speak to that. That's something that the authorities should say. But there were people, whether they were protecting themselves or whether they committed some acts of violence in saying that it was self-defense. Okay, but I don't think you can say that it was completely peaceful. I just don't think that's fair, and I think it's disingenuous. But David, I'll yield. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, and the problem is that the sham J6 committee did nothing to get to the bottom of it. In other words, you say, T, what's going on? Yeah. Well, why are we talking about what's going on X amount of years later? I mean, wasn't that the point of our taxpayer dollars in the sham J6 committee? But they had a point of view. They had a narrative they wanted to put out there, and that was it. But there were clearly two tiers of people. I mean, there were some agitators, 100% for sure. We saw the video. There were agitators. But to Terrence's point, what's the true story behind all of that? We never got that full story. That's my point. And then most of the people that were going in there, you're right, we're just saying, hey, doors are open, let's go, let's take a couple of selfies. Well, that was most of the people.
I'm going to say the quiet part out loud, you guys. I think it was set up, and I think there has to be a reason. What was the motive behind Nancy Pelosi not allowing the National Guard that President Trump was requesting? What was the point behind the people from our government that were on taxpayers' salary?
Gina,
what was their point of
can
being
I just
there in that crowd. And I actually was there that day, and I saw the gas used against the American citizens, grandmas running with their children. It was so horrifying to be there. I knew from that moment. To break this down, though, maybe we should bring in some cowboy logic. I want to let you back in. You guys go ahead. We should bring in Donna, too, though, because here she is.
Yeah, go ahead, T. I want to hear.
Go ahead, Donna. Go ahead, because we could talk about this for 24 hours. Go ahead, Donna.
This guy Romano. Let's start with this guy Romano. You've got 1,500 people at this point in the Biden administration. I think over 500 Jan 6ers were already prosecuted, which is insane. And none of the real criminals in D.C. were prosecuted, so real crime just skyrocketed in the district. But this guy Romano is just the tip of the iceberg. All of these prosecutors think, oh, you know, they totally have Trump derangement syndrome. But I think the bigger picture is they are in CYA mode right now because they know Brady violations occurred. They withheld evidence from these people. They changed the rules. No change of venue, no bail. And this is how the Gestapo works. And this is how they operated under the Biden administration. Then they try to turn it around and say, look, this is how Trump is treating everybody. That's not the thing. Trump is following the law. These people were lawless, and that continues unless it's stopped. We're waiting for things to get to the point because Speaker Johnson still hasn't even released all the video.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. That's the point I was going to make, and I was going to ask you that question. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Preach. Yes, go.
And the sham J6 committee should be investigated because it was a sham.
Yes.
Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro went to prison for nothing because it was an illegitimate committee. Why is not a regular, legitimate committee able to be formed to look into this? Because they don't want to look into it, because they know it was a sham and they know the real story is going to come out. Donna and I have seen thousands and thousands and thousands of videos over and over again. And what the real horrible thing is, Oathkeeper Kelly Meggs was in prison after he already got sentenced to 12 years, sitting in solitary, waiting to be moved out to the BOP, when he saw on our show, Cowboy Logic, that he was vindicated. That was the Harry Dunn video that he was never able to show in court. He saw it on our show because we showed it a few weeks later when it was finally released. This is insanity. It's total lawlessness. And this guy Romano knows it. And he's in CYA mode, as are so many of these prosecutors that suddenly have resigned.
Yeah, I just want to say I love my co-hosts, and I'm so glad that we can have spirited conversations about this, because you know what? I remember a time not that long ago where we couldn't even say these things. And I'm glad to disagree. I'm glad to have people hold us all to account, and I'm glad to have this audience as engaged as they are conversating on this. Yes, David.
I just want to be clear. So, I'm not going to speak for Terrence. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm doing is I'm just simply amplifying your point, which is that, I mean, your point is you're coming to the conclusion that, you know, no violence, the whole thing, whatever your final conclusion was. But my point is that because we don't have all of the information still to this day, that there's so many unanswered questions, that's the problem. That's the DNA problem here. So I'm not really disagreeing with your premise.
Yeah, no,
I'm just saying that there's much.
I didn't really think either of you were. I understand your questions. I think they're valid questions. I'm still searching for evidence of a violent MAGA patriot. I'm not saying there's not one out there. I am quite sure somewhere in this world is a violent MAGA patriot. But to just generalize and say that there are violent people on both sides, that's what upsets me. Because to me, you go to a Trump rally, the place looks like you could eat off the ground when they leave. You go to one of their rallies in downtown Washington, D.C., and the place is trash. To me, there is a difference in the level of class and peace of these two groups, Donna. That's my point.
Gina, they were walking through the rotunda of the Capitol, picking up the velvet ropes that had been knocked over.
Yes.
I mean,
perfect example.
It's insane.
But
Michael Byrd is still a free man on video shooting Ashley Babbitt. Yes. There is no statute of limitations on murder. How about Roseanne Boyland physically being seen, being beaten to death? And it's okay? Nobody's looking into this.
I agree, Donna. I'm so sorry we have to wrap because it's a great conversation, and we'll do it again soon. Donna, thank you. Listen, tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline, or if you still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse. 5,000 new tax liens every single day, and tools like property seizures, bank levies, wage garnishments. The IRS is applying pressure at levels we have not seen in years, so increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. So here's good news, though. There's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got it covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. We'll be right back.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's Spill Some Tea is sponsored by Artillery Tea Company. ArtilleryTCO.com is the website. Use the promo code America's Tea for 25% off of your first order. Artillery Tea is all natural. It's whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. ArtilleryTCO.com, again, that's the website. Use the promo code America's Tea for 25% off of your first order. All right, let's get right into what's in the cup today. And we're talking about former Vice President Kamala Harris's latest word salad. During Harris's National Spotlight return speech in San Francisco on Wednesday night, she tried bashing President Trump, but instead focused on a viral video of elephants at the San Diego Zoo huddling up around an earthquake, or huddling up during, an earthquake.
Who saw that video from a couple of weeks ago? The one of the elephants at the San Diego Zoo during the earthquake? Google it if you've not seen it. So that scene has been on my mind. Everybody's asking me what you've been thinking about these days. Well, so in the video, for those who haven't seen it, here those elephants were. And as soon as they felt the earth shaking beneath their feet, they got in a circle and stood next to each other to protect the most vulnerable. Think about it. What a powerful metaphor.
Harris's word salad about that video that she was describing was part of her speech to try and paint a nightmare view of America under President Trump, her former 2024 foe. Let's bring in Dr. Gina and David to discuss a little bit more. So, guys, the metaphor basically, I guess, was because we know, and this is a quote literally from her, because we know that those who try to incite fear are most effective when they divide and conquer, when they separate the herd, when they try to make everyone think they are alone. David, go. Can I just step off and just go home for the rest of the show after that?
You can go. Yes, you can go home. I'd like to go with you if you don't mind. I'll be on my way to Denver here momentarily.
Dr. Gina, come on over to. Let's just hang out at the debates household and think about what we just heard. Or actually, let's not think about it and just move on. Sorry, David, go ahead.
There's word salad and then there's word moldy salad, and there you go. Because I'm sorry, Gina, I'm with Terrence. We're getting on a plane. What do you say? Well, he's not getting on a plane. I'm going to Denver. No, I don't know. It's elephants. What is she talking? Look, the only elephants she needs to be concerned about right now are Republicans because they're the ones dominating Washington. But go ahead.
That's what I was going to say. You know, if you think about elephants, I want to tell her that the only elephants in politics today would be the pachyderms, and the pachyderms are busy building walls, and it looks a little to me like that's what those elephants were trying to do. They were trying to tell Kamala word salad that maybe build a wall and she would have won or could have at least been taken seriously and not just embarrassed herself and her vice presidential pick that she picked based on his race. I mean, the whole thing is just an embarrassment, and they just continue to take the bait and hand it back to the pachyderms.
Up until 3 minutes ago, I had been unburdened by what was, but now I'm much more burdened by what I just heard. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, let's move on. Still to come here on American Sunrise, here comes the bride. Instead of a traditional walk down the aisle, why one couple chose to stay their I-do's 8,000 feet up. Wow. We'll tell you their story momentarily in our Sunny Side Up.
Back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks so much. Well, you know, it's Friday, guys. We're just excited for the weekend there. Jumping right into it. Thank you for joining us today. It's time now for our Sunny Side Up and in the Pan today. A wedding ceremony, 8,000 feet in the French Alps. Woohoo! Check out this bride skiing down the mountain in her wedding dress. Jess and Lattice Hopkins tied the knot on March 28th in an intimate ceremony and a stunning background with 20 guests joining them on the slopes in their ski wear. The 36-year-old newlyweds say they met back in 2019 on the dating app Tinder as their love sparked over interests in the slopes, which I could see happening because I have a lot of interest in the slopes too. After exchanging vows, everyone skied down the mountain to some hot drinks, hopefully. You guys, really cool. This is actually the day before my daughter's wedding took place on the 29th. But you know what? If I were to choose this or a castle in Ireland like my daughter chose, I would definitely choose the ski slopes because I love the ski slopes. They make me happy. And Terrence, you live close to them and you don't indulge much.
I don't, and I'm so ashamed. Thanks for bringing that up, because I'm so ashamed. I have a friend who's got a ski group here, and he has the hookup, and he always invites me, and I seem to always find an excuse not to go. It's one of those things when you're so close and you know you can do it literally any day you choose.
Totally know.
You just kind of, you take it for granted, and then I'm going to move or something's going to happen. I'm not going to be able to, and I'm going to be like David Brody. See how I shifted that, David? And say, I lived in Colorado Springs for 10 years, and I only went skiing twice. See how I did that, David? I put it on you. That's slick. That's slick anchoring right there.
That's good. I didn't even realize you were even paying attention to anything I had to say, so I appreciate that, T. Look, here's the thing. If my family had a ski slope wedding, you know where I would be? I would miss the wedding. I'd be on the bunny slope trying to figure out what the freaking how do I get up to the double black diamond? I'm sorry. I ain't doing that.
David would be taking the little ski bunny thing with the little rope, finding his way up there. I can see the whole thing. Oh, that's adorable.
You can catch me in the lodge with the marshmallows and the hot chocolate.
Yes, well, that's not a bad idea either. That's not a bad one. All right, you guys. Well, thank you so much. Great show today. Thanks for joining us. We have so much more for you every single morning, and it all starts at 8 a.m. We will see you then. War Room is up next. I'm sorry, Colby's at the spa today. I don't have a puppy for Puppy Friday. Complete Gina fail. But love you guys.
She's
Great
at the
show.
spa.
We'll see you Monday. Colby is at the spa. I'm making it up.
Colby's at the spa. Yeah, I'm going to the spa next.
One of those days.
Going to the spa.
War Room up next. Go bowling now. Live the truth.
Very important, but is this going to include Liberation Day movement? And here we go. The jobs report for April hitting the wires. Non-farm payrolls, a greater 177,000. We're expecting, as Joe pointed out, 133,000. 177,000 would be the second best of the year outside of what's in the rearview mirror, which was 228,000. That becomes 185,000 because the 2-month adjustment is minus 58,000. Now, let's go to U3. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. Let's look at the average hourly earnings on a month-over-month basis. Expected up 0.3 comes in light, up 0.2%, equaling February. To find a smaller number, you have to go all the way back to August of 23. Now, let's look at earnings on a year-over-year basis. Also 0.1 light, 3.8. We're looking for 3.9. 3.8 equals the rear view mirror. And if we look at the work week, the hours worked, all employees, 34.3. That's good news. We upticked it 1 tick based on what we were expecting, which was 34.2. But the revision, I was looking at the rear view mirror, 34.2, where we gained 1/10 on this reading. But last month it was revised to 34.3. And, we've had a lot of 34.3s in 24. To find a higher work week, you're going back to January of 23 when it jumped up to 34.6. Now, let's look at the U6. Labor force participation rate. This is very key, and it kicked up again. This is really good news. 62.6, 1/10 better than both windshield and rear view mirror. 62.6 would equal the best read of the year. To find a higher read, you're in November of last year. And I'm sorry, September. Let's make that SEPA last year. Finally, drumroll please, Joe and the gang, U6, or the underemployment rate, comes in at 7.8. That is 1/10 lighter than 7.9 in the rearview mirror. So that also is indeed good news. You can see the market's yields are going up, Joe, selling treasuries. That is basically a verification that the report's a little stronger than expected. And the pre-opening equities seem to like the trade as well, moving higher. And just to point out, we broke some streaks of lower closing yields yesterday in both 2s and 10s. Back to you.
Estimates, and I think it's important to look at them carefully, because I think we're starting to sort of get a little hyperbolic, saying we're going to have a depression. As you guys point out, we're going to end up probably with maybe not a recession, but certainly slower growth than we could otherwise have, in part because the economy is so strong going in. So while it isn't good, I think we're starting to see that this might not be, horrible, but just not all it could be.
Look, it's good news. It's impossible to say it's not good news. The real question is what comes next, and what are we really going to see next month and the month after? I think that's really the fundamental question. It's not to dismiss this number. It's important to see that actually things have held up perhaps better than some people had expected. But the question is, now that this tariff piece is starting to really start to move through the economy, what's that going to look like? It also, to some degree, alleviates some of the pressure on Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve, despite the president saying over and over again that Jay Powell should have been lowering interest rates because the economy needs the juice. This would suggest actually that things are holding up. By the way, I should mention President Trump just out on Truth Social within the last couple of minutes, again saying, look at all of these numbers, and asking the Fed for lower interest rates. One thing that's worth noting, though, is you look at bonds, for example, treasuries have come down, gas has come down. Those are either they're indicators that people expect a recession is coming, and that the reason why gas prices are down is because we have a potential demand problem, or something else is going on. And so we're going to have to see all of that play out again. I think that's still a month or two away before we can really take a true measure of all of this.
You know what? I missed something, Joe. I missed when there was certainty and everybody knew where interest rates were going. How did I miss that chapter, actually? I find this hysterical. I just did a big Wells Fargo event, and all these big institutions were, of course, talking about, interest rates are different than equities. We're always a little nervous to, put our face on where interest rates are going to be. Now, all of a sudden, we inject this tariff uncertainty, and pre-tariff uncertainty, everybody knew everything about markets. Listen, there's risks in markets. I find it so fascinating. The UK market's been up, 14 days in a row. Our stock markets have been green a lot lately. And yet, that's all we do is continue to talk about how everything green is turning brown, how we've gone from spring to fall. The key in the conversation so far is man-made. Man-made. This is not an exogenous shock. Can't treat it that way. And how it all turns out, no matter if it was a good thing, a bad thing, a mistake, I don't care about that. I'm a market guy, and the markets are looking past the rhetoric, and the fact that it's man-made means it's going to end differently, and it's very difficult to model.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Friday, 2 May in the year of our Lord 2025. What a week, another epic week. And of course, the engine room informs me that the business media has an antibody that they cannot accept epic, great news on the face of it, even drilling down below it. Rick Santelli there, the great Rick Santelli, laying out kind of a blowout jobs number Remember Liberation Day 2 weeks ago? Every screaming headline. It's the worst stock market since since the Great Depression, since Black Thursday. It's the end of the world. The world is ending. Remember all those pundits? Remember all these are the business people, not the political people with hair on fire. This is the business, especially the folks that have fiduciary responsibility and kind of judicious and discernment. Attack on everything Trump and sound like little children running around. Oh my gosh, we don't have enough toys. There's not enough toys. The immaturity and the lack of seriousness of our elites is shocking. And right there, that is called a great print. Okay, even the negative print the other day on the on GDP, when you went one level down below the numbers, it's actually fairly strong. President Trump is set in motion the most fundamental reorganization of the world's commercial relationships and patterns as codified by trade deals with non-tariff barriers, tariffs, everything, all this complexity. But at fundamental, it's a basic reset for the reindustrialization of the greatest country on earth. That would be the United States of America, and putting America first and putting American citizens first. And right there, of course, Andrew Ross Sorkin of the New York Times, hey, Trump just put on Truth Social, gasoline below $2. Folks, you're rolling up to Memorial Day and gasoline's going to be under $2. How is that going for helping people in their wallets and with the credit card debt and all the problems they got? How is that? How's that about helping them? Across the board, just fantastic news tonight. Great news out of the United Kingdom last night. The Reform Party is essentially replaced the Tory Party, or in the process of now actually replacing it. It blow out local elections for Nigel Farage and team, and Nigel is traveling around the countryside in England in this kind of the aftermath that we're going to try to get Nigel up this afternoon on the afternoon show. I want to go to one of the FCC committee folks, Nathan Simonton, a commissioner of the Federal Communications Commission. Sir, you wrote a great piece with Gavin Wax up in the Daily Caller about the reindustrialization of America. Can you walk us through your piece in detail?
Absolutely. Delighted to have a chance to talk about it. There's probably no bigger issue in the United States today. So industrialization, that's a step forward economically. Countries that aren't industrialized, we consider those sort of backward countries that need to develop. The United States is in an interesting position there because a lot of the key technologies, in some cases, in some sectors, all of the key technologies that create the modern world, that really create the modern life that we live, originated in the United States. And yet, increasingly, we find ourselves unable to manufacture them. This is, I think, this is an overdetermined result. There were a lot of factors playing into this. But at the end of the day, I think Americans look around and say, they told us it doesn't make sense to make things here anymore. And they're just struggling to comprehend what that means. Does that mean that there's a problem with Americans, that they're somehow just not as good? Does it mean that there are just better jobs on offer all over the place? That argument was a little bit more plausible the first time I heard it, around 91, 92. We've had more than 30 years of experience showing us that very often when the industrial jobs went away, what replaced them were not superior service sector jobs. They were gig economy jobs. They were part-time security guard jobs. And I think there are a lot of Americans who want to work and want to produce and want to contribute to our common prosperity and are just feeling locked out. That's the social side. On the technical side, it's also important to reset on China. You can't talk about manufacturing without talking about China because China is such a huge presence in export manufacturing. In some cases, they're the whole game. And what we're seeing here is the image of China, the old image of made in China was cheap toys, trinkets, low-quality products that didn't have a buyer on the world market unless it was just on the basis of cheap labor. But China is no longer a cheap labor jurisdiction, or rather, it's a complex mix. You've got people who are definitely doing the cheap labor stuff. China still has hundreds of millions of people that it wants to bring into an industrial economy. And if you're a subsistence farmer, then moving up to sewing in a sweatshop is definitely a step up. It was when Americans chose to do that in the early 20th century, and it is for poor people in China today. But But China also has a genuine middle class now, a technically advanced middle class, and a highly technically advanced manufacturing sector. Not just manufacturing, but also logistics, the inputs for R&D. The truth is that the synthesis between robotics, AI, and advanced wireless networks, particularly 5G, is happening in China in a way that it's not yet happening here in the United States. And if we don't gain some ability to act in this space, then every other country in the world that wants to modernize is going to modernize on Chinese technology, sometimes with full awareness that this means that everything is going back to Beijing. Because if they're the only game in town and we're not on the board, then everyone else who has responsibilities for their own economic development, national destiny, they're going to be forced to choose with their eyes open.
Nathan, and by the way, I'd like to hold you through the break. I know you're packed today, one of the commissioners over the FCC, President Trump's appointees. But first, before we go to break, FCC, communications, intellectual property. I keep talking to the folks here about it's not simply a $37 trillion in debt. By the way, President Trump put out the budget for FY26. I'm going to get to that in a little bit. And a lot of good news there. You guys are going to like what you hear. Not perfect, but hey, it's not a perfect world, but directionally it's really strong. Intellectual property. The stealing of, I'll tell you what, hang on. I'm going to ask you this and get to it after the break. We have $37 trillion in debt. We're adding $1 trillion, I don't know, every 100 days or so, or at least before President Trump got here. We have a $25 trillion trade deficit, 18 trillion of that's specifically tied to China since they came on board through the World Trade Organization and Most Favored Nation. And we have about a $25 trillion deficit as far as intellectual property they've either stolen or forced from American companies in these joint ventures. That intellectual property is the backbone of how China has ripped off the American people. Nathan Simonton's with us from the FCC. We're going to have Jim Rickards join us. A lot of geopolitics, capital markets, a blowout number today in President Trump's economy. Wall Street is at least up. Things are going good there. Of course, long faces. Andrew Ross Sorkin, the New York Times, Financial Times of London, Wall Street Journal are cross-eyed. All their predictions, guess what? Not wrong, dead wrong, as usual. Just stick here in the war room. We'll talk to you about capital markets, the global economy, how it ties back here to the United States of America. We have a new birchgold.com. The Rio Reset on July 6th in Rio de Janeiro. We're going to have a full team there. The BRICS nations come together to accelerate the de-dollarization of the world's economy. This is the Chinese Communist Party's /1 tool, the Rio Reset, the 7th free installment in the end of the dollar empire, now 4 years in the making. Check it out, birchgold.com/Ben, and talk to Philip Paxman team. Short commercial break. Nathan Simonton on the other side.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Nathan Symington's our guest. Blowout number on Wall Street today about the economic numbers coming out from President Trump. President Trump's put his budget up just as a headline for fiscal year 26. It's going to go down. They're cutting the budget $160 billion out of, this is discretionary. Remember, discretionary is essentially 1.5, 1.7, 1.8. President Trump's getting down to, I think, 1.7, $160 billion cut, all coming from non-defense. We'll get into all of that. They haven't put out the revenue number yet, but at least it's a start. It's a start. You've seen a cut. Hey, you're going to unmask everybody about how real people are in this. Nathan, why did President Donald John Trump select you to be a commissioner in one of the most important regulatory apparatuses we have, the FCC, sir?
Well, I know they looked at a lot of people before me. There was a need to get someone appointed in the fall of 2020. And, the press came out and said, we know everyone in telecom. We don't know this guy. I don't think I would have been on any insider short list of the top 1,000 people. So it needs some explaining. When the White House called me in as part of the general search for candidates, I didn't come from the telecom policy world. I came from the bond finance side and futures market side of telecom finance. And I came in with an economic thesis. I was saying, we need to understand that that there are effects on the cellular phone industry and therefore second-order effects many places, including industrialization, by the way. We can get into that another time. But there are second-order effects from the way that these devices are financed and sold to clients, and it winds up being a subsidy to the manufacturers. And I think that was such an unusual thing to say, and so far from typical talking points that I got more and more interest. So I talked through that. I talked through some free speech stuff. I knew very well the fellow who had written the president's social media petition to the FCC because he was my boss. And so, with one thing and another, there were speech issues, there were finance issues, there was willingness to do back office, get into details, and address the tech side. And then, I immediately wound up in minority. So really, I turned my my little team at the FCC into a research unit on a number of these tech integration and future developmental pathway routes. So, I had to roll with the punches when the president didn't take office for a second term in 2021. And the whole time I've been thinking, what would it look like to tee up for success with a return to power in 2025? And now I think we're finally ready to address some of those big questions that were left hanging last time.
So, and walk us through that, the big questions and how you guys are prepared for this and what you're going to do, because this is absolutely, and I want everybody, if Grace and Mo can push out the Daily Caller piece on the reindustrialization, written and co-authored by the great Gavin Wax. What are those issues, and what do you see the issues before us today?
I love Gavin. Made a lot of waves when I hired him at the FCC. He has just been a firecracker. We've been getting a lot done. So I share your perspective on him. As far as the reindustrialization side, like I was saying before, in the Chinese economy, we've seen a fusion between greater uptake of robotics, a greater uptake of industrial AI. China has thousands of college programs in that are a distinct track from computer science. And then that's specifically industrial AI. That's not chatbots. That's machine learning for factory applications in boring but essential areas like quality control and electronic components. And we've seen a merger of that increasingly with 5G networking. Now, in the United States, of course, we were promised amazing new phone features with 5G. But if you read the 5G spec, starting with 3GPP release 17 in particular, I think that's where it really snapped into place for me. We're on release 18 now, and release 19 is coming out this year. But if you read release 17, it really doesn't look like a cell phone spec to me. It looks like an advanced industrial networking spec that has roots in cell phone technology, but at this point has evolved far beyond them. And that's what we're seeing in terms of Chinese actual deployment of 5G. Not that much consumer, lots in the industrial sector, lots of private networking that is just for running particular factories, medical facilities, logistics facilities, etc. People always assumed that China was going to be late to automate because they had such a large pool of unskilled low-wage labor. Typically, you see automation in an advanced economy when there's a wage replacement possibility, sort of a little bit like how McDonald's has all these kiosks now, and you go in, you order from those, and they don't have to pay as many counter staff. But what we're seeing in China is that China is front-running this, and their rate of robotics adoption is something like 7 times the wage predicted rate. What we're seeing is that with Chinese production lines, it's no longer the sort of circa 2007 image in many cases, certainly in telecommunications, my field, where you've got the people on the assembly line working with the pots of glue and little screwdrivers to put phones together. We're way, way, way beyond that. I personally ask myself, how can the Chinese put out a really good electric car for $10,000? It's not low wages. There are plenty of low-wage jurisdictions. I'm not seeing $10,000 world-competitive electric cars from them. And China, in fact, became the world's largest auto exporter a couple of years ago. So this is old news at this point, and it should be a wake-up call for our own industry.
The War Room Posse, which is really the tip of the spear of the activist branch or the activist wing of President Trump's movement, a not insignificant part of that cadre is quite concerned about 5G. They look at 5G as maybe having potential health effects, potential ability, you just walk through, to have type of autocratic control if left to nefarious devices or left to nefarious actors, right? What's your overall? Is the FCC? Have you guys fully thought through 5G and all its implications, and you think that you've done a good job or a job enough to make sure the public fully understands what the strategy is here on the communication side?
Yeah. So let's unpack this. So 5G is at its root just a protocol for networking, in the same way that 4G was the long-term evolution protocol to bring broadband to mobile devices. 5G is a step beyond that in terms of capacities. So with 5G, you get a number of things that are a clear evolution from LTE, which is why your 5G phone seems to act like a regular 4G phone, maybe a little faster most of the time. But in terms of additional capacities that it brings to the table, it can transmit at higher frequencies, which are less penetrant of your body or of a building or something like that. Have shorter ranges, but can transmit higher data volumes. So you've got those higher frequencies. Then you also have ability to put many, many, many more devices on a particular radio, as well as the ability to push more and more network organizing intelligence out to the edge. So could 5G be used to enable tyranny? Absolutely, because it's a better networking protocol than 4G. Is there anything inherent about it that is anti-democratic? Absolutely not. It's just you could do the same kind of, if you were going to use it for nefarious purposes, you could essentially do the same thing with any cell phone technology, including 4G. You could do anything similar with any powerful wireless networking technology, such as Wi-Fi, assuming you had adequate coverage. So I don't think that people are wrong to be concerned about potential social implications of just increasing networking capabilities and putting more connectivity and more ability to transmit data everywhere. But I think those are fundamentally social problems, making sure that our institutions aren't going to use those new capabilities in some sort of negative way, the way that they could use any communications capabilities. And it's not something specific to 5G.
This audience, just the other day with Article 3 Project, Mike Davis, the Viceroy, and War Room Posse working together with Bill Blaster and other of our apps that can get, instant access to congressmen. We shut down the Judiciary Committees, this one agency where they're trying to roll in and really do away with the FTC, where the FTC seems to be going after the oligarchs, right, with Facebook and others, just this amazing antitrust team. Can you walk people through how the FCC actually works? Get our audience through. You've been selected by President Trump. You're one of the commissioners. You got a great new chairman. Just take a minute or two and inform the audience how you guys actually work and what you guys actually do.
Yeah, well, President Trump's selection of Chairman Carr for chair, so elevating him from the commissioner job he'd prior held, was one of his earliest decisions. I would say that Chairman Carr was put up for that position during the transition faster than probably at least half the cabinet, and probably the fastest in history. So this was an enormous vote of confidence by President Trump, which has, of course, been fully justified, and it's fantastic to work with him. As far as how our structure goes, there are 5 commission seats. You can only have up to 3 from a single party. So traditionally, it's been that the majority party gets 3. And those are all Senate confirmed seats, so there's no definite timeline for seating people. That's up to the Senate. So the majority party gets 3 and the minority party gets 2. And typically commission votes are either going to be on a 5-0 basis or on a 3-2 basis, depending how partisan the issue is, although there are no rules saying it has to be that way. Now, what we do, it's a very broad remit. We cover transmission of signal by radio or by cable, interstate or internationally. And when you think about the implications of that, that's a huge amount of stuff. That's broadcasting. That's also the satellite industry, because those are communications from space to the United States. That's obviously the wireless mobility industry. We have a lot of economic competition stuff in there. There are some ways in which we look at cable pricing. So you put it all together, it's a very broad remit, and we're not a very large agency. It's about 1,600 people for all those responsibilities. Some offices and bureaus are larger, some are smaller, but it's about 100 people per. So I think we do a lot with a little, and then we fund ourselves off of regulatory fees. So in other words, we don't require appropriations from the public to keep going. The industry pays for us to oversee them. So, hopefully we're doing a good job of that and they feel they're getting their money's worth. The chair controls the agenda. So in terms of what we actually vote upon at the commission, the chair has the job to develop items to be voted on for regulatory change with the politically appointed heads of the different offices and bureaus, sometimes working, with multiple offices and bureaus on a project to make sure that we've fully covered all of the aspects. We might have the Office of Economic Analysis, Economics and Analysis, I should say, looking at potential financial implications. We might have the Wireline Competition Bureau looking at the effects on fiber and cable. So there's a lot of technical back office stuff that we do.
Nathan, hang on for 1 second. I just want to bring you back after a short break and get all your social media so people can start to follow you in depth. Short commercial break. Nathan Simonton joins us. Be back in the warm in a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay. Nathan, before we go, two issues. One is the deep state or the intelligence apparatus on anything on 5G, and the other is about this whole thing with not just CBS, but these broadcasters and licensing, everything we're hearing about from Carr, about these people just, attacking President Trump, editing videos. A new thing today about the Kamala Harris 60 Minutes. And we understand 60 Minutes is going to go back after President Trump again on Sunday night. So any thoughts on this 5G and the intelligence community, sir?
Yes, absolutely. So what we saw during the prior administration was, and at points before that, but let's focus on the prior administration. So what we saw during them was a use of the apparatus to understand, map out, and influence social media and online communications that had been developed for other purposes, perhaps, but that were being deployed increasingly domestically. So we had a lot of people within the federal government who had direct plugins to social media companies, or who had conventional regular communications with them with strongly worded suggestions about the directions in which those social media companies should take things. The thing is, if you look at the Facebook IPO back in 2012, the killer app for Facebook, more than anything else, was that it went with you in your pocket. So it was the first form of advertising that really had granular information about customer behavior and customer location. And that's really what made the market salivate when Facebook went public. 5G is obviously increasing connectivity possibilities, increasing bandwidth possibilities. And so plugins in the federal government that are meant to manipulate and direct social media in accordance with some kind of a federal policy would thus find their hands strengthened even more by 5G. So I think it's important to bring in social controls over the shaping of public opinion. We're supposed to be a democracy. We're supposed to tell the government what it's supposed to do. It's not supposed to try and warp our minds in a direction that's favorable to whatever policy they may think we should be following, whether we like it or not.
What about the battle, or at least Carr, it looks like he threw down immediately against the broadcasters. So is that, you're not actually threatening or talking about taking their licenses away, which I don't understand how they get the license and say they're going to do public good and their news is so slanted. But this is more targeted to the owned and operated station groups. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's right. So the FCC doesn't really have jurisdiction to reach any players in the media ecosystem unless they are in some way using wireless communications, and that's of course what broadcasting is. So in other words, most people just turn on their TV and they don't necessarily have to think too hard about whether what they're seeing is coming from from a local broadcaster or as part of a network affiliation agreement that their local broadcaster is putting out, but that originated at the network level, or if it's something else. People are subscribing to individual specialty TV channels on the direct-to-consumer basis through their smart TVs. So there are a lot of different things out there in the media ecosystem, but the FCC doesn't regulate most of them. The online content we don't regulate. People ask me, what are you doing about Disney Fubo? And my answer is nothing, because I don't have jurisdiction there. So it says communications on the building, but really it should say broadcast communications on the building. That would be more accurate. So with Chairman Carr, his focus is on the specific question of whether broadcast news distortion, which is actionable at the broadcaster level and potentially, whether that took place. Both he and I put out statements on that in December and did some interviews on it at the time. I saw what I think is the first well-pleaded broadcast news distortion complaint I've ever seen in my career across my desk. And so that seems like that's a predicate to look into the question. But there's no way that the FCC can regulate CBS as a whole. On the other hand, if there were some sort of improper behavior at the stations that were owned and operated by the CBS network, then the fact that those are broadcasters does give us jurisdiction to start raising questions about the integrity of what was broadcast and whether that's an appropriate use of the airwaves, which are, after all, the common property of the American people.
Great. Nathan, I will tell you, the audience loved it, but there's still, the jury's out in the War and Posse on the health effects of 5G. We probably got to get Bobby over here for that. Nathan Simonton, where do people go on social media to find all your writings and to follow you as you continue to battle for President Trump and the nation at the Federal Communications Commission, sir?
Well, sure. You can, first of all, go to fcc.gov, and on my page there's access to all of my written statements, some of which are pretty technical and didn't turn into press releases. There's also an op-ed tab under me on the FCC's webpage. In addition, I'm at Symington FCC. So you got it right there. That's my X account, my official X account. It's the same handle on Instagram and on Truth Social. So if anyone's interested in finding out more of what I think about stuff, then that's an easy conduit.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Great job.
Thank you, sir. Always.
You guys want the receipts? This is the warriors at the front line that are making massive changes. It's just incredible. Laura Loomer, and Laura's out and about today. We're going to try and track her, but Laura Loomer made the front page. God, I love this. Laura Loomer makes the front page of the beloved Financial Times of London. Trump ditches Waltz after MAGA wrath builds against National Security Advisor. And the whole story is about Laura Loomer and the expose she did on the people at the National Security Council and Alex Wong and all of them. It's we're going to try to get Laura. Do we have time? We're talking about people driving President Trump's agenda, not simply for the MAGA movement, not simply for President Trump, but also for the folks here in the United States of America, all her citizens. One of the great warriors we talked about a little bit yesterday, Ed Martin. Just an incredible guy. Phyllis Schlafly's right hand. Phyllis Schlafly was, her endorsement of President Trump was an inflection point in the 2015 primary and the 2016 campaign. She's one of the great icons of the conservative movement and an absolutely total warrior. And so is Ed Martin, who's her wingman. Ed Martin is now awaiting confirmation as the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. And you understand, besides the top people at Main Justice, this is, along with the Southern District of New York, the two most important U.S. attorneys in the nation. We have and there's a full-scale war against Ed Martin right now. And why is that? Because Ed Martin is, how do we say, setting things right. Let's go ahead and play this package, and I'll come right back.
I heard the name Ed Martin. I know there's a lot of people to keep track of in Donald Trump's new administration, but this guy is, I would say, a standout. And I don't mean that in a good way. He is the guy that Trump appointed to be the U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. So he's not yet Senate confirmed. He's an acting right now. He is, to my mind, completely unqualified and truly a bit unhinged. One of the things he is doing a lot of, since he got into that powerful office basically day one as the acting U.S. attorney, not confirmed yet, he's trying to be confirmed, is this habit of firing off these menacing letters all over the place. For instance, to medical journals, from the New England Journal of Medicine to the Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology to Chest. That's a scientific journal for chest doctors. If I'm being honest, it's the first time I've ever heard of it. In these letters, Martin accuses the journals, this is the U.S. attorney, acting U.S. attorney, accusing the journals of bias and demands that they report back to him. This is the kind of thing Ed Martin does. It's sort of his thing. You might recall that he sent a letter, apparently only on social media, threatening to chase federal employees to the end of the earth to hold them accountable for anyone pushing back on Elon Musk's government efficiency folks who are flooding into agencies with barely any notice. This is someone, it would seem to me, based on these letters, who is under the impression that he lives in an authoritarian state, not a free country, where people with the policing power that he's been vested with get to just impose their will on any institution whatsoever, from, the Chest Journal to Georgetown Law School to Wikipedia. Now, the Senate Judiciary Committee has yet to vote to start Martin's confirmation hearing. But Republican Chair Chuck Grassley said today it is not on the agenda because Republicans still have questions, as they should. And there is really just a really long list of reasons not to nominate this guy. Other people who are nominated for the position don't already hold it, and so at some level it's a little speculative, well, what will they do in the job? In this case, he was named the acting on day one, and I have to say these letters he's been sending, here's 3 different medical journals. The Journal of Chest Medicine, I want you to respond to the U.S. Attorney about whether you have bias. Get back to me on that. Georgetown Law School, you have to tell me how you're instructing your kids. This is Wikipedia. He sent a letter to the nonprofit that runs Wikipedia accusing the tax-exempt organization of allowing foreign actors to manipulate information and spread propaganda to the American public. I mean, I have to say these letters strike me as flatly authoritarian as anything we've seen from the Trump administration. And one does have to wonder if he were actually confirmed what he would be doing with the prosecutorial power.
I mean, he calls the hundreds of lawyers who work at the U.S. Attorney's Office, which is a pretty venerated office of prosecutors, the president's lawyers. And he has openly said that his job is to go out there and attack the critics of the president. I have colleagues in Congress who received threatening letters from Mr. Martin in his first days in office. One of the first things he did was to dismiss cases against his own defendants, that is, rather his own clients, people who were criminal defendants in the January 6th case. He was there on January 6th, and he experienced the events of the day as Mardi Gras, he said in a tweet that he sent out, as he observed the mass violence against our police officers, the attempt to storm the Capitol, the storming of the Capitol, and then the attempt to overthrow the election. As Mardi Gras, it was a big day of celebration for him, and he has partaken of every form of January 6th denialism and conspiracy theory out there, like the FBI director as well, Kash Patel.
Okay, so he has the endorsement of Chris Hayes and Jamie Raskin. And what I mean by that is that they hate him. So what does that tell you? He's got to be great. Whatever they hate is good. And they hate him. And it's a nonstop barrage. And this has nothing to do with Democrats right now. This is the acid test on, are we going to get serious about going after this apparatus, taking it apart brick by brick, and getting to the bottom of what's going on. Because Ed Martin ain't looking to co-host Fox News shows. This guy's a grinder and a warrior, and will not back down at all. This all goes back to Grassley and to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Number one, when you have these confirmations of U.S. attorneys, we've never had confirmation hearings. I think you have 93 U.S. attorneys, right? And then you have hundreds of attorneys underneath it. But if you had to confirm in a hearing the U.S. attorneys, you'd never get anybody appointed. It would take forever. They do it all in kind of paperwork. This is all about the Senate Judiciary Committee, and this gets back to the controlled opposition of the Republican Party. There are many, many people that are just not moving with urgency and alacrity. And, hey, we got to get this done. Let's grind. 7 days a week. Let's hit it. Action, action, action. You have a lot of these people around here just lazy or don't want to do it, or they're too, they're concerned about Jamie Raskin saying something bad about them. They're concerned and worried about Chris Hayes having a segment, and Chris Hayes' producers cutting together, footage and having your letters up there where they're attacking you. They don't like that because they're not courageous. This game is not for the faint of heart. Did they not put, and it was not Matthew Graves in that crowd over as a D.C. U.S. attorney, put all the January 6 people in prison? Did they not? Try to put President Trump, working with Jack Smith, put President Trump in prison for, 300 years? Short commercial break.
your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
There are things at Main Justice that are happening, okay? There are other things happening around town. You get the great Tom Fitton. When you look at the convergence of the crises we are coming to, the budget today was kind of initial, and it's directionally, we're getting there. It's not great, but it's a start, at least from what I've seen in the little bit I've seen. We're going to get it all into that. It's clearly not cut enough, but this is part of this, the crises we're coming to now, folks. So plan out for the next 100 days. Let's go to the end of July. Let's go to July 29th, basically, or 30th. So the next 100 days, I guess, be the first week. Let me do some right math. It'll be the first week of August when they all get ready to leave here. You're going to have this constitutional crisis driven by what the judge said yesterday of stepping in between President Trump being commander-in-chief, number one, the deportations. And they're winning because they're jamming us up on the criminal element, hoping to break our will, because this is all about will, political will. They hope to break our will on the 10 million that have to leave. And you have to do it humanely, of course, but they got to go. That's number one. Number two is the one today the New York Post has got it. I think, Secretary of State Ruby and the guys say, hey, look, we signed the minerals deal, but it looks like we're not making progress. We're kind of going to take a timeout, or at least some word to the effect that the Ukraine thing, you guys slug it out, but we're not putting up any more money. So this is the kinetic part of the Third World War. And you saw President Trump came out yesterday on the Persians and said, hey, how about this 100% stopping the oil, all their oil? I was just saying the 2.5 million barrels a day going to the Chinese Communist Party, but blockade it all. Stop it all. So you got that part. Then you have the finance and the economics and how you're going to finance. So all those are converging over the next 100 days, which is phase two of this, right? To one of the most contentious, complicated inflection points in the history of the Republic. That's the stakes that are on the table. That's the stakes Trump's playing for. He's not doing small things. He's doing the biggest things you could do at the highest level with a sense of urgency. Trump. We did that town hall the other day on News Nation. He's calling in from his desk at in the Oval Office at 8 o'clock at night, and they're talking about, it was just after the speech we did live for the tech CEOs. He's saying, hey, I got a bunch of these guys backed up. Eli Lilly, I'm going to meet with these guys right afterwards. He's going to sit down with these guys again. He's going to work till 10 or 11 o'clock at night, every night, and then be up at 5 in the morning dropping truth bombs on Truth Social. That's one of his superpowers. It's just, energy at a level that you've never seen before. I consider myself a very hard worker. You guys, I do this 7 days a week. I can't keep up with him. In fact, on this show, our specialty is to cover this in depth, knowing that we've worked on it for 4 years, etc. It's so complicated just to keep up with it because it's so much. And he's boom in opposition. He broke Rachel Maddow. She had a nervous breakdown. She's going back to the barn in Connecticut. She's done and dusted. Which gets me back to the other element is the deconstruction of the administrative state and the destruction of the deep state. And this is not getting the priority it needs to get. That's where Ed Martin's a battering ram. He's a battering ram. When President Trump picked him in the early days, I go, oh my God, what a brilliant pick for that billet, and replace Graves, who was so awful. You remember everything that came out of Graves, everything that came out of this U.S. attorney. When you have, because with Rachel Maddow, with Rachel Maddow gone, Hayes is kind of her product. They've got other people in the court, but Hayes is her acolyte. She created Chris Hayes. So he'll be the light version. He'll never be Rachel Maddow, but he lays it out. He cannot get on this story more of Ed Martin. Now, here's the heart of the story. This is a Republican issue. We control the Judiciary Committee, and we control the Senate. So this has nothing to do with Democrats. This has to do, and yesterday you heard Tom Tillis, and my understanding is after you guys carpet bombed Tillis's office, upon further review, he's open. But you've got others on the Judiciary Committee, and including the beloved Senator Grassley. So we're going to get organized today and then tomorrow. But on Monday, we're going up. This is get ready to go fix bayonets on Ed Martin. We've already done quasi, but they ain't seen nothing but we're prepared to do. Because this is totally within control of yourself. And this gets to the heart of what the problem has been. And that is that the Republican Party is controlled opposition. Controlled opposition. The number of fighters you got up there is a handful. Don't let them come back and talk to you about everything they're doing. The number of fighters you have in the House and the Senate, in this House a little bit more, maybe in 25, 30, 35, in the Senate a handful, just a tiny handful, and they can sit there and they can talk all the MAGA talk they want to talk. They can talk all the populism. They talk all the economic nationalism. When this is beyond talk, this is action. Where are you? Are you standing in the breach? Because Ed Martin is a blunt force instrument. He's kind of a mini blunt force. If Trump's the big blunt force instrument, this guy's a couple levels down, but trust me, it's blunt and it's a force. You got Raskin and Hayes are two smarter guys on the other side as they got. Chris Hayes' show, they do not waste their time. When they get something in the gun sights, they know it's important. And they got brother Ed Martin in the gun sights because they understand there's enough cowardice in the Republican Party to blink. We cannot blink. We cannot blink. And there's still this amazing lack of urgency with this administrative and deep state. I'm going to get into the administrative state and the DOGE efforts about how hard it is to penetrate this, of how hard it is to smash it. And the people like Ed Martin, they're prepared to step into the breach and say, hey, I'm all in. Only a handful. We have to have their back. Okay, short commercial break. Birch Gold, the Rio Reset. Right now, it's the 7th free installment. Go to birchgold.com/Bannon. Get Rio Reset today. Homework assignment. Get up and get ready. Be back in a moment.
is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Friday, 2 May, Year of our Lord 2025. Budget's out. I'm going to get to that in a moment. Defense spending at $1 trillion. I'll break it all down for you. They have not put out the revenue side, so you don't know what the deficit. But I'm telling you right now, if you add the real tax, the massive tax cuts, in addition to extending it for the working class and the middle class, you also do no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and no tax on overtime. I don't know. I'll have to do the math, but I think you're going to be at $2 trillion. I'm saying it now. The real number is going to be $2 trillion. We'll do a lot more work on this before we come to any definitive opinions and walk the war room posse through the math. One thing I know that they're going to be searching for tax revenues. Go to tnusa.com right now, Bannon, to get a free consultation. TaxNetworkUSA.com. If you got a letter from the IRS, do not put it in the drawer. Okay? Don't. Pick up the phone, 800-958-1000. Talk to these folks. They've already cleared up $1 billion worth of tax issues, penalties, fees, all that. It's a free consultation. It will take the anxiety away, the angst. These people deal with the IRS every day. That's their professionals. This is what they deal with. They negotiate this stuff every day. It's not you coming at it with like, what am I doing here? 800-958-1000. Do it today. Tax Network USA. Also, Birch Gold, the Rio Reset. I'm really proud of this one. We pumped it out with the great team over with Philip Patrick and the guys over at Birch Gold. Philip and the team are going to be in Rio. We're going to do the Road to Rio. We start, as I told you, on Monday. The Road to Rio really kicks off with Saliha Motion, one of the smartest people, the senior, basically D.C. correspondent for Bloomberg News. Paper Soldiers, how the weaponization of the dollar changed the world order. This is, and it's highly recommended. It was given me as a heads up by Christopher Leonard when I had Christopher in Friday, a week ago today, in Kansas City, Missouri, because Christopher lives out there. And Christopher, as you know, is the author of the fabulous, foundational text of the War Room, one of them, The Lords of Easy Money. I've asked Jim Rickards to come on. Jim, there's so much on geopolitics. I want to take some time and go through this because I think we need to help to start to frame this, given the hurtling towards the crises of the summer of 2025, which will go down in history. 100 years from now, folks, they're going to talk about this summer of what is going to happen and how and who's going to win. So, Jim, I want to talk, you had Waltz. The big headline is, MAGA got rid of Waltz yesterday. Marco Rubio's now going Kissinger. He's Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, at least for a while. Front page Financial Times. Laura Loomer gets up. She gets a hat tip. You don't often see the Financial Times writing about Laura Loomer on their page one. This is the most important paper in the world. It goes to every decision maker in the world. It's the reason we break it down virtually every day for the War Room Posse, because you guys are at that. You are decision makers. You have created yourself into a political force that people pay attention to, and they understand you have stroke and you have punch, and you can land a punch, and you can take a punch, more importantly. Rickards, this confusion now, the part of getting something sorted on the kinetic part of the Third World War, which we're in. It's not we're going to be in. We're in deeper than in 1939, 1940. We're in it now. President Trump has made this a actual major element of his second term is to lay the guns down, at least to start to come into frameworks. I think I just saw the New York Post as we came on that they're kind of walking away for a while. They signed the quote unquote economic deal or the rare earths deal, or whatever you want to call it. But now they're saying, hey, there hasn't been enough movement. These parties are not willing to listen to each other in fairly, and so they're going to walk away. Get us up to speed. Where are we exactly in your mind, and where in the hell is this thing going?
Well, this is going to a Russian victory in Ukraine. Now, we got to define victory. One of the things that strikes me about Putin has been clear and consistent from before the war in Ukraine as to what his goals are. And by the way, this war started in 2008 when George Bush said, we're going to make Ukraine part of NATO. It continued in 2014 when the CIA and MI6 staged a coup. We're supposed to love democracy. Well, we overthrew a duly elected leader, et cetera. Putin took Crimea shortly thereafter, saying, what part of annexation do you not understand, NATO and the United States? And he kept escalating from there, the role of Victoria Nuland. My point is, the U.S. has been the U.S. wanted this war. The U.S. has been promoting this war for almost 20 years. Well, we got it. We got the war. So anyway, Russia comes in. Now, you have to understand the Russian way of war. I'm sure you do. It is slow, methodical, and lethal. They have what they call a cauldron. They encircle the enemy. They'll spend months taking every village around a major logistics hub, so that when they go for the kill, basically you can surrender if you want, but the Ukrainians typically don't. Some of them do, or you get annihilated. That's all there is to it. Now, the problem right now, Trump is in exactly the position that LBJ was in, I'll say early 1965, when 64 was election year and the Great Society and all that. But LBJ inherited a war from Eisenhower and JFK. He could have done one of two things. He could have wound it up on some bases, walked away, said, hey, good luck, or escalate, which he did. We got to the point, 500,000 troops, 50,000 casualties, 10 years of war, et cetera. And Johnson regretted it later, but that's not what he wanted. Trump's in exactly the same position today. The question is this going to be Biden's war, and then Trump ends it, or ends U.S. involvement? I should put it that way. But we can get a deal with Putin, or is it going to be sucked into escalation? And the thing is, it's not like you have to send in the 82nd Airborne. I mean, just another weapons deal, another money advance, another extension of time, et cetera. It all just drags out the war, and it will very quickly be Trump's war. The guy who's got this right, by the way, is J.D. Vance. He understands it. I'll give Rubio some credit. Well, so by the way, if I criticize people, it's never personal. There could be good people, but Walsh was a warmonger. Yeah. General Kellogg was doing his thing. So the Kellogg-Walsh plan said, we're going to have an unconditional ceasefire along the line of contact. That's where are the Russian troops now, line of contact. Show me a victorious winning power in the history of the world that agreed to an unconditional ceasefire on the line of contact. The loser wants that. Other people want it. But if you're winning, no, you don't agree to that. So Putin wants the four provinces, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia. So he wants the four provinces. Kind of up
Hold
to
it, hang on,
River.
slow down. When you say line of contact, what do you mean by that? You mean actually with the armies are line of contact right now, not the Donbass, not the eastern provinces, not Crimea, not all the stuff they started with. They started with that, given the debacle that both Bush and Obama administration pushing this, continued to lose and never really did anything except exacerbate the Russians, right? So line of contact now, you're saying, but that's 30%. That's a third of Ukraine, correct?
That's
line of
correct.
contact now.
Right. Now the four provinces have been, and plus Crimea, have been formally annexed and are part of the Russian Federation. So if you ask the Russians, you ask Putin, they're fighting on Russian territory as far as they're concerned. So that's what they've done. It has not been recognized internationally, but kind of who cares? As far as Russia is concerned, those provinces and Crimea are part of Russia. The problem is the Russian military, the Russian army, have captured about 2/3 of that, a little bit more. They are pushing towards the Dnipro River. So there is a ribbon or a band of territory that the Russians would say is part of the Russian Federation, but the Ukrainian troops are still there and they have not been dislodged. So that's So that's what. So the Kellogg-Waltz plan. The Waltz just moved on, but the Kellogg-Waltz plan was to have an unconditional ceasefire on the line of contact, and then you would take it from there. And by the way, the U.S. and NATO, they're really good at negotiating with themselves. They go to London, they meet with Starmer, they meet with Macron, they meet with Ursula von der Leyen, and et cetera. They negotiate with themselves. Who's negotiating with Russia? And I understand that Wyckoff has, and that's good. And he's he fully authorized to represent Trump. But that's what it's going to take. Now, Russia says we want those 4 territories. We want Ukraine to withdraw. We want demilitarization of Ukraine, denazification. And when you say that, people go, "Oh, what are you talking about with Nazis?" I'm sorry. This ideology, the Banderas ideology in Ukraine that took root in the 30s and 40s is pro-Nazi. They fought on the Nazi side against the Russian army in World War II. They're still there. They're the power behind the scenes. I've spoken to the head of the Marshall U.S. Foundation about that. She didn't like my question. She admitted
hang over a second. Just to put this in perspective so people understand, because with these Slavic entities or these entities, these things go back hundreds of years.
Right.
But they're grounded in a ground truth. What happened in Ukraine in the 1930s, because Ukraine's essentially Kansas. It's the Kansas of, let's say, Russia, or Kansas of part of Europe. It is a massive, wheat, grain. It's a breadbasket. In the 1930s, the Bolsheviks, led by Stalin, took these intellectuals out of, because they were doing forced collectivizations up in Russia. They needed the grain. They went and essentially starved the Ukrainian people. I think it was 5 million people starved. If you've ever read, and Ann Applebaum, who is no fan of the War Room, wrote a book, I think it's called Red Harvest. There's a number of books. You read them, it's very tough to turn the page of they starved to death in a midst of plenty, 5 million people. When you say Nazification, the Ukraine was a killing field, was the Bloodlands, it was called, in World War II. A lot of Eastern Europe, but particularly Ukraine, because you had a lot of Ukrainians that wanted vengeance against the Bolsheviks. So when the German army came, you had a lot of people that signed up. Some of the worst units in the Wehrmacht, as far as brutality, were Ukrainian elements. That's what Putin keeps talking about, denazification. Also, then a ton of people of Ukraine fought for the Russians, because a lot of them, feel like they're almost ethnic Russians. So this thing goes back, and it's brutal and it's nasty. And so when you get Putin and these guys talking about that, and Ukrainians, the Americans, the media kind of comes in and kind of slaps it over like this place is Norway or Sweden, and it's all these nightclubs and all these nice people and LGBTQ flags, and it all be supported. It's far deeper than that, is it not, Brother Rickards?
Well, you're exactly right, Steve. And of course, the point is, everything you said is correct, and that accounts for some of the bitterness and the intransigence of this. But communism's gone, Stalin's gone. Okay, Putin is a nationalist, authoritarian leader. I get it, but he's closely aligned with the Orthodox Church. Americans don't understand the role of the Orthodox Church. They don't understand Russian history. They don't understand Russians in general. I go back to the days of Kissinger and Helmut Sonnenfeld and James Baker and so forth, and they really knew their stuff. George Shultz, you don't see that caliber of talent today. And I'm not disparaging anyone. I'm just saying, and it's not even the leadership. I mean, J.D. Vance is a smart guy, but when you look at Fiona Hill, George Kent, the people who testified against Trump during the impeachment, they're not impressive Russian scholars at all, number one. Number two, as far as, where we are right now, the other thing Putin wants is neutrality. Now, Austria was neutral during most of the Cold War. Now, eventually, joined the West, and it's a thriving democratic society today. Austria's a great country, but they were neutral. It was great. Vienna was a great spy capital because both sides could drop in. That happens a lot. That's not the end of the world. But Putin's demands are consistent. Now, Trump is faced with a decision. Number one, he can agree to most of what Putin wants, almost all of it, get a little something in return, and then just call it a day. And by the way, Steve, as you know, when you do geopolitics at a high level, there are only 3 countries in the world that matter: the United States, Russia, and China. Sorry, UK, you're a secondary power. Germany, you're a tertiary power. They're the only 3 that matters. If you're
Jim, hang on 1 second. I want to get to the great powers of it all. Short commercial break. The Jim Rickards is with us here in the War Room.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
A whole lot going down in Texas. That ain't right. We're going to be getting on that. 972 Patriot. Make the shift today. Make the switch to the single best cell phone company out there. Service. They're layered on top of all three networks. You get the best of all of it. Plus, they get all types of different alternatives. You can get two numbers on one phone. Glenn Story and this team, this is an incredible, incredible company. Not just that it supports your values, provides the best service. 972 Patriot. Make this switch today. Or patriotmobile.com. Promo code Bannon. Get a free month of service. Do it today. And if you call 972 Patriot, you will talk to, wait for it, an American citizen. Make this happen. Make it happen today. Also, home title lock on the $1 million protection for that little piece of paper. It's called the contract that you actually own the place you're living in. And trust me, people are trying to steal it. They're trying to get on it and borrow against it. Every cyber criminal, AI, artificial intelligence, plus rogue lawyers, rogue accountants, everybody. And the rudimentary system we got to protect that. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Triple lock protection, $1 million. 24/7 coverage. They let you know in the middle of the night if anybody's messing around with it. And if all else fails, they put up $1 million in legal and other expenses to make sure your title is restored. The Restoration Project. Natalie Dominguez and the team, HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Do it today. Rickards, we're in the world now of great power politics, right? You got China, you got the CCP, you got Russia, you've got the United States of America. This leads us up to the early 1970s, where Nixon and Kissinger came up with the strategy to pull the Chinese Communist Party away from the Bolsheviks, so that we could try to hammer out and take down the evil empire solo with a clear shot, and Reagan eventually did it. That was predicated, the reason they had to do it, the country was such a mess geopolitically, given a decision that was made in the White House in 1965. That decision was Lyndon Johnson, and guess what? The best and the brightest, the people left over from Kennedy's administration, including McGeorge Bundy, the former president of Harvard, that was the national security advisor. Why is that such a seminal moment in modern American history, sir?
Well, go back to the great powers quickly, Steve. China, Russia, U.S. are the only ones that count. Now, I take you a poker player, but a poker player knows if you're in a three-handed poker game and you don't know who the sucker is, you're the sucker. Meaning it's always 2 against 1. If you're in the 2, great. If you're not, you're going to lose, right? And that's what Nixon understood. He said China, Russia, U.S. So we opened the door to China so we could isolate the Soviet Union at the time, and it worked. Mao Zedong died, Gang of Four got arrested, Deng Xiaoping modernized, and the Soviet Union fell, and we won the Cold War as a result. That was brilliant. That was Nixon and Kissinger. Now, today, the same analysis applies, except China is the main enemy. So what does that mean? It means either the U.S. and Russia hold hands and work together. You don't have to be treaty allies, but just work together and isolate China, or we're the sucker. And because that means Russia and China are working together against us. And the president hates suckers. I agree with him, but right now we're the sucker unless we can open the door to Russia. Now, going back to LBJ, he had this critical moment. He was really a domestic politician. No one particularly thought of him as a foreign policy expert. So you rely on the people around you. There's no question about it. They had plenty of IQ points and plenty of Harvard degrees. That was the easy part. But McNamara was a logistical linear programming whiz, and McGeorge Bundy had a big brain and all that. But they didn't. They were replaying the Korea playbook. They didn't understand how different Vietnam was, and Eisenhower said, whatever you do, do not get in a land war in Asia. Island hopping, First Marines, we got to defeat Japan, understood. Do not get in a land war in Asia. Well, we did. And Johnson just followed along, but it got worse and worse and worse. And that's the point. And again, with 50,000 dead and, tore the country apart and, kind of destroyed, handicapped Nixon in very important ways. That was a national tragedy and a national disaster. It did not have to happen. And that's my point. Trump is at the same point today. He can basically accept Putin's demands. Now, the first thing I would say to the Trump administration is, look, the press is going to bash you no matter what you do. So factor out the press. Don't make it part of your equation, because if you settle more or less on Putin's terms, which is the way to end the war, they're going to trash you. You're a Putin puppet, Putin stooge. We know all that. But if you keep fighting, you're going to say, well, you're not doing enough. You need to do more, et cetera. So factor the press out. Look at the situation on the ground. It's obvious Russia's winning. They're going to win. I read an article the other day. The Russian economy is suffering. I said, well, read some World War II history if you want to know about the Russian economy. They're more resilient. The Germans, the Wehrmacht, killed 5 million Russians. Guess what? They had 5 million more right behind them, and that was not taken into account. So that's what we're dealing with.
So hang on. I want to be very clear, because you're a respected guy, and this clip's going to go, and people that make things happen are going to watch it. Are you saying that if you don't want to go down Johnson made a mistake. He decided to escalate and send 500,000 combat troops, right? Escalate. Right. And we didn't get out. Yesterday was the 50th anniversary. Yes, sir. 2 days ago, 50th anniversary of our retreat and surrender from South Vietnam, right? With 58,000 combat casualties. That wouldn't happen. There were almost, when he made that decision in 65, I think there was under 1,000 dead or something. It was nothing. It was that acceleration that made it. And he made a mistake, and he should have thought it through and just gotten out. What are you saying right now, President Trump? If Trump's in the exact same spot, what are you specifically saying Trump should do?
Get out. We know what Putin's terms are. Basically agree to them. That's not surrender. That's just common sense. If Johnson had got out of Vietnam in 1965, we would have ended up in the same place, which is communist control of Vietnam, without the casualty, the damages, et cetera. Trump's going down the road, and the way they lead you down this road is a little bit at a time, little baby steps. By the way, this minerals deal that they signed the other day, I looked at a map. It's really about liquid natural. Sorry, it's about shale drilling and oil and gas. I looked at a map of where the fields are. They're in Russian territory. Okay, we just did a deal with Ukraine. They're saying they're giving us the shale oil. And I looked at the map. It's like, oh, well, Russia controls all that. You think they're giving it back? No. So this is all for show. Get out now while there's still an opportunity to do so. And by the way, just to follow up, Steve, once we do that, we can work with Russia. There's a lot else going on, with the money and the frozen assets, et cetera, and Russia's need to export, et cetera. Russia is critical not just to China, but to Iran. Anybody want a war in Iran? We're heading for one, but with Russia's help, Russia and the United States together.
Well, that's one of the reasons Waltz was fired, because one of the reasons he was fired was because he was too adamant about this bombing and military intervention into Persia. So you're recommending President Trump just right now saying, hey, I gave you guys a shot and nothing happened and we're out? Is that no more military aid, no more financial aid, just walk away?
Yeah, we got $200 billion down the drain. By the way, Americans are being killed. You don't hear about it because they're covert operators and intelligence collectors, same with the French, et cetera. But yeah, $200 billion, probably more, down the drain. Probably estimates vary, but over 700,000 Ukrainian dead, 100,000 or more Russian dead, and Russia's not giving up. So again, you can get out now, and Russia's going to take about a third of the country, or you can keep fighting, and Russia's going to take a third of the country. So the same result. Meanwhile, by basically working with Russia on this, you can have Russia's aid in Iran, where it is far more important, because that gets closer to nuclear war.
The right person. Jim, where do people go to get strategic intelligence? And talk about the book you throw in, because the Money GPT is a very scary read, sir.
Thank you, Steve. We have our own landing page. It's rickardswarroom.com, rickardswarroom.com. You go there, you can subscribe to Strategic Intelligence. We have my book, Money GPT, but we have a new video, Steve, and basically it looks at what Scott Besson said. Scott Besson early on said, I want to monetize the asset side. Everyone's concerned about debt and deficits, as they should be. That's legitimate, but let's not overlook the assets and say, well, what, are you going to sell the Grand Canyon? No, we're not. But basically, mineral rights, oil, natural gas, strategic metals, gold, silver, intellectual property, et cetera. It's a brilliant move by Steve Besson. We go into it, we do a deep dive on that.
This is in Strategic Intelligence this month. You do a deep dive on Besson's plan for monetization of the asset side of the balance sheet. You do that in this month's Strategic Intelligence?
Yes, for the May issue, we talk about that, and we also look at Stephen Moran's Mar-a-Lago report. Yeah, we're right on the subject, and but the video explains it all. It's rickardswarroom.com.
Okay, let's everybody get over there. It's Steve Moran, who's the head of the Council of Economic Advisors. He's a major player that never gets mentioned. His Mar-a-Lago plan is one of the most foundational documents economically of the Trump second term. And Scott Bessent has been working through that issue about the monetization of the asset side of the balance sheet to try to somehow restructure our debt. Brother Rickards, social media, where do people go?
On Twitter, it's @RealJimRickards, @RealJimRickards.
Love you, brother. Fantastic. Jim Rickards. Geopolitics, capital markets. Wow. We're going to take a short commercial break here in a moment. Absolutely incredible. Incredible. Patriot Mobile, I want to make sure this thing down in Texas, this Texas house, and what's going on in Texas, and all the building around this these Islamic centers and the mosque and all this. It's just something's going on in Texas. This Texas house being run by Democrats, something not right with that. Something big going on down there. That's the railhead of the MAGA movement. You Texas patriots are as good as it gets, as good as this country has to offer, I'm telling you. And you've worked your tails off. You've delivered. President Trump won by 14 points in Texas after Soros put in $350 to $400 million over a decade to turn that thing purple and then to turn it blue. You took that on and turned it around. Patriot Mobile. Take it, go today. 972-PATRIOT. Do the switch today for the best phone service ever. 972-PATRIOT. Back in a moment.
host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We're going to get, so remember, this is part of the crises. This is the part of the kinetic part of the Third World War. Remember the three kind of boom, 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 the three verticals. America First, national security, which is on the stopping the wars. The deportations. Judge yesterday said President Trump can't use the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Can't use it. Some federal judge and a Trump appointee. This is going to. Can we get this clock rolling? Thanks. And now you got the budget out. My phone's already getting blown up. A lot of people not happy with some of the stuff getting funded and not funded. There's a lot of details. We're going to go through that and come out, start this afternoon, and then tomorrow to go through it in detail about how we get the financial and other aspects tied together. Of those three converging crises, the one that's not getting enough attention right now, and I'm not sure getting enough attention with folks that ought to know better, is don't assume the administrative state and the deep state's going away. They're not. Even at these agencies where you have landing teams or you have some of our 4,000 or 5,000 people in there, they have very small representation or MAGA involvement given the career bureaucrats and given the career administrative state folks. What you have to do is go in with a jackhammer every day and be relentless, and people have to have their back. That's one of the show. This show is dedicated to making sure we highlight those stories, and we have the backs of those. That's why this Ed Martin situation is so important. He may be outside of the top 2 or 3 people at Maine Justice, and whoever ends up heading, whether it's Jay Clayton or whatever, whoever ends up heading Southern District of New York, one of the most important people in the country. And given the purview of his basic involvement in the Capitol and other things, because you saw what happened on J6, he may be one of the most important of all. And this gets back to one of the central problems. And this, you're going to see it come up with the budget. All this thing about when the media says the Republican Party is totally MAGA, the House and Senate totally MAGA, that's just, they missed the point as they missed the point in everything. That's not true. Most of these people, most of them, the elected officials in the House and Senate, are just waiting MAGA and Trump out. They fear you. Of course they fear you. They fear your retribution at the ballot box and in primaries, of course. But they've come up to a system, and they're still rhinos. And the Republican Party is still neoliberal, neocon, globalist. It's not economic populism. It's not economic nationalism. They're not nationalist. They'll hum a few bars to get you off their back, and they'll run for cover immediately if you highlight it. And the Ed Martin thing shows perfectly. Today, when President Trump presents this budget, you have these structural issues. This is the discretionary. This budget, so it says like Trump's $1.5 trillion budget. This does not have any of the entitlements in it. It really just has the big entitlements are obviously Social Security, Medicare, and even Medicaid, although you could argue that's maybe not as an entitlement as the other two. But this is the discretionary part. This is the defense budget and then all the other agencies. And traditionally, it's been $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion. President Trump's got $160 billion. You know, Elon, and for all the Elon fanboys, he pulled this. Is it a coincidence? This is the number he pulled out the other day. This has nothing to do with DOGE. It just doesn't. The programmatic part of this, yes, the DOGE go in on USAID, but those things have been fought forever, and these are all being taken apart in the appropriation process, which is a legal process. I still don't see any, and we need it. I don't see any numbers in here at all of the fraud, the waste, and no offense, this show is one to force them. You got to cross the Potomac. You got to cross the Potomac. You got to cross the Potomac. Why? If you want to get serious about that, you got to go to a place called the Pentagon, and you got to go there. And I'm not saying I've heard crickets from the Pentagon on that part, but all we've heard is crickets from the Pentagon. And so in the converging crises we're coming up, there's one in the middle of the pivot and the reorganization of the post-war international rules-based order on the economic side and the dollar side, given that Rio's going to happen in July. Layered on top of it, how we actually finance this, what we are financing and how we finance it. What are we actually going to do as a government? And what are you as a taxpayer prepared to finance? And missing in all this, there ain't one penny in here fraud. We need it. I knew the $1 trillion would never happen, but we thought it was going to be something. We need every penny we can find. And we need people, if they defrauded and they took Social Security money, or if they took food stamps, or if they took Medicaid, anything they took, that's fraud. It's got to be turned over to Main Justice. It's got to be turned over to Main Justice now. So these converging crises, and you figure, how did we get in a situation that we have $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion of discretionary spending that literally we can't afford? It's because we only take in $4.5 to $5 trillion of revenues, all sources. And yes, maybe tariffs are going to kick it up. Looks like it's going to kick it up. Maybe kick it up $100 billion, $200 billion, which would be amazing. But that's not going to cover the gap. That's not going to cover the gap. How do we get here? It was the Republicans were controlled opposition. Fox News was controlled opposition. The Wall Street Journal was controlled opposition. Controlled opposition. Did Jim Rickards just not take us back to this debacle in Ukraine in 2008? Bush and these guys, they're those guys driving with the deep state driving to get Ukraine into the EU and into NATO. Picked up by Victoria Nuland and these people that had always been in the State Department, who essentially did the color revolution in 2014 that Raheem Kassam and Natalie Winters have so greatly documented. Started with Republicans. This is the sea change of President Trump. This is why President Trump is acting with an urgency that we need everybody to act on. The guy's, 78 years old? Follow the true soldier. The guys were 18 or 20 hours a day, every day of the week. And these are not small things. When you're doing the speech like last night at Alabama in front of tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, and live to millions, and you're in the Oval Office with you're doing a 3-hour cabinet meeting and taking questions from the press, you're always on. I do a speech at Hillsdale. Hell, I'm wiped out. Trump's doing 4 or 5 of these a day, things like that a day, every day. Not he shows up and does it one day, every day. The most important part, I believe, of the first 100 days is you're seeing Trump in the same Trump every day. The humor, the knowledge, the connection. The knowing every issue. Go back in time. Look, one of the parts of disintermediating the mainstream media and just bringing them into the Oval, all those bilats, they have briefing papers and the complicated issues you're talking about. Trump then opens it up to the press, and he's taking all questions. Look at the level. Just go back over a week and look at the different questions and the technical nature of the gotcha questions. Trump just off the top of his head. Who knows that volume of information? He doesn't have some guy in his ear briefing him in his ear. It's Trump. He's read about it. He's absorbed it. Here's his take. And his sense of urgency. It's the how rapid, how deep, and the scale of what he has accomplished in the first 100 days. And now with the second 100 days will be even more historic. And this is why. It's the convergence of all this at one time. The border situation virtually tied up the U.S. government. Remember, go back in time with Those of you who followed, at least followed me at Breitbart and Breitbart Radio and Breitbart News Radio and Breitbart Texas and, all these people you saw over the years and talking about immigration all the time, and the fights in the House and the Michelle Bachmann and Steve King going back to 2013, right? Going back to the Tea Party. Look at all this. Trump sealed the border in 60 days. Eric Bolling brought up one of the most important points that even I had skipped over. The Langford bill had this whole, remember the triggering thing was that you're going to have essentially 2 million more illegal aliens come in the country every year before things kind of got triggered. Maybe not say every year, but 2 million come in. 2 million more, 2 million. If you take the $170 billion of the Senate bill to take the mass deportations, and you say, hey, there's 10 million, so it's 17 billion, right, per million. That's another $34 billion. Just rough math. He stopped that in 60 days, and now the left does not even talk about it. They don't want to talk about it because it's so monumental. On day one, he and Miller went through and got rid of all the 40 executive orders of Biden. He put in his executive orders. Then he told Border Patrol, I want to enforce this. Then he sent some Army units down there. Voila. It's closed. It's sealed. And the folks down there know, I don't want to come north because Trump's going to put me under arrest. I'm not coming. The New York Times admitted on his tariffs, on the tariff situation with Mexico, the very first round that people don't even talk about now. The New York Times reported fentanyl has dropped, I think, about 50%. Back now in these big fights, particularly the fights over the deep state, because that's one people don't want to do. They don't. It's ugly. It's tough. It's unpleasant. Of course it is. They're dug in. I'll be brutally frank. I'm not feeling it. Fenton's right. And for the folks, and we love people in there, but we can't stop. We have a higher duty than friendship and camaraderie and higher than to President Trump. We have a duty to the nation to get this done now. This audience, you, me, all of us, we have a high moral responsibility to this republic, to everybody that came before us and everybody that's going to come after us right here in this time and place. We have to take it on. We cannot and will not kick this can down the road. The deep state has to go. When I say has to go, has to be turfed out of where they are in the United States government today, and they have to be the ones that have broken the law, and most of them have broken numerous laws, have to be investigated and prosecuted and then incarcerated. There's no other way around this. It'd be so easy to say, well, we got other things that we're going to do this. No, this is a cancer. It's a cancer that's still metastasizing. And there are people who are prepared to cut it out. And cut it out we shall. Cut it out we shall. Remember, the exercise is all enemies, foreign and domestic. Short break.
host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I only got to about a third or under a third of what I wanted to get to this morning. So this afternoon, we got more 5 to 7, and then tomorrow morning, also live, 10 a.m. in the morning to noon. And these are going to be days of grinding, because the second 100 days is going to be far tougher than the first. And the reason is the first was driving the action to executive orders, executive actions, momentum. President Trump talked about it last night at the University of Alabama. Magnificent graduation speech. Keep the momentum, keep the momentum, keep the momentum. Now you're coming up with the peace negotiations, with the Russians and others, with the other aspects of the kinetic part, with the economics of trade, with the Congress, with the House, with all of it. Other participants are here. And of course now in the courts, to delay is to deny, this massive constitutional crisis that we're hurtling to. And I was saying, keep in your back pocket, we did not bring this up last week. It's just an exercise. This suspending the writ of habeas corpus. Just take your number 2 pencil, put that in your black notebook, and we'll refer to that later, because that's all coming. So these second 100 days, folks, and this is why this audience is so important. You are essentially political warfare combat veterans, okay? And now we don't need sunshine patriots here. It's going to get tough. It's going to get very tough, very gnarly. So get ready. We know you're ready for it, so get ready, because we're going to be grinding on this thing. One, I want to thank My Patriot Supply. That normally they have the 3-month food kit. It's normally $697. They've taken $200 off on a special, so it's $497. This is the basic thing. It's got great food, tons of, I think it's 2,000 calories a day in times of emergency. And you remember what happened in Spain and Portugal the other day? Hey, in today's world, you never know where it's going to come from, and you never know what's going to happen. That's just modernity. Look at Spain and Portugal the other day. For no reason, boom, no electrical power for a couple of days, right? Think about that. My Patriot Supply. Go check out. This is the number one. This is the axe in the space. These guys are absolutely fantastic. MyPatriotSupply.com. Talk to one of the consultants. One of the things for sponsors, we want to make sure you have access to people that can help you walk through it, particularly it's the first time you've ever done it. But the kind of basic standard 3 months of food supply, which will last you, will be incredible. Number of calories, the quality of the food. Normally $697, they've taken $200 off. So go check it out today. Go there and talk to one of their consultants, one of their advisors, and work yourself through it. My Patriot Supply, the best in the space. Charlie Kirk's up next. Poso, Gruber, back to bowling. Bowling and I will do a handoff as we always do, or try to always do, 5 to 7. Got so much to get into that show, and then tomorrow morning. So, and then I'll be up online with Grace and Mo and others up on Getter in the interim. Trevor Comstock, we're Make America Healthy Again. It's a huge part of our movement now. Walk me through Sacred Human Health. What do you got for us this morning?
Yeah, thanks again, Steve. Today, I just wanted to talk a bit about our flagship product, which is our grass-fed beef liver. And I know most people still aren't familiar with the benefits of it, or a lot of people don't know just how powerful beef liver is when it comes to nutrition. But it's oftentimes called nature's multivitamin, and for a pretty good reason. And that's mainly because it's packed with essential nutrients like vitamin A, B12, iron, zinc, CoQ10, folate. The list kind of goes on and on, but these are all essential for things like maintaining healthy skin, hair, heart, immune support, brain function, and a few other things. But also some things that people really like about the beef liver is that it gives them that natural energy boost, which is also a plus. And what makes our product stand out is that it's also 100% grass-fed, and we just package it into easy-to-swallow capsule form, so you don't actually have to consume the raw liver. It doesn't have an aftertaste or anything like that, and liver in general doesn't have the best taste. So again, easy to swallow. And then on top of that, your body's also able to much better absorb these nutrients as opposed to taking a synthetic multivitamin. So right off the bat, you're getting a much better bang for your buck in that regard. And I always like to just mention, too, that the reason why we created Sacred Human was to provide supplements like this that are clean, natural and made with integrity. So we don't cut any corners by outsourcing our production to China or skimping on ingredients. All of our products are manufactured in the USA, so we always have a good grip on quality control, and that's always our promise. And on top of that, we just try to do our best to deliver them at an affordable price.
Wow. Trevor, one more time, where do they go? The website's fantastic. You walk people through it of why this is such a special company and these are such special products. Where do they go?
Yeah, of course. You can go to sacredhumanhealth.com or just type in Sacred Human to Google. Will be the first page that pops up. You can also use code WARROOM for 10% off any one-time purchase. If you do subscribe, you're locked into the 10%. But yeah, sacredhumanhealth.com is where you can find us.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate the company. Make America healthy again. By the way, Warren Posse wasn't buying that on 5G on the health side, I don't think. I think we gotta get Bobby Kennedy into that. We'll get Bobby on here and talk about it. But great report from the FCC commissioner. This is the quality people President Trump have it, and young people. Smart and tough. That's what you need. Mike Lindell, big day yesterday. Fantastic job at the White House, sir. What do you got for us?
Well, it was a great day yesterday. I'm traveling back today, but I wanted to get on here, you guys. The sheets, this is War Room exclusive. $25, any size, any color, $25. There they are. All the sizes are left. I just checked before we came on. This is it. We're not going to put a limit on. Let's get them closed out. You guys did great. They were earmarked for the box store. The War Room Posse got them. So you guys are sleeping the best. By the way, that's our president's favorite product. He loves the My Pillow sheet. So go to the website, scroll down, click on Steve, go to use that great promo code War Room. There you got the pillows and everybody. All the kitchen towels on sale as low as $9.88, and the My Crosses. Get the My Crosses. My Crosses, you'll save 30%. You got the mystore.com promo code War Room. But you guys get those sheets today. Get them. They'll be gone this weekend for sure. Get them now. Get those sheets today. Get them. They'll be gone this weekend for sure. Get them now while you can. And this is a War Room, a special that I thank all of you for helping my employees so I can be out running around D.C. and helping make America great again.
Mike Lindell, love you, brother. I'll see you this afternoon. Great job at the White House yesterday. Very moving prayer service in the Rose Garden. Okay, Charlie Kirk's up next. Jack after that. We're back at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time when you will be back in the War Room.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
The jobs report for April hitting the wires. Non-farm payrolls a greater 177,000. We're expecting, as Joe pointed out, 133,000. 177,000 would be the second best of the year outside of what's in the rearview mirror.
436,000 increase in the number of people who are employed. So this is an amazing report. The number of people, the labor force participation rate rose. So this is a really strong number. I wanted to mention one other quick thing. About 2 weeks ago, every headline, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, was, the stock market is crashing. And since then, the market has been up, like 2,800 points.
Yeah, well, you don't see that.
By the way, I don't see headlines about that.
That was the point. That was the point that Scott Bessent made.
Just a few hours after we got into their headquarters, we found that their chief accountant had actually deleted over a terabyte of accounting records from several years. So you'd have to ask the question, well, why would somebody do that? And the DOGE team, fortunately, was able to recover that data with the help of a few great employees at the Institute of Peace. And I think the most troubling thing was they received $55 million a year from Congress, and any money that went unspent, instead of returning that to Congress, they would sweep it into a private bank account.
The Chinese need to de-escalate these high tariffs because there is the equivalent of an embargo as we speak. We're going into the holiday season. Orders are placed for that now. So if those orders aren't placed, it could be devastating for the Chinese.
A little bit of breaking news coming into us from Germany. The Reuters news agency is reporting that the country's domestic intelligence agency has classified the Alternative for Germany party as an extremist entity that threatens democracy, a move that enables it to better monitor the party, which came second, of course, in February's federal election.
I dropped out of Harvard and came here to serve my country. And it's been unfortunate to see, lost friendships. Most of campus hates me now. But I think fundamentally, I hope people realize through conversations like this that reform is genuinely needed.
Well, this is textbook human trafficking. I'll remind viewers that there are 8 other individuals in this car that Kilmar Obrego Garcia was driving. They were driving allegedly from Texas to Maryland. That's a 3-day journey. Not a single piece of luggage in that vehicle.
We were far too dependent on China. We allowed them through unfair trade practices to deindustrialize us. That's a very dangerous place to be, and President Trump is taking it on, and he's doing it now because it needs to be done now. It cannot wait any longer.
Well, I actually think this shows a huge amount of confidence in Rubio. If you talk to people in the White House, you talk to people who supported Donald Trump, they believe Rubio has done a terrific job. He has been a consistent spokesperson for the president's priorities. He did a great job on the El Salvador issue, did a great job on the student visa issue. He is one of the smoothest communicators that the administration has. It's obvious they have a lot of confidence in him, not just because they gave him Secretary of State, but they put him in at USAID. They've had him do a massive reorg in the State Department.
He's a busy guy.
I've seen the way things are working. There is no chaos.
What's interesting, the numbers, by the way, were very, I was a little surprised to see how strong they were, but this is very encouraging because we're already seeing many of the companies dependent upon foreign suppliers already reshoring some of their jobs. In fact, I talked just recently to a couple of entrepreneurs who are getting off their China dependency. They are going to other Southeast Asia companies for their supplies, and they're starting to look at domestic manufacturers. So they're putting orders in already for the 3rd and 4th quarter for this. So
even if you agreed with supporting alpaca farmers in Peru, well, actually, most of the money never made it out of D.C. It's going into the pockets of people in the neighborhood. I believe the GAO estimates, this is not our estimate, I believe it was on the order of only 10 to 15 cents in the dollar actually gets to the end recipient, whether you agree with that cause or not.
So maybe no one got a sex change in Guatemala.
It's possible.
If you want to change the world, you have to have the courage to be an outsider. Progress never comes from those satisfied with the failures of a broken system. It comes from those who want to fix the broken system.
day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, welcome. We are here live in beautiful San Diego. We have a live audience here, and we also have producer Andrew as well here on this beautiful Friday. And it is a great day to be alive. Lots of news to cover. And in the second hour, we canceled our traditional members call and instead we're going to have a open Q&A with our supporters of Turning Point USA.
It's going to be amazing.
And so just everyone watching on Real America's Voice or the amazing streams or on, how many radio stations are we on now?
About 210 across the country.
Yeah, and we're praying for Dennis Prager's recovery, but we have taken over Dennis Prager's radio footprint, which we're very honored, and to continue his legacy and to continue his great work, and we hope Dennis will return soon. And by doing that, we're going to have a great Q&A in the second hour, so we're going to have a lot of fun there. So let's dive into it. There's a lot of news over the weekend, including a jobs report. What was the jobs report this morning, Andrew?
Well, the jobs report beat expectations. I think Stephen Moore put it really well, where this was over 400,000 actual new jobs that people being employed, over 400,000. Jobs report will say 177,000. That beat Wall Street expectations, which had it around 130,000. But non-farm payroll went through the roof. We're seeing a lot of manufacturing get reshored. So the changes that President Trump is making in the economy, namely through tariffs, tax incentives, regulatory incentives, they're already showing signs that those are working. Stock market took off like a rocket this morning. And actually, what's interesting, 2 weeks ago, Charlie, everybody was saying the sky is falling, the sky is falling. We got a recession is imminent. And here we are, about 2 weeks later, the stock market's up 2,800 points. And counting, and you have a lot of these changes that are being implemented in the economy already taking effect. So,
do we have the clip of Steve Moore talking about this? Let's go here. I think I have it. 486. Let's play cut 486.
436,000 increase in the number of people who are employed. So this is an amazing report. The number of people, the labor force participation rate rose. So this is a really strong number. I wanted to mention one other quick thing. About 2 weeks ago, every headline, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, was, the stock market is crashing. And since then, the market has been up, like 2,800 points.
Yeah, well, you don't see that
by
headline.
the way, I don't see headlines about that.
That was the point. That was the point that Scott Bessent made.
Well, it's important to note, too, that the stock market is not the economy. The stock market can react to jitters and news. The economy is growing incredibly strong and is only going to grow stronger with the tax cut that we see coming and deregulation. Let's go to CNBC. Let's play cut 483.
Jobs report for April hitting the wires. Non-farm payrolls a greater 177,000. We're expecting, as Joe pointed out, 133,000. 177,000 would be the second best of the year outside of what's in the rearview mirror.
Now, you have to wonder, are the Democrats happy about this? I mean, they're the ones saying that the recession is, are they thrilled that the American economy is doing better and it's actually only going to further improve? You see, the prediction was that by now we would have major job losses. We have the tariffs. They said by the summer we're going to see major drop-offs, but this jobs report has exceeded expectations.
Well, yeah, this just reminds me of just about every other chapter of President Trump's political career where the elites and the experts tell us he's doing it wrong, only to find out in the end that he's doing it right, that his instincts have been right all along. Now, he's not right about everything. Listen, we're free to disagree with President Trump, but I time and time again, whether it's foreign policy, energy policy, tariffs, President Trump has an instinct for these things. He's a businessman. He's seen it up close and personal. I've always been a fan of tariffs. We have internal disagreements on our team about tariffs. I get it that it causes jitters in the short term, but we're already seeing, especially with like auto manufacturing, where they're starting to replace producers and their supply chains. They're reshoring those supply chains. They're already working on it. Ford has come out, said they're building 2 new plants. Hyundai, Toyota, all of them are making moves to reshore supply chains, which is going to increase American jobs.
And also remember, they told us that if the border was closed, it would crater America without cheap illegal labor. This is a very important point. The border is completely secure, 99% border crossings.
It's incredible.
And then we have deportations happening. So it turns out actually when you close the border, more Americans get hired. That actually on the books, like what a concept.
Well,
there's a direct correlation with you close the southern border and American jobs actually increase.
There's actually a clip from Bernie Sanders in 2015 talking about how he is not for open borders. Why? Because that depresses American wages. This is a very, very clear line. And you've made this point on the show a bunch of times, and it's a point that it's worth reiterating, is that we are looking down the barrel of an AI revolution, of a robotic revolution. So if you're going to keep flooding your country with cheap third world labor,
it's unnecessary.
You're also going to be causing a problem down the road where those jobs no longer exist. And that time frame is way closer than most people realize.
Here's Scott Bessent, cut 145, talking about how the doomsdayer said it was going to be the worst stock market ever. Again, the stock market is not the economy. The stock market can react to economic news, but we're seeing the stock market catch up remarkably. I think it was at 41,000. The Dow was at 41,000 this morning.
Yeah.
Again, invest for the long term, everybody. Play cut 145.
There was a story 10 days ago that said this is the worst April for the stock market since the Great Depression. 10 days later, the NASDAQ is now up on the month of April, and I haven't seen a story that says, oh, stock market has biggest bounce back ever. So
it certainly has gone back and forth.
I think a lot of this is media driven.
Of course, and this is the most important clip of them all, which is this is Joel Scheilman, who's a CEO of a company called eShares. Even these CEOs believe the propaganda. They think like, well, the economy must be bad because everyone says the economy is bad. So he is on the front lines of hiring and investing, and he's even surprised at how good the numbers are. Let's play cut 489.
What's interesting, the numbers, by the way, were very, I was a little surprised to see how strong they were, but this is very encouraging because we're already seeing many of the companies dependent upon foreign suppliers already reshoring some of their jobs. In fact, I talked just recently to a couple of entrepreneurs who are getting off their China dependency. They are going to other Southeast Asia companies for their supplies, and they're starting to look at domestic manufacturers. So they're putting orders in already for the third and fourth quarter for this. So,
and you combine all this together, President Trump, this economy will only get better. And it's very important, everybody, because the media has almost been calling and cheering for an economic collapse. I mean, can you think of anything more sinister and more wicked than a group of people that want Americans to suffer? They actually, if they got their way, the market would go down to 25,000 and people would be out of work. They say, see, I told you Trump is this terrible and awful person.
Well, it's an existential dilemma for them, though, Charlie, because if Trump succeeds, that means their entire worldview is cast into doubt.
These are bad people. I hate to say it that way. They're not patriots. If you are cheering for the downfall of America and you're cheering for, if you want bad economic news, then you care much more about political power than any sort of patriotic allegiance to the United States. You wanted to play a piece of tape here?
Yeah, I want to play Charles Payne, 484. One more piece of econ here, and this is talking about manufacturing directly. 484.
As I look at this initially, the one thing that really jumps out to me that I love, transportation and warehousing.
Yeah,
up 29,000. Yeah. The price, some of this manufacturing, some of these deals that the White House has announced, maybe we're starting to see that already play out.
Well, we'll talk about.
Yeah, I mean, so the White House has said that it's over $5 trillion in foreign investment in manufacturing. And by the way, speaking to our earlier point about technology and robotics and AI, these are investments in warehousing, data warehousing, energy capacity. These are high-tech investments in the future from Apple, NVIDIA, and others, SoftBank. Mm-hmm. This is not like, those images in your head of the steel welders, although we love the steel mills, don't get me wrong. This is the jobs of the future.
Advanced manufacturing.
Exactly.
Okay, we got to get to one of our partners here. We want you guys to email us freedom@charliekirk.com. This is a very breaking news day. Late last night, we're going to cover this next. President Trump signed an executive order defunding NPR and PBS. Do we like that, everybody? Do we like that? See, we have a live audience here in San Diego.
The interaction's good.
They love it, and I didn't have to ask them to clap like Jeb Bush. They loved it. And we're also going to go deeper into some of the other really good news of the day, including what I thought was a phenomenal segment that Jesse Waters did with DOGE. I don't know if you guys caught it or not. It was a really, really good picture of the super geniuses that are going through the spending practices of our federal government. And just look, we'll talk about the psychology of Elon Musk and how he has all the money in the world and he's going in to try to make our government more efficient, and that makes you a villain in modern America. I want to tell our audience about Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson Ministries are great supporters of our program. I want to point you to their podcast. This is The Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and approves it to many issues that we're facing today. Each episode will make you recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact our world today. It is called The Culture and Christianity podcast. It's informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. That is alanjackson.com, great partner here of The Charlie Kirk Show. We will be right back live from beautiful San Diego with our incredible Turning Point USA supporters. We'll be right back.
Democracy lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, we are here live in beautiful San Diego with our wonderful Turning Point USA supporters. We're also live on Real America's Voice right now on all of our platforms. We had an amazing event yesterday at University of California, San Diego. We're going to talk about that. Thousands of people. Did anyone go there, attend there? You are a brave soul. And so one person. Wasn't it great, though? It was incredible. If you have not seen the campus energy, you have got to you have got to go to one of these campus events. Wasn't it worthwhile? I mean, to see this, it's hard. I could show up a picture and I could show you, look, at the pictures are fine. But to actually see it firsthand, it is a game changer on these liberal college campuses. And actually, the sponsor of these campus tours that has allowed us to actually do more is YRefi. I encourage you guys to check it out. It's YRefi.com, YREFY. I think they're here somewhere. Is Lane here? He's around here. But anyway, we went to them. We said, hey, we want to do the most ambitious campus tour ever. Here's what's going to cost. And they said, we want to underwrite that. So God bless them for that. You guys could check it out. They do private student loan debt refinancing, which a lot of these students have student loan debt, unfortunately. You guys could check it out at YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. In fact, we have 3 more campus tours coming up in the next week because we have nothing else going on, right? We got San Francisco State University, Long Beach State, and we close out our campus tour at University of California, Riverside next week. Stay right there, everybody. Welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here live in beautiful San Diego at our supporter retreat, Friends of Turning Point USA retreat, late last night. President Donald Trump signed I would say, a pretty ambitious executive order, one that I truly appreciate, which is he defunded NPR. I got to do that in your NPR voice.
It's amazing how you don't even have to call. There's no applause sign here for those listening on radio.
I'm going to do that in my NPR voice.
It's very exciting.
You see, I always say that NPR is left-wing radicalism said very smoothly.
It's like laundered in.
I know.
They launder in the radicalism.
Welcome, everybody, to the NPR broadcast.
Wouldn't it be nice if capitalism was no more?
Did you know you're a racist?
Yeah.
Buy a tote bag.
Did you hear that white people are awful?
Exactly. Let's go. Do we have a cut? Let's go cut 507. President Trump defunding NPR and PBS.
President Trump is looking to slash funding for NPR and PBS, alleging bias in their news reporting. The president signing an executive order on Thursday directing several agencies to stop federal funding for the public broadcasters. That order also calls for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to root out indirect sources of public financing for PBS and NPR. Both get about $500 million in public funds.
Now, time out. Now, defunding is also one way to put it, but here's my challenge to NPR. Go raise your own money like Turning Point USA has to raise money. You see? You got to go meet your own donors. You got to go talk to people. Just don't go to the U.S. taxpayer and have us subsidize your radicalism. And so think about that. That's $500 million.
I mean, I think NPR and PBS are completely redundant anyways. You already have New York Times. Right? I mean, what do we need? What do we need NPR and PBS for?
The problem with
PBS used to have some good stuff.
Is that PBS is able to get into child environments because it's PBS with incredibly sexually explicit content that is now laced in this trans insanity and this radicalism and critical theory. But look, NPR especially has become, and it's too bad because I actually remember a different NPR growing up. I mean, they were still liberal, but it was at least like entertaining. I mean, you guys remember Garrison Keillor was like not Little House on the Prairie. Was that what it was called? Was that what it was? Little House on the Prairie, right? No, it was what? Prairie Home Companion. That was close. He was from Mankato, Minnesota, if I remember correctly, right? And that was somewhat listenable. And then Wait, Don't Tell Me was a pretty good show, if you guys remember, on NPR. And then they had the car show every Saturday morning, which... Right? You know what I'm talking about? Like, and now you listen to NPR, and they might still have these shows, but this is what's important. NPR was really smart. They took the taxpayer money, and they diversified into podcasting. And NPR podcasts are very popular because they have $500 million to produce it. And they are, like, unspeakably radical.
That sounds like they should be making money then, Charlie.
Well, that's right. But here's the thing. So the third biggest podcast out there is NPR. We right now are on the charts. We're number 9, which is great, in Apple News. And just so we're clear, I go through NPR's list, like the list of their episodes. Continued crackdown on immigration. Trump defies the law. I mean, it's so outrageous. And so if you want to go do that, NPR, you got to sell a lot more tote bags if you want to finance yourself. And that's fine. This is my position with Harvard. No one's saying you can't exist. Go raise your own money. Go to donors like we do on the conservative side and go convince people to voluntarily give you money.
You know what would happen if PBS and NPR had to start, making money and justifying their own existence? You'd get classics like Ken Burns' baseball. Come on, that was actually fantastic. Do we have any baseball fans out here in the audience? Come on now, just give me some. All right, thank you. So Ken Burns and baseball, they replay this stuff still because it's still their most popular content, as opposed to their more radical stuff. But
yeah, and look, the New York Times is not publicly financed, and they do fine. They have a subscription-based model, and I do not. They know this. NPR is so redundant. What niche are they really filling, other than they're just more left-wing noise? And I will say this, if the Republicans in Congress fail to defund NPR and PBS, because Trump can only do so much by an executive order, that will be one of the easiest failures that we have seen from a Republican Congress. Could you imagine if $500 million of taxpayer money was going to Breitbart, Turning Point USA, or the Charlie Kirk show? The Democrats would never put up with it. But that is an equivalent. And another funny thing is they often say it almost gets no money, so this is pointless. Okay, so what's the holdup? If they say we don't get that much money. I'm sorry, $500 million is a lot of money when you're running a media operation every single year. Every year you get $500 million. Not to mention during all the Floydapalooza stuff post-2020, their articles about the looting and the rioting was so outrageous, was so out of the norm. And so I got to be honest, I love this. It might not be a ton of money in the grand scheme of things, but beyond that, the rebalancing of the American narrative war that this would do,
the media landscape,
is remarkable. Think about how conservative this country could become if we weren't subsidizing the Democrat Party with our own taxpayer funding to have them have a bigger microphone than they actually should have. We'll be right back, everybody.
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. 100 days in, and President Trump is reshuffling the talent that he's assembled in his administration. He's moving National Security Advisor Mike Waltz from that position to the United Nations after nominating the former Florida congressman to be the next U.S. ambassador to the UN. For the time being, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as Waltz's interim replacement. This will mark the first time since the 1970s that one person will serve both as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Both positions are top administration assignments. Taking to Truth Social on Thursday, President Trump clearing up reports that Waltz was forced out of the White House following his part in the Signalgate controversy. Quote, "From his time in uniform on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role." That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates. This July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers includes China, Russia, India, and Iran, and they're meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling it the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollars in your savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move decisively from theoretical possibility towards inevitable reality. So, learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. The Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free information kit on gold simply by texting America to the number 989898. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, allow the Birch Gold Group to arm you with a free, no-obligation information kit on owning gold before July and the Rio Reset. Again, to get this information, simply text the word America to the number 989898 today.
The hardest working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are here live with our amazing friends here in beautiful San Diego, and it is it's great to see all of you. For those of you watching on Real America's Voice or on radio, these are the top, most generous people of Turning Point USA, and they help make everything we do possible. And many of them are going to have questions coming up in the second hour, and so we're looking forward to that. And so we say thank you to everyone in the audience, and also to the people in the virtual audience watching right now. You know, we have over 400,000 people that give money to Turning Point USA. Isn't that amazing? 400,000 people. And so we say thank you to everyone from the $5 donor to the $10 donor on upwards from there. We're very, very excited. So I want to talk about one of our partners here, and then we're going to talk about DOGE and NPR. We got a lot to talk about. But I have to play this piece of tape. So as you guys know, over the last year, we really decided to start posting a lot more on TikTok and reaching billions and billions of people. Your grandkids might watch us on these social media channels. And so this is one that has literally, I think it's 30 million views, at least 11 million on TikTok. And I get accused a lot of, not a lot, Charlie, you interrupt the people you talk to too much, which is not correct. And so you be the judge. Did I interrupt her too much? Play cut 517 of this viral video on TikTok.
Are you actually going to let me talk for longer than 5 seconds?
Go ahead.
You keep interrupting me. Every time I actually try to actually explain my point and have a reasonable conversation with you, you cut me off. I was trying to explain, you cut me off, started talking about something completely different. You started bringing up random stats and random facts to try to make me look stupid.
Isn't that great?
Your face is the best part.
Come on, continue. So TikTok is also helping out here, the Charlie Kirk Show. I want you guys to check out TikTok, economicimpact.com. A lot of small business owners are on TikTok. I'll be honest, we have gone so viral on this platform, reaching the next generation in a way that we never thought was possible, right, Andrew?
I mean, I could go on and on about this.
But over 7.5 million businesses, from family-owned shops to entrepreneurs, are using TikTok to compete and grow. You have to go where the people are, and we've certainly gone very viral there. Check it out at TikTok, economicimpact.com. Okay, let's close the thought on NPR here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let me just, I made a point in the break that I think is important. When you do not have to raise your own money, you don't have to earn it. And therefore, you don't have to actually have the best possible product, which allows you to become super radical. And so if NPR actually had to go to donors would ask the question, well, what do you do? Why do you exist? What is your impact? Instead, they just go to Congress, specifically Democrat members of Congress, and they say, I'm just gonna do air cover for you and for your agenda. You have a
they feel
headline.
entitled to. Yeah,
of
no,
course.
this is great. So throw 513 on the screen, please. So this is an article from NPR, and here's the headline. Trump says he's ending federal funding for NPR and PBS. They say he can't. This is
NPR reporting on itself in the third person.
In the third person. It's like, they say they is you. Why don't you just say, we think this is bad? You know,
this is them trying to be like, no, we're objective journalists. So I'm going to say the third person they.
This is the height of absurdity. But here it gets even more absurd, because Catherine Mars, the head of NPR, and this is a clip from her.
Awful.
And she's a radical who is trying to kind of whitewash some of her past, but you can't hide the clips. The internet is forever. 515.
The number one challenge here that we see and is, of course, the First Amendment in the United States is a fairly robust protection of rights. And that is a protection of rights both for platforms, which I actually think is very important, that platforms have those rights to be able to regulate what kind of content they want on their sites. But it also means that it is a little bit tricky to really address some of the real challenges of where does bad information come from, and sort of the influence peddlers who have made a real market economy around it.
So this is the head of NPR saying that the First Amendment is a real problem for publishers. So she's anti-American, she's anti-free speech, and this is subsidized by taxpayers. And here's the last point I'm going to make, Charlie. The Democrats say this is an earmark of dictatorship, that you're trying to play, winners and losers in the media space. No, the earmark of a dictatorship and of authoritarian regime is that you have state-sponsored media that says what you want it to say.
And that's what they have. Let's just be clear. Why is it that Canada has struggled to have an equivalent right-wing movement? Because they have CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, which is all publicly financed, and it is so left-wing. And also the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, same sort of thing. So when you have these instruments, these organs that are funded by taxpayers, now thankfully in America we are still a semblance of a free society, and the First Amendment is our birthright. The reason we're able to push back on this nonsense is we're able to speak freely without threat of imprisonment. But in these other countries, they are the predominant news organization. It's very similar to Pravda in the Soviet Union. Pravda literally meant truth in Russian, where you weren't able to question it. And NPR thankfully has been flailing, but don't underestimate their influence. What they've been able to do on podcasting is legitimate because they poured so much money into it, and there's no reason why taxpayers should subsidize it. Do you have that other clip of the congressional testimony? If not, we can move on to DOGE.
Yeah, we probably do. I'm not sure what it is, but there is another element to this. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Germany just today,
I have it.
The news, is that they have now the intelligence community in Germany has now labeled AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, Germany, as a radical entity. So this allows them now to harass AfD, to censor them, to basically surveil them, and essentially criminalize their activities.
Correct.
And so AfD is now the most popular party in Germany. It's essentially the closest equivalent that we have to MAGA, if you will. It's a nationalist party, but in Germany they have have all the vestiges of World War II hanging over them. They've lost their confidence in that. So they instantly say, oh, we got a Nazi, a fascist party. That's not what this is. This is like strong borders, open borders party. It's very MAGA in spirit and in tone. And now it's probably criminalized.
This is, by the way, why are we still subsidizing Germany if they're locking up and potentially criminalizing opposition political parties? They say that America is a threat to democracy. Europe is no longer the democratic beacon on the hill that they say they are, and they haven't been for quite some time. Let's play cut 494.
You a little bit of breaking news coming into us from Germany. The Reuters news agency is reporting that the country's domestic intelligence agency has classified the Automotive for Germany party as an extremist entity that threatens democracy, a move that enables it to better monitor the party, which came second, of course, in February's federal election.
And I want to this is what would have happened if Kamala Harris would have become president, everybody. If Kamala Harris was in the White House right now, Turning Point USA would be recognized as an official extremist organization. They were already spying on groups like ours. They're already trying to infiltrate us. And it's amazing how on July 13th, not only did Donald Trump dodge a bullet, but America dodged a bullet too, preventing Kamala Harris from becoming president of the United States. Because we look at what's happening in Canada. These other countries are not becoming freer societies because America's course correcting. They're doubling down on becoming unfree totalitarian countries. And it's chilling. In Germany, if you say something that's considered racist online, they will raid your home, they will take your devices, and you will face prison time. What is considered to be racist? If you question mass migration. If you say that immigrants are making Germany not as nice of a place, they could raid your home.
If you question Muslim immigration.
No, that's right. If you say that Muslim immigration might be, which of course it is, everybody. We know that it's a problem in Germany. If you say that, they will come and knock. Can we get that piece of tape, actually?
Yeah,
I think it's really
60
important.
minutes.
But every day I wake up and I just say, thank you, God, that Donald Trump is president. Because I look at these other Western countries and they are becoming more and more radical. They're becoming more and more extreme. In the United Kingdom, where I'm actually going to go debate at Oxford soon, they're putting people in prison and in jail for making documentaries, for challenging the status quo. And I hope Americans, especially American conservatives, can understand that the trajectory is away from speech and away from quote-unquote liberal democracy. And think about how insane that clip is you just watched. Well, we're going to punish the most popular political party because it's a threat to democracy. Oh, really? So what the people want is a threat to democracy. Every time you hear the word democracy, you must replace it with oligarchy. Now, let me restate that statement. We must now lock up and penalize the top political party because it's a threat to our oligarchy. Now it starts to make sense. When they say democracy, they really mean oligarchy.
Well, and they view the election of Donald Trump as a cautionary tale because America was unsuccessful in clamping down on the speech.
We are the one that got away.
Yeah.
Every other Western government right now has become less free, from France, from Germany, UK. I mean, from Brazil. Brazil is an unfree country. You're following what's happening in Brazil. They're basically killing Bolsonaro right now in medically controlled hospitals. I encourage you guys to listen to our program because we cover this stuff, because the mainstream media here in America doesn't really cover what's happening in these other countries. And it is an exceptional moment that we live in the United States of America. Do we have the clip here? Is it loaded up?
1 second, yeah. Yep, 518.
Okay, so I want to just preface this. This is just one of hundreds of clips we could play. This is 60 Minutes that went to Germany. This is the Stasi, the secret police in Germany, doing midnight raids on young people, taking their devices and then putting them potentially in jail because they said stuff on the internet.
Wrong think.
That was wrong. This is where Western democracies are going. What is it?
518. Play.
518. Play it.
It's 6:01 on a Tuesday morning, and we were with state police as they raided this apartment in northwest Germany. Inside, 6 armed officers searched a suspect's home, then seized his laptop and cell phone. Prosecutors say those electronics may have been used to commit a crime. The crime, posting a racist cartoon online. At the exact same time across Germany, more than 50 similar raids played out. part of what prosecutors say is a coordinated effort to curb online hate speech in Germany.
Guys, this is Germany. This is not Ghana. This is a country we subsidize with our taxpayer dollars, by the way.
And military.
Our military. And they did 56 a.m. raids against people that posted racist cartoons for breaking the law. This is what Kamala Harris wanted to bring to the United States of America.
And by the way, who knows if it's really racist?
No, but by the way, I mean, just their definition of what is racist is, and by the way, being racist is not a crime. Let's just keep on repeating that, okay? You're allowed to be unseemly. You're allowed to push boundaries. You're allowed to say things that might be improper. That is what free speech is all about. But free speech is not a German value, and free speech is not a European value. And so, just to reiterate that, you have to wonder, you might as well put the Berlin Wall back up at this point. It's like the Berlin Wall fell, and who actually won? Did liberty win or did communism win? Because that's not what the promise of the fall of the Berlin Wall was. But what we are getting at, which is very important, the fundamental point is that we in America are actually trending in the right direction. These other countries are going in the wrong direction. And we have this island now, this island of liberty surrounded by totalitarianism. Canada is just as bad. All right, I want to tell you guys about one of our partners here. It is Z-Factor. If you guys have trouble going to sleep, listen carefully. Z-Factor is great. It can help you guys get to sleep easily. It goes beyond melatonin. It uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker. And once you're asleep, it helps you stay asleep. 100% drug-free. It's safe to take regularly. No groggy feeling when you wake up. Go to ReliefFactor.com to check it out. That is Z-Factor at ReliefFactor.com. Play only $19.95, the 46% savings. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is the number 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor from Relief Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. We do want to hit DOGE. We're going to do that after the break. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. We're here live in beautiful San Diego. We'll be right back.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to play a little tape. You guys are going to see the full video tomorrow. We'll play for A Real America's Voice. Let's play cut 508.
One of the most exciting and encouraging developments in politics in the last few years has been the incredible success of Charlie Kirk's organization.
Charlie Kirk is running his own political operation and a giant media operation. They're getting people active in politics for the first time, but conservative politics.
When I go to these campuses and we're drawing these huge crowds, we're saying the stuff you're not allowed to say. We are the rebellion type energy.
They must be so thirsty for it.
Of course.
This last week, I guess you were at USC, you were at University of Florida, thousands and thousands of folks. When you go to these college campuses, I love watching your TikTok, which is next level. And clearly that's expressed by my 13-year-old son.
I want to meet this guy.
Yeah.
My daughter, Sophia, who's 13, heard Charlie Kirk was going to be nearby. And she said, Dad, could you get me a photo with Charlie Kirk? And I said, yeah, I know Charlie. She goes, you know Charlie Kirk?
Why are people coming out to see you on campuses, and what kind of response do you get?
The crowds alone, we're drawing crowds of 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people. We are drawing people outside of the campuses that were welders, electricians, and plumbers, and the working men that heard that we were in town, and they just
How'd they hear?
Social media. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I need to tell you guys about the Herzog Foundation. Turning Point Academy is doing such amazing work, as you guys know, and we're proud to partner with the Herzog Foundation. Are you rethinking your child's educational path and wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? Well, you're not alone, and the Herzog Foundation is here to help. With the Trump administration working to abolish the federal Department of Education and return control to the states, there's never been a better time to explore Christian education. The Herzog Foundation is your trusted guide to navigating these changes. Whether families are considering a Christian school, a hybrid model, or homeschooling, they provide the resources families need to make informed decisions. Visit readlion.com to access must-read articles. That is readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation and The Lion. Okay, let's go through the DOGE clips here.
Well, let's set the stage here. So Jesse Waters got an exclusive invite to go sit in on a DOGE meeting. Now, they don't do these meetings at normal business hours because they never stop working. This team is a bunch of geniuses that all they do all night and all day is work on fixing really rudimentary problems like, oh, do the databases talk to each other? Is there a tech issue that's allowing waste, fraud, and abuse? This was at 10 p.m. They did a roundtable, all these super geniuses that have built their own businesses or dropped out of Harvard or whatever, and he's brought them together to solve some of the most confounding problems in our federal government.
And I just want to reiterate, you know how thankful we should be that we have the smartest young people on the planet that want to go into our government and make it more efficient? Do you know how they've been treated by the media? Yeah, it should be applauded, right? Yeah. How they've been treated? Their public information's been made, their private information's been made public. They've been doxxed, so many death threats. They've been hunted and followed in the streets. The media relentlessly is going after the personal information of these young people. I mean, these are wicked operators in the media. So how about this one? Let's play cut 496. When I say they're super geniuses, I mean, I've met these young kids, remarkable. Play cut 496.
Just a few hours after we got into their headquarters, we found that their chief accountant had actually deleted over 1 terabyte of accounting records from several years. So you'd have to ask the question, well, why would somebody do that? And the DOGE team, fortunately, was able to recover that data with the help of a few great employees at the Institute of Peace. And I think the most troubling thing was they received $55 million a year from Congress, and any money that went unspent, instead of returning that to Congress, they would sweep it into a private bank account, which had no congressional oversight. And that's what they would use to fund things like events at their headquarters and the private jets.
Sounds illegal, doesn't it?
Private jets?
Yeah, it sounds illegal.
The other things that came out of this discussion, just mind you, is our founders established essentially 4 agencies of the federal government. Today we have 400. 400. So you were hearing him talk about the Institute of Peace, which is another sort of smaller agency. And it's just the amount of bloat is tremendous.
I want to get to this one. This is 480. Elon Musk reveals Department of Education we're using taxpayer dollars to rent out stadiums. Play cut 480.
Department of Education. And there was no receipts required, so people could just draw down on it. And when people looked into it, this wasn't us, this was before us, they found that money was being used to rent out Caesar's Palace for parties, rent out stadiums, et cetera. And so the one change that DOGE made with Department of Education is we had the simple requirement that if you draw down money, you must first upload a receipt. That was the only change that was made. You must upload your receipt. And upon doing so, nobody drew down any money anymore.
But as soon as we asked for anything at all that suddenly the requests were like, oh, we don't need it anymore. Huh, that's interesting.
No one's ever asked them questions. I want to play this one. This is one of the super geniuses who dropped out of Harvard. Play cut 493.
I dropped out of Harvard and came here to serve my country. And it's been unfortunate to see, lost friendships. Most of campus hates me now. But I think fundamentally, I hope people realize through conversations like this that reform is genuinely needed.
And we're running out of time, but I do want, this is just a montage of Democrats going after trying to make the government more efficient. Think about that. Play cut 482.
Unelected shadow government is conducting a hostile takeover of the federal government.
This smash and grab by Elon Musk is going to stop.
This is the most corrupt bargain we've ever seen in American history.
Honestly, I just want to reiterate it. We are so lucky. We are so blessed that not only Trump won, but he empowered Elon Musk. And every day when you guys are worrying about the country, you have the brightest minds imaginable that are literally working 24/7. These guys do not sleep. They do not sleep. They sleep like 2 or 3 hours a night. They have these like sleep pods that Elon brought into the White House. I don't know if you guys heard this. They do 90 minutes of sleep at a time at 3 times a day. That's it. And these guys are all up, and their only focus is to make sure that your taxpayer money is better spent. And I just can't say how thankful we are. No other country has this going on right now. And it is a phenomenal development for the well-being of our republic. Okay, coming up in the second hour, we'll be taking questions from all of you guys. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back, everybody.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Thieves are stealing homes from right underneath homeowners while they're still in it. My next guest is helping protect you from being a victim, though. He's qualified to do so because he once was the crook who committed title theft and mortgage fraud. His crimes landed him on the Secret Service's most wanted list and 13 years in prison. Now, Matthew Cox is using his powers for good and serving as a public educator for Home Title Lock. Matthew, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I hate that that's the introduction, but that is the reality, which I think does qualify you to help protect people who might be dealing with this. Explain how it all starts. Explain how people begin to become victims.
Unfortunately, you don't actually have to do anything. You just have to own a home. And someone like myself could drive through the neighborhood, get your address, look up your address on public records. They could create a transfer of deed or a warranty deed in their name, file the deed, and then they can sell your house or borrow against your house. Even if you have a mortgage on the house, if the victim had a mortgage on their house, I would simply create a satisfaction of mortgage from their mortgage company, and now they don't have a mortgage. I would transfer the title out of the true homeowner's name into someone else's name, and then I could refinance the house or sell the house or do pretty much whatever I wanted to the house, even if the homeowner was in the house.
You know, as I'm listening to you describe how people would become victims to this sort of crime, the thing that comes to mind is there've got to be some sort of safeguards in place to keep this from happening. Someone shouldn't just be able to go into the county recorder's office, forge all these documents without some sort of check from the county recorder's office to safeguard me as a potential victim.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? You would think that's how it's supposed to work, but it just doesn't. The information is available online. Anybody can go search the information, get the information. They can apply for a mortgage. You do not get notified. The only way you would get notified as a homeowner that there was a change to your title or that this crime is being committed is if you had your title monitored by a service. That service would notify you.
And that's where Home Title Lock comes in, correct?
Absolutely. Home Title Lock is a company that I work with. They're amazing. And what I like about them is that they do a lot more than just notify you. Once they notify you, they'll hire an attorney that will actually protect you and work for you in order to correct any problems that have occurred. So if someone like me comes along and takes out 3 mortgages on your house and borrows $500,000 on your house, Home Title Lock will help you with the authorities, with public records. They'll file the paperwork. They'll do the whole court proceedings to correct that, that type of situation as far as your title is concerned. Because let's face it, if you're some guy that works a regular job, you don't know how to fix this.
And how long does the process typically take to get your name and your title back, if you will?
It depends on the court. It could be 90 days. It could be a year. It depends on the court, what county you're in. The important thing is to be able to be notified and have an advocate on your side to help you kind of weather the storm and get through the process. Because a lot of people think the law enforcement will do that. The law enforcement is ill-equipped typically to handle this situation, unfortunately.
Since you were on the inside, you were an inside man, if you will, on these crimes, put into perspective for us how prevalent this kind of thing is. Is this kind of a one-off, it's something unique, or is this something that we're seeing happen daily, really quickly, 30 seconds?
Yeah, so it's funny, when I was doing it was a very rare crime, but in the last decade or two, it has absolutely exploded, and it is happening all of the time. And it is much easier of a crime to commit now than it was 15 years ago when I was doing it.
All right. Well, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks for being here with us. Folks, all the information you need is right there on your screen, HomeTitleLock.com.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are here live in beautiful San Diego with our wonderful Turning Point USA supporters. For everyone watching on Real America's Voice or on radio, that we're here. And maybe you say, how do I get invited to such a amazing thing as that? Well, you can go to tpusa.com and support the great work we're doing, and you very well might show up at one of these great events. We're going to take questions live from all of our great supporters. Lorraine, what is on your mind? And thank you so much for your great support.
Hey, Charlie, I'm just curious your thoughts on Gavin Newsom made the announcement that California is already doing DOGE, only better.
Are they? So, Andrew, you're a native Californian.
I'm not native.
Well, you're a Californian.
I'm a parasitic species to the people of California. I'm an invasive species.
What, is he doing DOGE but better?
No, of course he's not. No. This is laughable on its face. Yeah, you saw this with, Gavin Newsom puts his finger in the air and sees which way the wind's blowing and says, I can get on that train. And so he's actually pretty level-headed when you meet him in person, and he'll kind of come to your frequency, to your level. And so I think he just sees the way the political movement is going, and he wants to get out ahead of it. And of course he's not going to do that. You cannot do anything sensible in the state of California without being sued up, left, right, and center, without having this commission get in the way of that, and this committee get in the way of that. Of course he's not doing this. And by the way, nobody is flocking to Gavin Newsom's sides like they would Elon Musk with the brain power and the patriotism and the sensibility that you would need to get it done.
And again, people vote with their feet. People are leaving the state in record numbers. It's the highest housing prices, highest cost of living, most homelessness, and also the greatest wealth disparity of any state in the country. It is harder than ever for regular middle-class people to get ahead here in the state, and so I don't know what they're going to DOGE in the state of California, but Gavin Newsom's done nothing but protect the special interests in California. God bless you, Lorraine. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Bernadette, what is on your mind? God bless you. I love the shirt.
Turning Point USA shirt. Speaking of parasites, I was just wondering, how do you feel about changing the word abortion back to its original name, termination of pregnancy? And how that will maybe pop some neurons on all these college campuses that you're going to. Leads to the next question: were you ever a pregnancy? Were you part of a pregnancy? What is a pregnancy? And then it can open a big door, because the third-party insurance companies changed it to the benign word abortion so they could get more of them. They wiped out the word termination of pregnancy, because I was a nurse before I was a doctor at that time, and they made us change it on the admission sheets. Just just your thoughts.
I haven't thought that deeply about it. You know Blake on our show? Blake disagrees in the chat. He says he thinks the opposite, and so you guys can debate on that off
I'll get him later.
You'll get him later. Great. He says people do not actually like abortion as a word. He thinks termination is a euphemism. He thinks it's backwards. I haven't thought that deeply about this. Have you, Andrew?
No. That being said, I think both terminate and abort. I mean, the pro-choice movement. It doesn't say they're pro-abortion, right? So we like to throw that back into their face and say, you're the pro-abortion movement. They hate that already.
I just want to throw the word pregnancy back in.
Yeah, well, I do like that. It's interesting. I just did a quick Google search of the definition of pregnancy because I was curious what it would say. It says pregnancy is the state of carrying a developing fetus in utero.
There you go.
Well, it's not a. I mean, fetus is a little baby, basically. So yeah, I mean, the whole dialogue is filled with euphemisms, kind of reminds me of adultery. No, it's like you're having sex with somebody else, and that's not nice. So when you use the harsher words, it really brings the truth down. So whatever that combination of words that really brings the truth home to that person, I'm all for.
Thank you.
God bless you, Bernadette. Talk to you soon. Thank you. Okay. Next question. Yes.
We have a new friend named Madison here with a question.
Okay, great. Hi, Madison. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Wonderful. I'm a mom of 4. I'm a native Californian. I've lived here my whole life besides college. And my kids go to a public charter school, thank God. And however, I know in the United States, we have failing schools. We have failing test scores. We have failing public education in general. The dropout rate is skyrocketing. And so how would you, saying that the United States is the best country in the entire world, how would you explain that?
It's actually interesting. Our education's way better if you take out a certain portion of the population, which is people without fathers, specifically in urban areas. Our education actually at the top level is really, really good. But look, I mean, you are diagnosing a serious problem, which is our public education system is a catastrophe, right? And it has been for quite some time. Our private education is the envy of the world and continues to be. We do private education better than almost anybody else on the planet, especially classical education and even more so Christian education. But the main reason why is government-run education so terrible? And there's a lot of factors into this, but public sector teacher unions, I believe, have done more damage to America than the Sinaloa drug cartel. And I believe public sector teacher unions are the true cartel that are holding kids back in the country, in this country. And so, second to that, this is why I'm really happy that Texas passed school choice and Arizona has school choice. We need full school choice so that parents can actually choose what school they want to send their kids to and not be locked into the local failing public school. I did a tweet the other day, and let's find that it was about school choice, where there were 30 schools in Illinois, 30. In Chicago, where not a single kid can read at grade level or do math. Let me just tell you a very basic truism. Unless you are Michael Jordan, unless you are LeBron James, if you cannot read by 5th grade, you're probably going to jail. That's literally, you go to jail or you're going to live just a very sad life. What happens is we have millions of people that are illiterate, literally illiterate. They go to school every single day, and they are doing something called failing forward. So Mississippi, it's called the Mississippi Miracle. Mississippi had some of the worst schools in the country. And they changed a lot, but one of the things that they changed was a super simple practice, which the left hates. No more failing forward. That's it. And so Mississippi, half of the state is very poor black, half the state. So 50% of Mississippi is black, half of it is white. Approximation, I think it's like 30 or 40%, but it's one of the highest black populations in the country. And it goes to show, and so all the left was like, this is racist, you must fail forward. And Mississippi said, no, we're not going to. So what is failing forward? It means that by the time you're in 2nd grade, if you can't read, you can't progress to 3rd grade. You're going to keep on repeating 2nd grade until you can read. So what happens is sometimes you had to redo 2nd grade 2 or 3 times. And Mississippi went from like 45th of education in the country to now top 5 in proficiency in reading. That simple. It's called the Mississippi Miracle. Can you get the data?
Yeah,
and
I've got it.
I will. Yeah, the Mississippi Miracle. Can you just?
It refers to the remarkable improvement in Mississippi student reading scores, particularly in fourth grade, over a relatively short period of time. The state's reading scores, once among the lowest in the nation, are now amongst the top. So that happened virtually overnight. And what's interesting is that it's at third grade. They hold a ton of kids back at third grade, and so if you're just not cutting it, the teachers can see it and they hold you back.
So 10% of all kids in Mississippi were held back at third grade. 10%. That's what needs to happen. In the country, if we get rid of fail forward, our education gap with all these other countries would change dramatically. So it's not that our education system is terrible. Partially it is in government. It's just the way we do it. Think about it. Why would you be allowed to advance into another grade if you are at that grade level? Finally, let me just add two more things to this. If you are trying to teach a kid to read, phonics is the way to do it. Phonics is the way to do it. And thank you for the applause. That means you are a very elevated audience, honestly, because when I say that to some places, they say, what the heck are you talking about? So phonics has been removed from our schools completely because of why? Really lazy teachers. I'm going to be honest. Lazy teachers don't like it. They're like, oh, it's too much work. Phonics is, we're going to go to some other ways. And so teachers find phonics unexciting. Well, too bad. It works. It is kind of tedious. It's the best way to get kids to learn to read. They want to do flashy and trendy stuff, and they don't want to get into proven practices. I'm going to read this tweet here. 2024 Illinois data. Not a single child tested proficient in math in 80 schools. 80 schools. And some of these are very well-funded schools. It's not a funding issue. Some of these are charter schools. Not a single kid can do math at grade level, and only 24 out of 80 of them can read at grade level. And so you ask yourself the question, why is it? Because we put up with failure, and we fail these kids forward. And then finally, we're running out of time on here. I could talk about education all day long. School choice, and we must crush the public sector teacher unions in a way. We must have an all-out blitzkrieg plan and understand that the American Federation of Teachers and the National Education Association are keeping kids back in a way that is evil. And I will make the moral argument after the break. They know how these kids' lives would be better, and they're holding them back because of their own union thug bosses. Thank you. I want to tell you guys about ReliefFactor.com. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a natural formula with 4 natural ingredients. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That is 1-800-4-RELIEF. So visit ReliefFactor.com. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. That is ReliefFactor.com. All right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That was a great question. And I will add one more thing onto it after the break, and we'll take more questions from our wonderful Turning Point USA supporters after the break.
Charlie Kirk Show, where truth lives.
Okay, everybody, love the energy in the room. We are back now on Real America's Voice live from beautiful San Diego. We got some great friends here in the audience. Yesterday, let's show the pictures from on campus. This was yesterday, because I told the team, I said, listen, we're in San Diego. We're not doing enough. Okay, we got a couple hours of radio every day. We got a lot of meetings to do. We got a presentation to prepare for. Let's just go to a college campus on top of it. And so we like layering at Turning Point USA. If we're in one place, we try to layer 5 or 6 things on top. That's how we're so effective. That's at University of California, San Diego yesterday, everybody. Isn't that amazing? And the sponsor of that is Y-Refi. I think they're here somewhere. We met with them. We said, hey, we want to do the most ambitious campus tour we've ever done. They're a student loan refinancing company. They do great. So go to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com if you want. And also, anyone that you know that has private student loan debt, you should check it out. They're here somewhere, so say hello. They were so generous and so quick. I said, guys, we have this campus tour. It's going to cost XYZ. We're going to be moving very fast. They said, we'd love to help sponsor it and underwrite it. And it has now reached billions and billions of people. So they deserve a lot of credit, and it's yrefi.com, YREFY.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have an amazing question line forming here. I hate to make you guys stand, so we can find some orderly way to do it. But if you guys like standing, so be it. Stay right there. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's go to the next question of our wonderful Turning Point USA partners and supporters here.
Hi there, Charlie. My name is Daniela Bloom. I am a proud pro-American, pro-Israel Jewish American, and it is not lost on me and many of us how you are truly on the front lines supporting Jews and Christians for our Judeo-Christian values, for Israel. We thank you every single day.
Thank you.
My question is, we see how powerful TikTok has become and how you have used that platform. Unfortunately, myself and many other pro-America, pro-Israel creators continue to get censored and banned. Where do we stand on the TikTok negotiations with the Trump administration and its ability to have better freedom of speech for its citizens?
Yeah, thank you for that. And so we were banned multiple times, right, before
12?
Yeah, 12 times. And again, this is all very well reported. And I reached out to TikTok after they got banned by Congress. And I said, hey, you guys say you're this free speech platform. Let us speak and not be banned. And so, to their credit, we've gone super viral and billions of views. Right now, I'm not sure what the status is. I think a lot of it is in limbo because of the China tariff situation. I will say, and I know this is not your perspective, and I think Israel needs to get much better at the PR war. I think it's terrible with public relations, to be honest. There's a lot of truths about what's happening in that region that a lot of people do not understand. And I think some of the Israel PR is very cringe at times, to use kind of a Gen Z term. There is a belief system out there of some pro-Israel forces like, oh, TikTok's a waste of time, let's not do that. I reject that premise, and I know you probably agree with that. We need to engage in those public spaces. If I can help you, get unbanned or uncensored, I'd be happy to help with that. But here's the major, one of the more fundamental issues when it comes with the fight and the debate for Israel is that it's very hard for those of us that are not Jewish to make the contention when most Jews do not care about Israel that much. When I actually have to debate Jews on Israel on campus. It's very hard, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm a Christian that cares about Israel, but I care about America obviously most. But Jews on campus are telling me that I shouldn't care about Israel and that, Israel's a terrible apartheid state. I'm sure you know the Jews of which I speak.
For sure.
Right.
Know them well.
And they exist. And I don't think they're a majority, honestly, but I think that some of them are waking up post-October 7th. Yeah. But let's also be honest, 2/3 of American Jews are very liberal, right? And one of and I'll throw to Andrew, I know Andrew has a thought on this, but just one other element and contextualization on this that I want to make sure I add. What's very frustrating is that anti-Israel belief system is an outgrowth of a left-wing worldview, because you think of everything through oppressed or oppressed, and they look at Israel as prosperous and their neighbors not so prosperous, and so they look at it through that lens. Unfortunately, Jewish Americans have financed their own demise. Jewish Americans have financed these left-wing organizations and colleges that have led to the rise of anti-Israel sentiment. So it's very, very frustrating. Andrew, do you have a thought here?
Yeah, I just want to make one other point, and that's we have to avoid the temptation of clamping down on free speech or trying to censor or using left-wing tactics. There was Ambassador Friedman who said that, maybe we need to deport and jail people that were anti-Semitic. Those types of policies or that approach to dealing with the anti-Semitism problem will only create more anti-Semitism.
And it does create more.
I think there is a distinction between anti-Semitic remarks and inciting violence, and that was the distinction.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of these people were not inciting violence. They were writing op-eds, right? And that's the issue, is that a lot of people were being deported because they wrote an op-ed critical of a foreign country. Now, I don't think, hilariously, if they're critical of America, I think they should be deported. But
hand in hand.
No, yeah, but again, so I don't think they should be here in the first place. But what happens then is our own Turning Point USA students say, wait, why are we deporting people for being critical of a foreign country? And then it plays into this idea that Israel is basically controlling foreign policy.
That's not the case. And amplifies.
Well, then again, so it creates this narrative, and then all of a sudden, again, I will say this, that from our own rank and file at Turning Point, and I've said this publicly, I'll say it again, they are not as pro-Israel as people would say, because no one's making good arguments in favor of Israel, honestly. Some of the arguments are like, well, if you don't support Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Again, like that doesn't really resonate.
That's
counterproductive. You know what I'm saying? And like, for example, Douglas Murray, who I have a lot of respect for, went on Joe Rogan and made a complete fool of himself. Right? And thank you for agreeing with that. Yeah. And he made some good arguments at times, but he started that podcast by shaming Joe Rogan, who's the most popular podcaster on the planet, for having voices that he didn't like, and basically got no pleasantries in the podcast. No, hey Joe, good to see you. Yeah. Write him how dare you have, and that makes it seem as if the pro-Israel world is can't defend its position. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And with people like Joe Rogan, if he could have a survivor of a hostage situation, if he could have someone who served in the IDF, just to bring more balance and nuance to the conversation, everyone would benefit.
No, I agree. And the fact, that's a fair point. My biggest concern is that Israel is losing support with conservatives for a vast hysterical overreaction against speech, and I see it happening every single day. Right, Andrew? It's losing support, and Israel's PR is probably the worst I've ever seen of any modern country. It's humiliatingly bad.
I don't disagree. We have the cherry tomato, we have drip irrigation, we don't have good PR.
We got it. Well said. God bless you, and God bless Israel. Thank you. We'll be right back.
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is back in Florida as the Sunshine State is becoming a shining example of local and state implementation of his border security and deportation efforts. A record 1,120 people accused of being in the country illegally were arrested this week in Florida. ICE is touting the arrests in this action-packed video that was posted online. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says his state's work with ICE and the Department of Homeland Security is working like a well-oiled machine.
You hear a lot about due process. We have tens of thousands of illegal aliens in Florida at a minimum that have already been issued final orders of removal, and there's hundreds of thousands of them throughout the United States of America. So they've had a lot of process. They've been ordered to be removed. They have not complied with those removal orders, and that's a very, very high priority for our state efforts to continue to identify those individuals and make sure that they're returned to their country of origin.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement reportedly has 517 agreements in place across 21 states, allowing local police to make immigration arrests and detain people for immigration violations. Dozens of additional agreements are coming down the pike. President Trump is at Mar-a-Lago, as I said, for a long weekend away from the White House. He made his way to Florida after addressing graduates at the University of Alabama, whom he calls the first graduating class of the golden age of America. The president delivered the commencement address Thursday evening during a special event in advance of today's graduation ceremonies at Alabama.
I think you have a chance to be the greatest generation in the history of our country because we're turning it around and you happen to be available. You're available. I'm absolutely confident that the Alabama class of 2025 is up to the task. Are you up to the task? You learned a lot about winning here at Alabama, and now we need you to help win for America.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, I want to tell you about America's greatest college. You know what it is? Hillsdale. There, well, I love that. Give it up for Hillsdale College, everybody, right? It is charlieforhillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. We love partnering with the great Hillsdale College. In fact, our keynote tomorrow, either for lunch or dinner, I get my times confused, is Dr. Larry Arnn from the great Hillsdale College. So we are so excited that he's coming. You guys should take their online courses in their free 8-lecture series. You'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn, as he goes in depth on 4 novels. 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they're highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com. Maybe you read these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them, and maybe they seem intimidating. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com, America's greatest college. charlieforhillsdale.com. And just a reminder, all of their online courses are accessible to you at the online. You could take their Constitution 101 course, their Federalist Papers course. You could take their Winston Churchill course, their Roman history course, and more. charlieforhillsdale.com. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Charlie, for having us. My name is Owen. I'm a student at Florida State University. Care, a lot about this movement.
And our Turning Point USA leader.
Yes, sir.
So
yes,
give
sir.
it up for Owen.
And thank you for coming to campus. Yes. Thank you for coming to campus in February. It was a ton of momentum. It was incredible. So I appreciate that. So obviously being in Florida, I work in state politics a lot, and it's a little messy right now on the conservative side, unfortunately. You got a lot of division between the governor and the legislature. You have division between Byron Donalds and Casey DeSantis. And, it's a shame because when conservative states are able to be unified, they can do really incredible things. So what would be your advice, I guess, to kind of mend these gaps and these difficulties and really, get us back out there? Because, if we're divided in 2026 and everything, that's going to have an avenue for Democrats to come in and pick up seats.
It's a really important question. So here's where we get to the tough stuff, right? There are, and this is to the wonderful point previously that we had offline, there are major fissures happening on the right currently, more so than I think that people realize or recognize. leadership can solve a lot of these issues. In Florida, the problem is you have Byron Donalds, who's likely to be the next governor of Florida, and I hope he is. I'm a big Byron Donalds fan. And you have Ron DeSantis, who's not too happy about that, and so there's some infighting there. Let me be perfectly honest, guys. If the Republican House majority and the Republican Senate majority does not deliver on a lot of Trump's agenda, we're going to have huge problems. We're going to have a drop-off of voters that think that they can support a certain candidate and then all of a sudden believe, actually, we're not going to get what we voted for. There will be a huge drop-off and fallout. So what is the solution? Leadership. But how about our leaders should go do what they were elected to do? Like, what has Congress done these last couple of months? Okay, they're getting this reconciliation bill together. I mean, right? I mean, am I right to say, where is the energy? Where is the spirit? Trump is carrying the entire country on his back right now, him and his team. And I don't feel that kind of urgency from Congress right now. Now, I want to try to give them a little bit of time. I know that there's only so much you could do. The number one way to get votes is to actually do what you ran on. If you tell your voters and show them, hey, you told me to do this and I did this, they will vote for you again. And then more people will vote for you. And so in Congress right now, number one, I'm afraid we're not going to get the spending cuts that we need. This is a major thing that we need to keep the pressure on. I don't know about you. I'm not okay borrowing trillions of dollars a year, and I think it's a major problem. So that's number one. Number two, obviously, I think we're going to get the Trump tax cuts. But the third of which, and this is a really big problem, is are we going to get the funding for the border and for the deportation agents so that we can actually finish this job that President Trump was elected on?
Homan's asking for $175 billion, just so everybody's clear, like the price tag on the mass deportation.
And DOGE cuts are hopefully going to help a little bit, but Republicans in Congress are just as addicted to spending as Democrats. So to your question more precisely, if leaders start to deliver on what they said they're going to do, a lot of this infighting will stop. If we fall significantly short of the promises we made, we're going to have some big problems in the Republican Party.
And I want to say something just because I think I can say it and maybe Charlie can't. I'm actually a big fan of Ron DeSantis. That might get me in trouble with some people. Other people might like it. I was very supportive of him. I didn't think he should run for president. But I'm looking at this, and I genuinely cannot understand why Casey DeSantis is qualified to be the next governor of Florida. Like, what qualifies her other than being around the governor? So I don't understand this. It feels very weird to me that it feels like one of those big mega churches where the wife of the pastor is just like, I don't know. It's something's off there. Yeah, we love Byron. I think let this process play out. Obviously, that there was some back and forth with the legislature, especially on that immigration. I was getting calls on that left and right. DeSantis saying that this is the toughest in the country. And look,
DeSantis has done a lot of great in Florida, and I think that it would do him good to hand off the baton to Byron Donalds and do so gracefully and endorse him and stop the infighting. I think that's the right move. Thank you, man. Thanks for your great leadership. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. I'm Heather, and I work at a non-traditional Bible-based school here in Orange County.
Phenomenal.
That still teaches phonics. But
that's what I'm talking about.
The high school students are in a government econ class as we speak right now. They're in session, so they're texting me some questions, and being juniors and seniors, their top questions are about college. So do you mind if I ask you 3 quick college
Really
questions?
Quick. I want to try to get through this line.
They're super quick. First one, they know you didn't go to college, but if you did, what would you study?
I would have went to Hillsdale, and I would have done, I think they have a PPE, which is philosophy, politics, economics. I could be wrong, but they have some bundle of that.
Okay. And the second one is college still a waste of time if you love learning or just figuring out what to do with your life?
It's a great question. If you love learning, don't go to most colleges because it's not going to happen there. There are some colleges that are places of great learning. St. Andrews College, for example. I mean, Hillsdale being the one that I keep on repeating over and over again. Go to a great books college. But if you are a lifetime learner, you don't need to go to college to learn. I tried to embody that. You can read 100 books a year. You can listen to podcasting. You could take the online courses. If you love learning, you can also just do all the free stuff that is available. But if you want to do it rigorously, here's the problem, is that you think you're going to go to college and be intellectually challenged. You might be, but towards like absolute garbage, like postmodernism, deconstructionist, anti-Christian, anti-Western, which I'm okay with understanding what they believe. But 3 years of diving deep in that literature, that's like bad for the soul. For the record. I mean, it's not good for anybody. And so we live in a golden age of self-directed learning. And if you are a lifelong learner, you don't necessarily need to go to college to do that. But if you want to, make sure you choose a college that elevates good, true, and beautiful things.
Okay, and the last question is, what are your thoughts on the current lawsuit with Harvard and the Trump administration?
Well, I mean, first of all, I am glad that they're trying to defund Harvard. Why is Harvard getting billions of dollars a year when they're sitting on $55 billion themselves? And I mean, not only from their terrible Jew hatred to the previous question to many of their other elements, it is terrible what they've actually embodied and done. Beyond that, though, the biggest critique of Harvard, the easiest way to disassemble it, is they are in direct violation of the Supreme Court decision against affirmative action. Very simple. If I were to give the Trump administration advice, which I've attempted on this, but I think make it a single source complaint. We are not giving you money because you're violating the 14th Amendment and violating the Supreme Court, which is the Students for Fair Admissions case that says that you are actively discriminating against white and Asian students to accommodate black and Hispanic students based on the color of their skin. That is why we're not sending you money. And Harvard would collapse because we have the goods on them. They were the test case actually in the Supreme Court case. So I love the fact that we are pushing against Harvard because we want a meritocracy. And honestly, Harvard, go fund yourself, okay? Go raise your own money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I know what I was saying.
Hi, Charlie. I'm Ken from Florida.
Great to see you.
Thank you for your deep commitment to God and to our country.
And thank you for your wonderful gift. Are we allowed to talk about that? I don't know if we're not or not, but yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear some comments from you on election reform. We hear a lot of it during elections. We haven't heard much lately. A question is it possible for President Trump to do a written demand to the states to change and be consistent with specific guidelines for elections to maintain their flow of income from the United States government to the states?
Yeah, so the question is about election integrity reform, right? So it needs to happen on a state-by-state basis. I'll be honest, Congress is not going to do this, unfortunately. Now, what President Trump can do, and what he is doing, is instructing certain U.S. attorneys to investigate widespread voting practices that are against federal law. The federal government has a lot of control over funds and can incentivize things, but okay, he's not a dictator, despite what the left says, so he has to be very prudent and careful. Where is the biggest fight when it comes to election integrity? I've done a lot of thinking about this, and I've done a lot of work in this. There is one thing that requires more attention than anything else: the voter rolls. Dirty voter rolls result in dirty elections. It is the original sin. So if we fail to clean up voter rolls, we fail to clean up who's on the voter rolls, then think about it. If you have voter rolls with a bunch of faulty, moved, or deceased voters, and they all get mail-in ballots, then you're creating the prerequisite for massive shenanigans and issues. So the problem needs to be cleaning up voter rolls. Tom Fitton is doing good work on this. What I would like to see, though, is the Department of Justice civilly suing these jurisdictions and these states to have them also clean up the voting rolls, because you would have the whole power of the federal government. That's where I think the best thrust and energy is. We should make it a 4-year goal to go after, to clean up the voter rolls in Colorado, to clean up the voter rolls in Illinois, to clean up the voter rolls in New York and California. I don't want to hypothesize or speculate too much, but I think dirty voter rolls give Democrats maybe a 1 to 2 point advantage, potentially, maybe more. And
depending on the state.
Depending on the state. And so why does that matter? So when you have a bunch of ballots out there that are not tied to human beings, well, Democrats have organized labor. They have a lot of people that then go scoop up these errant ballots, but they're actually real ballots. And that's where we're off. We're like, well, they're fake ballots. Well, they're fake people, but they're real ballots. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the Secretary of State is sending out legitimate ballots. It's not like they're counterfeit, but they're not assigned to the name, and no one's checking signatures. And that's the other way that we could do this. On the laws of the books in most of these states, is signature verification. And it's never enforced. Signature verification, we have to go back to signature verification, which one of the main reasons why President Trump was able to win Georgia by so much in 2016 was robust signature verification. One of the reasons why it's now this battleground state is we don't check signatures anymore. Why? And this is another thing that why I'm so against all this CRT, hyper-racialization, DEI stuff. Because you're not allowed to check signatures in Georgia because it's racist. Not kidding. That's literally what the courts have said. You are not allowed to check signatures because it harms black people more than white people. Not an exaggeration. And so we need to challenge that. And finally, if we can get voter ID, that would be great. I'm not bullish on that. That would require Congress. Democrats know that when there are fewer protections on voting, they mysteriously do better. Let's just put that again. The fewer protections there are, they mysteriously are able to do better. So I put forward 5 or 6 ideas here just right now, and I will say to President Trump's credit, he's not lost sight on this, and I think he wants to reform our elections for good, and God bless him for that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your great support. What do we have, guys?
Legacy Box.
I want to tell you guys about Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/Kirk. That's legacybox.com/Kirk. Right now, get 60% off Legacy Box Best Mother's Day sale ever. Buy today and send when you're ready. Go to legacybox.com/Kirk to claim the special offer, the 60% off for a limited time. That is legacybox.com/KIRK, legacybox.com/Kirk. An amazing way that you guys are able to save memories for future generations. Legacybox.com/Kirk. We're here live in beautiful San Diego. I want to get to all the questions. If we go a little bit over time, I think that's okay. So if you're in line, we'll get to all of you. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to play a piece of tape here. You guys will see more of this throughout the weekend, but just a little taste of what you're going to see, and also those in the audience can see. Let's play cut 506.
In 2020, they said it couldn't be done.
Millennials are among the most democratic-leaning generation that we've ever seen.
Our generation has a streak of progressivism in it that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon.
College campuses were hostile territory.
Did you just pull up and start eating the Constitution?
But in 2024, history was rewritten. Turning Point USA changed the game and caused the greatest generational culture shift since Woodstock.
That is true. And that's worth talking about. I got to give credit to Andrew. Andrew said that as kind of a one-liner last night, and we'll prove it to you. You are living through the greatest sudden realignment of a generation, unpredicted since Woodstock. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I'm trying to find another good video we could play here. Let's say there's this one here. How about this one where he says tampons are DEI? Yeah, this guy, have you seen this rocket scientist? This went very viral on TikTok. This is something else. Play cut 363.
You literally said DEI is based on race, but it's not. One part of DEI is literally giving women tampons or pads at work. Oh, yeah, you're laughing because you don't know that.
Giving women tampons is a form of DEI.
Yes, it is. You know why? Let me explain. Yeah, y'all know. I got you. I'm about to explain to you guys. So basically, her daughter, right? She decides to get a job, right? And unfortunately, it's that time of the month. She goes into the bathroom. Calm down. She goes into the bathroom. Stop. She's going into the bathroom.
You're losing the audience, man.
I don't care. I'm talking to you. So she goes into the bathroom, right? And she goes into the bathroom and gets a tampon or a pad that's been given from the job. That is DEI. That is literally, yes. Yeah. You don't know. That's great. Yes, because in Executive Order 11246, they say that DEI is focusing on a safer environment and a more equitable environment within the workplace and the hiring process.
That is one of the most followed Democrat TikTokers out there. And so you wonder why we're winning young people. That's the best they have to offer. And so it's really something else. You guys could check out the TikTok Economic Impact, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. And we're going very, very viral in many more ways than one. I want to just add on one thing. Just, Andrew, can you talk about, and then we will get to all the questions in the overflow stream, the profound impact of Turning Point USA and how we've kept the energy going post-election?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's unparalleled in at least modern American political history, but probably throughout our entire history, that after an election, when we saw a movement like we saw in the fall semester and spring semester, by the way, that gets, this movement really sparked in spring. I'll never forget 2024 in the spring, we went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Charlie's sitting there, and hundreds and hundreds of students just start singing the national anthem spontaneously. And Charlie and I looked at each other, we're like, something is happening here.
That's true.
And so we decided, hey, if we keep the pressure on, who knows how far we can push this. And you saw this recently with the Youth Yale poll that showed that the youngest voters in our country, 18 to 21, are not just like leaning, they're not just like dipping their toe in the water. They favor Republicans by 11.7%. Can you imagine? 11.7%.
And not only that,
that's all.
Excluding the wonderful company in this audience, a lot more than baby boomers.
Baby boomers are going the wrong way.
Yep.
Gen Z's going the right way.
And so and it's just a remarkable thing that we're experiencing. Let's get to this question, and we'll answer it partially and then over the overflow thoroughly. Yes, sir.
Hey, Charlie. My name is Matt. I come from Scottsdale, Arizona.
Wonderful.
And my question's about the youth. You've built an incredible organization that helps youth from high school through college. But I'm seeing kids being introduced to complex ideas and, let's say, destructive ideas earlier and earlier, younger and younger. And kids are getting cell phones at the age of 8 to 10 years old these days. And so my question for you is, how do we capture and get that group earlier? And do you recognize it as a problem? And what do you think we can do about it?
Yeah, it is a problem. It's not one that we're going to be fixing by organizing. I mean, we're not going to start Turning Point Middle School, despite how many people want us to. The answer is in your question. What's shocking to me is that when I go to a shopping mall and 9-year-olds are coming up and asking me for selfies. Now that's new and it's horrifying. And I'm like, you should not know who I am. No, I mean, seriously, like, don't you have something else to do than know about, like, no, I love your college debates, they're amazing. And I'm like, okay, great, you're 9. Like, when I was 9, we were not watching videos all day long online. I mean, it's like and let's just be honest, like, this is lazy parenting. Parents don't want to parent their kids, they just give them these digital pacifiers. And they're like, here, go entertain yourself, go stare at a screen all day long. So we actually are, again, I'm in some ways a beneficiary of that because our audience has only grown because a lot of 8, 9, and 10-year-old young boys now look at us as role models, which is amazing. But I don't delight in the fact that I go to these shopping mall, grocery store, and it's hilarious. There might be a parent nearby, and the parent's like, who's that? right? And the 9-year-old's like, you have no idea. Again, so the best answer I have for that is that our digital dominance is paying dividends. And better than them listening to Turning Point USA videos than listening to, I don't know, whatever propaganda that they're seeing on social media. But let's be honest, we have a much deeper structural problem if 8-year-olds are getting smartphones. I mean, that's a bad trend. So I hope it stops. Thank you for that. All right, everybody, on radio and podcasting, Shabbat Shalom, as we always say. And then we are going to continue with the remainder of our questions here live from San Diego on the stream. God bless and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back in a second.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet?
No. What are you waiting for?